Day one of the Opera Euro Rapid was a crazy, entertaining day of chess. The players gave us their best fighting chess, and most impressive was world champion Magnus Carlsen getting out of his funk, fighting back with 4 straight wins. Today, the fight for the top 8 spots in the knockout stage continues. Welcome to the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. I can't remember a more fun day of chess than what we had yesterday. The players all over the place, winning, losing. It was a great day of chess, and we're back today, hopefully with more exciting chess. And to take us through it, Women's Grandmaster Houska and Grandmaster David Howell. And Houska, 24 out of 40 games yesterday, ended with a winner. How rare is that in chess?
That's super rare, and especially in the first day of an event like this. You'd expect the players to be cagey, but they came out, played uncompromising chess, and I can say the level was exceptional.
Yeah, David, with only 3 players unable to actually win a game yesterday, what does that tell us about the level of the players here?
Yeah, the level for everyone was so high, and it's so close at the moment. Even those right at the bottom of the table who failed to win, they've still got a chance. They've still got 10 games to fight back into those top 8 places to qualify, and only 1 player remaining undefeated. It's, everything to play for.
Yeah, and we had so much fun here yesterday, Ivanka. Do you think also the players think it's more fun to play when it is just winning, losing, and everything's happening?
Well, I think I can safely say that they're thinking it's a roller coaster of emotions. They win, they think great, then they lose, and they're back to square one again. So, I mean, it's certainly much more stressful for them, but for us, the viewers, I can say personally, I love it.
One of the top players did not have a good day yesterday. Let's head into the play zone. So in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, all the players are sitting in their homes. They're all over the world, and for one player, this is very difficult. Ding Liren, look at him, sitting in China. It's almost midnight now. He finished at like 5 a.m. in the morning. How difficult is this for him, David? One of the best players in the world.
Yeah, that's so difficult. It's a huge handicap. I think a lot of chess players in the world are night owls. I think Ding Liren is not one of them. He likes to go to bed early, and yeah, it's a real challenge for him, and he did struggle on day one.
And Magnus Carlsen, it's 5 p.m., close to that in Norway, where he is sitting, Ivanka. And what a day he had yesterday.
It was absolutely unbelievable. I mean, he lost his first game against Wesley So, and I must admit, I thought, oh dear, he's in a funk. It continues. But then he went on to beat Aronian, and he played stupendous chess. He made winning against these fellow Super Grandmasters look simple.
So Magnus Carlsen, he has struggled for a few months. He said he's been in a funk. And yesterday, well, it wasn't looking too good after one game. But then the world champion is back.
The thing about Magnus, though, is that he does still have this fire burning inside him, like all the top players do, and I still see him online in the early hours of the morning playing blitz chess. He still loves the game, he loves the winning, and he'll definitely be back, and I think sooner rather than later.
Magnus Carlsen was desperate to strike back after a frustrating period of bad results, but the world champion got off to the worst possible start.
And Magnus Carlsen plays the type of move that we would say is ugly. Look at this black bishop now blocked in behind this pawn. And White's bishop under attack. White's bishop will run away, and Black will be left with these weaknesses later on. It's not looking too nice for Magnus.
Carlsen got in trouble against his rival from the Skilling Open final, Wesley So. The American won the game with a dangerous attack.
Wow, Magnus Carlsen resigning. If the Black Queen moved, he would have been checkmated, and shocking start for the world champion there.
And let's just keep Magnus in the image here. He is still sitting here, but he's definitely not happy right now.
Wesley's a very strong player, and I'd decided beforehand that regardless of what happens in the first round, that's not going to affect me.
After the first round, Carlsen fought back and managed to win 4 straight games, finishing in sole lead after day one.
this shows that Magnus Carlsen, he thinks he's out of that funk, out of the rough patch. He thinks he's playing, well, he thinks he's in great shape right now. And that's why he's playing this type of aggressive, provocative chess.
This was, in general, a very, very enjoyable day of chess. Just a lot of fun. And obviously the result is awesome.
Magnus Carlsen striking back. 4 straight win, David. How impressed are you with the world champion?
I'm extremely impressed. These are some of the best players in the world. And to win 4 games in a row, it nearly never happens. I think he's maybe the only one capable of, you know, producing that winning streak. And if he keeps it up, we're in for a ride. He's going to be hard to stop.
And I think it's time to look at the standings after 5 rounds in the preliminaries of the Opera Euro Rapid. So Magnus Carlsen, he is in sole lead with 4 points. But right behind him, Wesley So and Jan Nepomniachtchi on 3.5 points. Then we have 3 players on 3 points. And right behind them, a few players on 2.5 points. And we do know what it's all about. It is those top 8 spots that qualify for the knockout stage, the quarterfinal. Lot of big names in the top 8 here, Ivanka. But Levon Aronian, he's currently in 9th place here. Some players need to be fighting back today.
They definitely need to start making their comeback. Remember, there is still 10 games left, but, you know, you have to have that motivation to get pumping. And we do have some inside information that someone has given Levon Aronian a talking to. He tweeted, "We had a long talk. Ponchik said this type of play is not good enough. I was given a warning." And there you can see, hashtag Ponchik power. And and I think if that tweet is anything to go by, Levon Aronian is one to watch. And he did win 2 games, but he also lost 2 games as well. So definitely anything can happen. And indeed, if anyone wants to join in the conversation, join in the fun in the studio, please tweet us using the hashtag ChessChamps and we'll feature them on the show and maybe even discuss them in the studio.
Definitely. And Levon Aronian, one player that needs to probably win some games today, David, and accept Magnus Carlsen now in sole lead. Can we talk about favourites here, or do you think actually anyone now is able to go through to the knockout?
Yeah, I wouldn't write anyone off, to be honest. Everyone has a chance, even those right in the basement. So many games left, and those, maybe Magnus is safe. Those just below him, 1 or 2 bad results, and they could slip out of the qualification places. Anything can happen. It's yesterday showed us that as well. And I'm looking forward to it.
And another player that is, on top half of the table is Teimour Radjabov. He's also the leader of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour after winning the last tournament, the Air Things Masters. Now, being a major, that win secured him a spot in the tour final. And then, of course, winning that tournament needed to be celebrated.
Welcome to... Welcome to Askill Asking! After winning the previous Meltwater Champions Chess Tour tournament, we saw some tears.
Yeah, it was emotionally hard. It's like, you know, I'm always comparing it to my favorite player. Like, he's always so composed and ready to perform on the highest level, Roger Federer in tennis. I mean, you cannot be relaxed before you won the game. The pressure of loss or the happiness of winning is just after the game. You can really celebrate or do something. So in this case, it was clear that it's so hard to keep this all of your emotions and all of your nerves under control. Also, the games, you know, they start let's say in this knockout stages, they're 10 minutes after the other, more or less. So you can briefly look at some lines usually. So it's kind of a very unusual stress. Yeah, I was very emotional to win this, certainly.
How did you celebrate this great victory?
Well, I mostly celebrated with my friends because we didn't really celebrate the New Year's Eve as well. Because, I mean, I had to certainly focus on the other games, so I couldn't really celebrate it as the entire world did it. You know, partying until the morning in case you are playing next day one of the top players in the world is not the greatest idea. But you know, with the pandemic, you are kind of limited, the places you can go and all that stuff. So we had to celebrate at the apartment, and that was not really long.
Thank you. Catch you later.
That was our new team member, our good friend Askill Bryn, who is doing interviews with players, the one here with Teimour Radjabov. I imagine, David, Teimour Radjabov, if he wants to party, he's a chess player that knows how to party.
Yes. I may or may not have seen him partying at some point in his career, but yeah, and he deserves it. He's had such a good, he's in such good form right now. And yesterday he was mightily impressive, very solid, the only player in the field unbeaten currently. And after winning the first major of the tour, yeah, he's going to be feeling confident.
And he is in top 8 of the table right now, Jovanka or Teimour Radjabov. Do you think he's going to keep that flow he's been in and been playing so good, especially online? Just impress us here as well.
Exactly. No, he impressed us so much in the Air Things Masters, especially with his very calm demeanour. He's carrying on exactly the same approach here in the Euro Rapid. So absolutely, I think he's definitely going to go places. I mean, for sure, he's going to get a spot in the qualifiers. He's now one of my favourites.
And I guess he's saying something other important here, that celebrating and, you know, celebrating years or whatever it would be, birthdays during a tournament, it's not possible, actually, David. It takes too much time and too much effort during a tournament.
In the old days, maybe you'd hear about these grandmasters, these mythical figures, just, you know, they'd have a heavy night of partying and they'd come back the next day and play some fantastic games. But nowadays, the level's so high, you can't afford to not be at 100%. You can't afford to kind of give your opponent the advantage of extra sleep. And yeah, they're very professional nowadays.
Exactly.
Yeah, chess is a sport. Before, it used to be like a kind of hobby. You know, there were even stories in the olden days where you could have a drink at the board. Not anymore.
Not anymore. It is very serious, but, well, the players are not able to celebrate and party during the tournament, but they are giving us fireworks on the chessboard, and it's time to look at the 8 games that we will start off day 2 with. The first game will be between Daniil Dubo, who is struggling a little bit, needs to fight back. He's facing one of the best online players, Hikaru Nakamura. Next one is going to be between Vidit Gurati. He's facing Jan Nepomniachtchi. Wow, that's going to be hard for the Indian. So, great game there. Next one is going to be between Ding Liren, who we know struggled yesterday. It's midnight for the Chinese, and he's playing Alexander Grishuk, who struggled yesterday as well. So, intense fight between these two. Then we also have the game between Magnus Carlsen, the winner of day 1. He's going to play Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who beat Magnus Carlsen several times in 2020. What do you think about this game, David?
It's going well. Magnus definitely has a score to settle. He's got a bone to pick with Duda. Duda was the one who ended his run of 125 classical games unbeaten, a world record. And yeah, Carlsen's going to be throwing everything at Duda in this game.
All right, next game that we will have in the first round of today is Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, who had a good day yesterday. He's going to play Dominguez, who ended the day with a loss against Magnus Carlsen yesterday. All right, and the next one, Wesley So, who won his first game against Magnus Carlsen yesterday. He's facing fellow American Sam Shanklin. A battle for the Americans there early in the morning. And then we have Levon Aronian, who talked to his dog, and he's ready to fight today against Matthias Bluebaum, one of the outsiders in this tournament. And then the game that we will focus on is the game between Teimour Radjabov, the winner of Air Things Masters. He's playing Anish Giri, who also had a good day yesterday. But I think it's time to get to know Teimour Radjabov.
Teimour Radjabov, the winner of the first major in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour after beating Levon Aronian in a thrilling final. Radjabov was born in the same city as the great Garry Kasparov and burst onto the scene as a hugely exciting youngster. But as a rising star, he failed to live up to his promise and seemed to lose his attacking verve. Now 33, Radjabov is firmly back on track. He qualified for the candidates, but pulled out over coronavirus. Already qualified for the tour final, he is cementing his return.
Teimour Radjabov, he's going to start off today against Anish Giri, 2 players who's been in the top for a long time. Stats between them, David, what does it look like?
Yeah, so these players, they've played against each other maybe less than some of the other elite players in this field. And so far, it's advantage Radjabov with 2 wins, and Anish Giri failing to beat Radjabov in speed chess. It does look like Radjabov is quite a clear favourite in this matchup.
But they both are on 3 points, and seeing Anish and his self-confidence yesterday and in Tata Steel, Jovanka, that you commentated, do you think this is maybe Anish's chance to get his first win in speed chess?
Yeah, I definitely think so. You know, Anish was so close to winning the tournament in Tata Steel.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he was pipped to the post in by basically a tie-break. But, you know, he has put that behind him and he had a very good day yesterday. He was very lucky to escape with some draws when he should have lost.
Yep.
So he'll be riding high in his confidence. But he knows he's facing Radjabov, and Radjabov is a man who is playing flawless chess.
Exactly. And Anish Giri, okay, getting his glasses ready. They're on, and the game started, David.
Yes, that's right. And Teimour Radjabov with the white pieces. He's pushed his queen's pawn forward. Will we see the queen's gambit? Will we see, well, Anish Giri, he plays everything really. We do see a transposition to the queen's gambit, a very famous opening. Well, very popular opening right now in world chess. And this game so far, okay, it's differed from the game we saw yesterday between Carlsen and Aronian. We see a very early trade of a bishop for a knight. Black's queen has had to come out early. Meanwhile, Black has castled. We see a trade of pawns in the centre as well. Lots of trades at this early stage. The players blitzing out, playing extremely fast. They've definitely looked at this position before the games this morning. The only problem I see with this opening is that because of the kind of mass trades so far, it does have a very drawish reputation. Will Teimour Radjabov be playing safety-first chess? Will he be taking risks a bit later on? Maybe he's got a new idea to surprise his opponent, but so far we see both players playing instantly. Anish Giri picking his nails there. He's feeling confident with Black.
Yeah, and in fact, on that subject, Giri has actually had this position before against Liren in 2019. So that's why he's feeling quite confident. He's seen it all before.
Yeah, and look at that. Loads of pieces have disappeared from the board already. All of the knights have disappeared. A set of bishops have been traded, a set of pawns as well. And we could see the queens leave the board. OK, we have seen the queens leave the board.
Oh, we're in the endgame.
We're already in the endgame on move 16, and both players have gained time from what they started with at the beginning. Black has a set of doubled pawns, but other than that, it's pretty much symmetrical, very balanced. It does look like Teimour Radjabov is going for the draw with white.
Oh, it's going to be a draw in a few minutes.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Whoa.
If this game is drawn very, very soon. There's simply no imbalance to the position. Everything is pretty much equal right now, and Black's set of doubled pawns, I mean, there's just no way to attack them. They aren't a weakness unless White has pieces ready to target them. And yeah, now the rooks are looking at each other on the open line. I expect to see the rooks disappear as well imminently.
So it does look like David is right, but you know, could it be a case of Radjabov having some super deep preparation? Because this game has been played before by Giri. We're still following the game Liren against Anish Giri. So could we be seeing prep?
Possibly. But how did that game end, Anish Giri, in the past?
A draw.
A draw. Yeah. Enough said. Maybe you're right. I would slightly prefer to have the white pieces simply because white has a better pawn structure, no sets of doubled pawns. You see on that F line right now, Black's pawns are doubled, and potentially that gives Black a bit less flexibility. Black's corner pawn on the right there is isolated as well, doesn't have any pawns around it. So long term, it might be a tiny issue. If knights were on the board, then I'd think that the pawn structure was maybe more of a long-term asset for Radjabov, but the bishops just balance each other out on the same colour complex. I don't see any issues.
Well, isn't that a crash landing after just the best day of chess ever yesterday with hardly any draws, it felt like. And here we are, probably after 5 minutes or something like that.
Well, the players will still fight.
Now we have a new move, actually.
Okay.
So here we see it. So in the game between Liren and Anish Giri, White retreated the bishop 2 squares. And now here we can see this big preparation, or maybe not. But the king has a step back, and we are seeing some mass exchanges. Uh-oh.
Yeah. I mean, you say it's a new move, but it's not the most ambitious I've ever seen.
Yeah, the vacuum cleaner has entered the chessboard, and pieces are being swapped off left, right, and centre. And
yeah, I mean, you can tell on Radjabov's face that he's not overly excited by his position right now. Yeah, he's the one, as White, he's actually initiated all these trades, and with that bishop retreat, I think soon we will see the remaining set of rooks also get hoovered off the board. Yeah, I think because we did see that both of these players, they're currently in the top 8, Radjabov knows that Giri's in pretty good form right now. He just didn't want to take any risks with the white pieces. Yeah, obviously, as a fan, it's not not what we want to see, but it does make sense from a kind of tournament practical point of view.
Yeah. And the two are very good friends as well. I know together with Vidit, these three form the Wolf Pack, and it's something that they call themselves. And I do also know that they've been working hard together. I mean, Radjabov himself mentioned that while he had taken a pause from actually playing tournaments, he was still very much training and working with Chuchulov and also studying hard with his friends.
Yeah, so both players, they've had the same coach as well in the past, and maybe that's another factor. They both have very similar styles in a way.
Do you find it difficult to play friends?
Good question. I'd find it difficult to play you, Jovanka.
No, you didn't. You didn't because it was a dead draw. I remember that game. We had a dead draw and David took it to like 140 moves.
That's just my style. It's nothing personal. That's just what I do. I do find it difficult to play friends, especially in the final stages of the game when you know that you probably are going to win. It's just awkward. It's like, do you talk to them afterwards? Like, will they be upset? Have you ruined the friendship just in the course of one game on the board?
Yeah, but that's actually something that people struggle with. And I always tell everyone, you know, chess is chess, life is life. You know, if your friendship...
Don't mix the two.
Well, if your friendship can't survive a game of chess, then it really wasn't much of a friendship to begin with. So, well...
Yeah. And maybe friendship in chess is overrated. Maybe you should stay away, you know, don't fraternize with the enemy. Because imagine how hard it is for Carlsen playing these World Championship matches and sometimes against friends. And it's hard to kind of knuckle down and have that real kind of extreme warfare when it's someone you like.
All right, well, actually, Giri is thinking about his move here. Is he looking for an opportunity to take this out of the very draw situation, or is it simply not possible?
Yeah,
it could also be a situation that, you know, the moves have come very, very quickly. Anish knows that this position is equal, and so he's asking himself, well, is this a draw? Is my friend kind of offering me a draw? Or is there something I've missed? And, you know, maybe Radjabov sees some chances in the bishop endgame, for instance.
Quite possible. I think it's just psychology at the moment. That's why Anish Giri, he's having a long think. He's not necessarily looking for any amazing moves. There's no shocking moves right now. There's no way he can sacrifice anything in an effective way. He's just thinking, okay, why is Radjabov gone for this line? Radjabov has the white pieces. He's in great shape. He's been playing very, very well. Why has he gone for this drawish line? Does he have a deep, deep idea a bit later on? Sometimes, actually, it's a bit of a mixed blessing having such a comfortable position with black this early on. Sometimes you relax too early, and I think that's why Anish Giri, he's having a think now. He's going to make sure that he doesn't just kind of take his foot off the pedal and make a mistake and allow Radjabov suddenly to take advantage of a slightly better pawn structure. A very solid move in the end by Anish Giri there, just bringing his rook forward, over-protecting the bishop. That's always, I know Jovanka likes to remind me of the fact I like to protect all my pieces more than once to be safe. But, okay, the rooks leave the board and it doesn't look like too much is going to happen in this game. Neither side has any kind of perceptible weaknesses. White's pawn structure, very safe, very solid. Black's pawn structure, maybe slightly less flexible, as I mentioned, but the black king nicely active right now. And
could there be any hope with perhaps white creating an outside pass pawn? Because one of the things we talked about in endgames is that one wants to mobilize the pieces, and of course pawns, you want to push them and promote them. As Kaya says, the king wants a second wife.
Yes.
And
queen.
Yeah, and so I'm thinking, you know, is there a possibility that white could try to do something on what we call the king side, which is on the right side of the board?
Yeah, it's quite possible. I also do see quite a nice tweet down there by Mr. Dodgy, I think. Absolute carnage in Radjabov versus Giri. I think that's slightly tongue-in-cheek. It's not the wildest game I've ever seen. Okay, black pushing forward in the centre there. So a very sensible thing by Anish Giri, putting a pawn on a dark square. He has light squared bishops. Usually you want to put pawns on the opposite colour from your bishop. And okay, Teimour Radjabov steps forward. Meanwhile, if we bring up the analysis board, we can see Jovanka has this plan, maybe long-term, of creating a passed pawn for white, somehow creating a pawn on this side, trying to take advantage of his better pawn structure. But it's going to be extremely difficult, especially after Anish Giri's last move. Look at this. Great strategy here, putting pawns on dark squares that they combine perfectly with this bishop. And it's going to be so hard to push forward for white here. No matter what he does, if he pushes a pawn forward, we will see a set of trades maybe. And how are you ever going to get these three past the black king and black's pawns? There's just never going to be a way to do that. You'll never be able to break through on the dark squares simply because your bishop only controls the light squares. Meanwhile, we do see a couple more moves. White pushing a bishop forward and black putting another pawn on a dark square. So consistent from Anish Giri. I think there's just no way that either side can make progress. There's no way either side can get a pawn to start running through.
And there are rules in chess. You can't just make a draw after one move. What will it look like when, I guess, these two players make a draw here now? Will it be move repetition, or will they offer draws, or how will it work?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're allowed to offer a draw actually before 30 moves. So at least for a few more moves, they'll try, they'll probe, they'll see if they can gain any ground. But after a while, I think it might come down to a stage where neither side can improve the position. So they'll just move their bishops back and forth and they'll repeat the position 3 times. I think we might already be.
Yeah, I was going to say that I think that is an invitation to repeat, because if the king just shuffles sideways and then back again, then okay, then Anish gets the message loud and clear.
So what are we looking from Anish now then? If he wants to agree on this move repetition, what move would we see then?
He would make a move that doesn't change the nature of the position. So he wouldn't capture any pawn. He would also shuffle. Okay, so there you can see the bishop has taken a step forward, and Radjabov is doing the exact same strategy that Anish is employing, moving on the dark squares. And okay, so now here. Okay, there you go. You see?
Yeah.
The king has shuffled. There's a non-committal move. Nothing has changed much in the position. And now if Radjabov shuffles his king again, then we're kind of saying, do you want to tango with me for the rest of eternity? And we can end the game happily.
It's like flirting, this.
It is.
Like they're testing each other a little bit, but they're not wanting to commit, David.
Yes. Well, actually, one of my friends told me that the Australian Grandmaster Ian Rogers used to kind of call this kind of situation a hot chocolate. Because everyone's a winner after their song.
Yeah, and it does look like that dance-off is about to continue. White's king there, just sidestepping again. I would expect Black's king now, Anish Giri, to just step back to the square it came from. I think that would pretty much be a kind of tacit draw offer. And yeah, the game will end shortly.
I guess, I mean, we're not going to be too hard on these players. Draws do happen, obviously, in chess. And I guess it could be a tactical thing as well, because they played 5 games yesterday, 5 hours of chess. That's a lot. They have to do that as well today and tomorrow before quarterfinals start the day after that. So maybe it is also about saving energy when you can save energy.
Yeah, and I think that was one of the secrets to Radjabov's success in the last tournament, especially in the preliminary stage, the group stages. He did take a few quick draws and he had that extra energy when it came down to the knockout stages compared to some of his opponents who had been fighting very hard. I remember he managed to knock out Dubov, and Dubov had been fighting in every game. Radjabov, he'd had those timeouts. And he just seemed to have that extra spark when it came down to...
Having said that, you know, that was the case with Radjabov, but we know Anish has had a rather dramatic time in the preliminaries. In the Skilling Open, it was a will he, won't he moment where we found out at the very last minute that he'd qualified. And, of course, in the Air Things Masters, he didn't qualify at all. So, you know, he will be wanting to take it, you know, take it risk-free, and he just wants to get into the quarterfinals.
And Anish yesterday as well, he had 3 decisive games to finish the day, so a bit of a roller coaster ride there as well. So I think for Anish, he'll welcome this this kind of maybe easier, quicker game. But yeah, meanwhile, Radjabov didn't continue that tango of the kings. Maybe he's trying to play for the win, just pushing a pawn forward there, offering a trade, kind of trying to force Black to trade off a pawn. But I don't think this too much for Anish Giri to worry about. He can, with Black's pawn, he has a choice now. He can capture 2 different pawns. Both of them are fine. He takes the pawn that's just moved. I expect to see White's king step forward now and recapture.
Why not with a pawn?
The pawn would make just as much sense, actually. And okay, the pawn would have been good too, but I think in the endgame, king activity is just as important. So.
Oh yeah, because I keep forgetting this is the end game.
Yes.
Okay. Only played for 15 minutes. It doesn't feel like an end game, you know.
31 moves, and Teimour Radjabov, he's only used 1 minute. He's only lost 1 minute from his initial starting time.
Oh yeah.
This is very speedy stuff. And meanwhile, okay, another set of pawns might leave the board. The Black King was kicked back, and we did mention, because it is the end game, there will never be any checkmates. So Black's king, well, both kings do have the freedom to kind of roam around and become active attacking pieces in their own right. And that's why Teimour Radjabov pushes that pawn forward. He's hoping that Anish Giri captures a pawn right now so that he can advance with the white king. But Anish Giri says, no, I'm just going to keep the tension. There's no way you can improve your position. And I think despite the fact that the computer does give a tiny advantage to white, I think that is negligible. That is not a real advantage. It's just going to fizzle out, unfortunately.
Yeah. So on the subject of draws, do you think that draws should be outlawed? You know, if you were president of chess for one day, would you kind of go, no draws, no threefold repetitions?
Ooh, I think it's a natural part of chess. It would just change the game too much if draws weren't allowed. But I do think in classical long play over the board tournaments, they should change it so that if there's a draw, they should have a playoff for that day. I think there should be a winner of each day, even if it's not the original game. And maybe, I heard this being suggested many times in the past, actually, but it's never happened. If you do have a draw, then you start a new game with different colours, but you keep the time that you had left on the clock.
Oh, wow.
And you continue from there.
Okay.
Cool
That's
idea.
interesting.
Ooh.
I personally, I don't mind a draw like this where the players are really trying, but well, that is assuming that this game ends in a draw.
Exactly.
But I kind of do object to the ones that are under 20 moves that are kind of well-known theoretical things.
And if I were
and if I were president of the day for the day, well, I would try to outlaw that in some way, which does nicely tie in with our quiz of the day. What would you do if you were president for the day? I would love to know, and I'm sure everyone in the studio would as well. So please tweet us using the hashtag #ChessChamps. The funnier in the show.
And talking about presidents, we will have a president visit later in the show. FIDE president will visit us, and we're going to talk to him about the chess calendar and everything that's going on in chess. So that's going to be super exciting. Arkady Dvorkovich. After this round, he's going to be with us.
Oh, yeah, that'll be really interesting to see what his plans are for the rest of the year when chess gets back to normal. And yeah, to see how, the success of this online chess boom is going to tie in the future.
Yeah, no, I've been very impressed with what this new FIDE administration have done. You know, they've made certain promises and they've actually trying to keep them.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
It's absolutely fantastic. Yeah.
And obviously we are wondering a lot about like the candidates tournament. Will it happen? When will it happen? It has to happen because they announced the World Championship match.
Here it comes, here it comes. You're missing out on
all the fun.
Yes.
There we have it. It is a draw between Teimour Radjabov and Anish Giri. We saw it coming. Well, we didn't. David and Jovanka saw it coming for a long time. Strategic play by the players here in tournament view. It is important sometimes to keep your energy because they have 5 games of chess to play today, 5 tomorrow. So a draw in the first game for these two. Smart play, David. If we're thinking about the tournament?
Sensible play, very pragmatic stuff. And in terms of, learning about chess, I always try and learn even from the most kind of dull, placid games. And I did notice at the final position there, both players had all of their pawns on dark squares and the bishops were on light squares. For those of you who are just starting out in chess, you can take these small nuggets away, even from kind of dull draws like that one. And I can't really fault either player. I'm sure they'll have many fighting games the rest of the day.
And you have to remember, chess, if played perfectly, should be a draw, right? So I'm not going to grumble about a hard-fought draw.
But we are heading right into the next game. All the other games are still going on, and we're going to head into this game between world champion Magnus Carlsen, who had a fantastic day yesterday. He's facing Jan-Krzysztof, not him, Jan-Krzysztof Duda of Poland, a player that managed to beat Magnus Carlsen, I think, twice in 2020. So there could be some nerves for the world champion going into this game. What has happened so far, David?
Yeah, it looks like a very steady start for both players so far. We do notice the first thing is that anytime I look at a new position, I do a quick count. Material is level. Each side has the same number of pawns, the same number of pieces. The pawn structure is pretty much symmetrical as well. No big imbalances there. When we look at in terms of the basics in development, again, it's around level. Both sides have brought out their pieces nicely. The rooks have yet to be fully activated for both sides. So I would say it's roughly in the balance. I would slightly prefer White's position, maybe, but I don't think it's anything that to worry about too much for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And there we see he just pushes a pawn, a very sensible idea. Often, especially at the lower levels, we see lots of back rank checkmates where the king gets trapped on the back rank by a rook or by a queen. And with Jan-Krzysztof Duda's last move, he gave some space to the black king, some breathing space for a bit later on. And Magnus Carlsen, meanwhile, activating his last piece, the other rook coming into the game. And Duda does the same. He brings his rook to the center as well. And yeah, very solid start from both players. Magnus Carlsen, though, he tends to thrive in these positions with little risk where he can slowly outmaneuver his opponent. Yeah,
that's what I've noticed actually from his day one, that he chose rather offbeat opening where he could basically get the opponents away from any form of preparation whatsoever and just get them in a territory that he knows that he's the better player. And I agree with you. He really thrives in this type of position where all his pieces are working. You know, Magnus is a big fan of getting every single piece working on the board and just posing his opponents small problems.
Yep, he invites every piece to that party, and later on those pieces tend to do the work for him. When the tactics start to happen, when the chaos starts, just having better centralized pieces often is the the decisive detail. And that being said, Magnus Carlsen, he's been spending quite a lot of time in this game. I mean, we saw in Radjabov against Giri, 40 moves were played like that. Magnus Carlsen now, it's only move 16, but he's under 6 minutes now on the clock. So the one thing I would say about Magnus Carlsen's position is that unless he creates something soon, then he might just decide to play a bit safety first later on. He's already got that lead in this preliminary stage. Just qualifying in that top 8 is all he needs to worry about. So if he gets a bit lower on time, I think we might start to see some piece trades from him.
Yeah. So in this type of position, I'm very curious. It's a relatively open position because there's no pawns in the center. Would you be looking at playing with pieces, just simply making the right trades, or would you be tempted to expand and push forward with those pawns?
On which side, Ivanka? Or both sides?
on the left side, the side that we chess players would call queen side.
So if we bring up the analysis board, we can see Ivanka is feeling ambitious and wants to push some pawns. Which one do you want to push? This one, both of them attack bishops. Yeah,
I was thinking the one that's standing on the B line, the one that I nicknamed Beth.
Beth, the B pawn. Attacking this bishop right now, I guess.
If I'm going to maximise the potential of everything, so.
And why not? If the bishop steps back to maybe the most natural square, then suddenly...
I will push again. This time with the pawn that is on the C line.
Attacking this bishop.
Attacking the bishop.
If it retreats.
Yeah, and now here I was thinking, I wasn't quite sure what to do, but one kind of plan that did appeal to me was... Actually, no, I know which one I'm going to do. I'm going to push my pawn again.
Charlie, the c pawn.
Yes, and I suddenly noticed that this bishop is trapped.
Yeah, so this would actually trap Black's bishop. So this is definitely one idea that White could go for, just expanding, pushing all these pawns. It might even force Black to put a bishop on a bad square, such as going the whole way back to where it came from, where it starts the game. And suddenly you could continue pushing forward, but you do have to worry about maybe some weaknesses later on. This pawn now suddenly undefended. So, for example, after a trade, Black could pick off a pawn. Maybe you don't have to rush with the second pawn push. Maybe you could just kind of step forward one square, later on start pushing again. This would be a very ambitious play by Magnus. And if he's feeling in the mood for a fight right now, then I think we might see an idea like this one, just to start pushing forward. I'd be tempted as well to start pushing forward on the other side, just to maybe maybe later on create an attack against the Black king. But either way, This is probably what Magnus is
so
thinking about.
you think definitely the pieces are on all optimal squares, so expand a little bit with the pawns.
Yeah, it feels like the time is right for some kind of action. Since Magnus's piece, I mean, the problem for Magnus is he's made all the sensible moves and done all the right stuff. It's just what next? And
after thinking for 4 minutes, there we have it.
Yeah, and it's a move that I'm not sure I'm a big fan of. I think Jovanka, you'll be disappointed to see that one as well, right? Because it does look like Magnus is inviting a lot of exchanges, a lot of trades right now. And that is reflected as well in the evaluation bar. It's gone back to 0. Basically, I think with Magnus Carlsen's last move, he's saying, I'm down to 3 minutes. I don't need to risk much in this game, especially against someone who's beaten him a couple of times in the past, in the recent past. And therefore, he's just offering a trade of knights. The light squared bishops now looking at each other as well. Duda covering his eyes, but he's just trying to calculate. He's trying to work out, does he have to allow all these trades and let the game fizzle out maybe towards a draw? Or can maybe Black keep the tension somehow and take advantage of the fact he's got 5 extra minutes on the clock? But no, we do see the knight capture White's knight in the centre. We will see this knight disappear from the board. Magnus has a choice. Bishop takes knight, attacking the black queen, or if he really, really wants a draw, he'll take with the queen, offering this queen trade. But no, he takes with the bishop, so he's still got some vague threats. Black has to be a bit careful here. Bishop's attacking the queen. There's some tension in the centre with these bishops as well. But I think if Jan-Krzysztof Duda finds the right square for his queen, personally, I would go towards the centre. Then this game should fizzle out towards equality.
Yeah. Well, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, 22 years old, an up-and-coming Polish player that we mentioned, was able to beat Magnus twice in 2020. Is it something about his style that doesn't suit Magnus, maybe, or what was it that made Duda beat Magnus?
Yeah, Duda, he's a real fighter. No matter what position you give him, he always finds really unexpected, creative moves. And I think Magnus doesn't necessarily like that. He wants to have an opponent who's quite predictable, who he knows what their strengths and weaknesses are. He doesn't want an opponent who's going to surprise him on every move. And actually, the defeat that... so when Magnus was on this long unbeaten streak, this 125-game unbeaten streak, that game that he ended up losing against Duda, Magnus was trying to kind of fight fire with fire. He was trying to be creative himself. And that just rebounded. It played into Duda's hands. Duda was very comfortable early on and managed to kind of outwit Magnus in the complications. So that's why maybe Magnus went for a bit of a calmer approach in this game. He was scarred by that experience, and it just hasn't really panned out how Carlsen would have wanted. Lots of trades, a bit like the Radjabov-Giri game. We might end up seeing the queens and rooks disappear and then another pure bishop endgame. And no imbalances with the pawns means that a draw is quite likely. Duda's playing great moves here, very solid chess. I expect to see White's bishop retreat now and the queens get traded. Not much else to do here.
Not much happening.
Yeah, well, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he could need a win, maybe not against the world champion, but he did start off with a loss yesterday. Then he played 3 draws, ended up winning his last game against Liren. But he is currently, he's actually currently in 8th place, so it's currently inside the quarterfinals.
But Duda right now.
So he's probably going to be very happy, actually, with black pieces, world champion. A draw here would be good for him.
Yeah, it would be excellent for him.
Yeah.
I mean, they're the two players. They've played each other in the Skilling Open, and there Duda had the black pieces, and he lost against Magnus Carlsen. Again, they played in Tata Steel, and that was a draw. But definitely, Duda wants to get to the next stage, and a draw with Magnus Carlsen with black pieces, well, to be honest, that's pretty optimum. Yeah. I think it's heading that way. But, Magnus did say yesterday that he played every single game to win.
Yeah. I have no doubt he still wants to win this game, actually. With this last move, he's not allowing a queen trade. That being said, if it comes down to taking a huge gamble just to play for the win, where he's risking losing as well, I think he will try and avoid that. And now Black's rook activates itself finally.
But he gambled yesterday against Dominguez big time.
Big time.
He played an incredibly risky opening, which could have been punished out of the, immediately. He also boldly advanced with the king and could have, in fact, been checkmated.
Yeah.
But
I think Magnus, he's playing against the opponent. He's playing against their styles. He knows that if he takes the same gambles in this game as he took against Dominguez, style-wise, Duda would punish him. If you gave Duda that position yesterday, I think Duda would have found the checkmate. But Dominguez, who maybe liked who would have preferred a bit of a calmer game, just couldn't adapt to those complications. And okay, the rooks have left the board. Meanwhile, in this one, Magnus frowning slightly. He's not. Yeah, I don't think he's too thrilled with what has happened to this position, all of the pieces disappearing. We could see, just like the last game, suddenly all the pawns try to head towards light squares because the bishops are of dark squared on the dark squared complex.
Okay, David. So the
Yes.
pawn structure, I'm just looking at, there's 3 pawns on each side. No side has a pawn majority. Both bishops, I'm just playing a game of the equivalence here. Both bishops look reasonable to me. Both of them have targets. You know, they're pointing at pawns. How would you try to win this one?
I would try to be very subtle with white. Eventually, later on, move my queen up and try and give checkmate. The problem is, at the moment, the dark squares are covered by the bishop. So how would I try and win? I think.
Would you? Because I mean, I would be looking at doing something very subtle on the right side of the board. Expand a bit there.
You want to push Harry the h-pawn forward?
Yes.
So
I want to push it just to kind of fix that pawn weakness that my bishop is looking at.
So the idea for white could be to put this pawn. Okay, Magnus, he's done it.
Look at that.
You got your crystal ball out and you predicted Magnus's move. So white's idea with this pawn push here is to push the pawn forward even further 1 square. And for example, if Duda just kind of plays a non-committal move, just retreating the bishop, pawn forward would fix black's pawn now on dark squares. We said that black wants to put pawns on light squares, opposite colour for his bishop. So if you can fix your opponent's pawns on dark squares, not just will there be checkmating ideas maybe later on this square if the pawn is stuck there, but even if the queens disappear, black's bishop later on will always be tied to defending pawns on the same colour. Actually, I remember the first time I ever played Magnus Carlsen, we actually ended up in a bishop endgame, very similar to this, where the only difference was that I had a pawn on the same colour as my bishop, and he had pawns on the opposite colour from his bishop, and he tortured me for 100 moves. He tried to win that one. My bishop could never move. It was stuck defending my pawn. And actually, okay, I managed to hold it in the end, but it was not a pleasant experience.
How old were you then?
It was the World Under-12 Championship.
Wow.
So I think we were 11.
Wow.
Actually, I wrote a little. That kind of pawn structure that David was referring to is actually something that's quite often seen in one of the openings that I really love, the Caro-Kann. And I remember writing in my book that, you know, you can go into a rook ending, but you cannot go into a bishop ending. Bishop endings are bad for this pawn structure.
Yes. And meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen pushing forward on the left flank first. He's not committing on that right side. I still think he's got that idea in mind. He wants to go for that. Maybe long term, he wants to go for a bishop endgame where he's got a slightly better structure.
Yeah.
But
and we mustn't forget.
Oh, and he's smiling.
Magnus has been incredibly impressive in the endgame.
yes.
He has managed to magic up all sorts of victories.
What do you think he's thinking about now?
Maybe he's listening to us and laughing about our wisdom on bishop endgames.
It was actually, it kind of looked like that was the thing. That he like, oh, yeah,
Magnus,
I like what you're back to saying here. All right. Well, Magnus Carlsen is having a good time. Even if, it could end in a draw, but we've seen so many times Magnus just doing crazy stuff in games that many times would end in draws with any other player than him.
I mean, if you had to choose anyone to try and win this position, if you had to bet your life on it, I think Magnus would be the one.
Yeah.
And he's laughing again.
Do you think he's just distracted? I mean, sometimes one gets a tune in the head and, you know, you're thinking,
So the thing is, obviously, the players are not allowed to have anyone else in the room they're playing. They cannot watch YouTube on their computers. It's only, and we have arbiters, of course, following everything happening on their computers. So it has to be something in his mind. I do know the room he is sitting in has big windows looking out to the streets. So maybe he was looking at something, or if not, it's something in his head.
It just looked like there was some internal monologue going where, you know, he found something funny.
Yeah, maybe he's talking to himself saying, come on, Magnus, you can grind this one out. Meanwhile, a bit of a surprising move there from Duda offering a queen trade. I think in general, getting the queens off the board is a good thing for Duda, but now if white takes the queens off the board, black will get a set of doubled pawns. If we bring up the analysis board, we can see this is slightly surprising now. Black playing his queen to this square. If the queens do leave, suddenly black with these doubled pawns, they're not so bad right now, but more importantly, black's kind of backward pawn here is fixed on a dart square, and long term, I'd say this is a bit of an issue.
Wait. Okay, let's go back. Let's go to the game, because
Magnus
has Magnus just blundered a pawn?
Has he blundered? We need to see Magnus's face, I think. Magnus now allowing this pawn to be taken, and now because of this pin, black has won a pawn, and this bishop cannot be taken. Has Magnus Carlsen blundered?
Oh, I think we need to get up the player pictures. We need to see Magnus's face.
No, yeah, he has just blundered. He didn't.
Yep.
He's. It's like he's.
All right, we're gonna take a look at the picture. What happened?
Wow, that's definite blunder, judging by both his reaction.
And we see here in the small video the reaction he had right when the move happened. So that is a blunder.
Yeah. He's just in shock.
Is it a mouse slip?
It's not a mouse slip. He just didn't see that move was possible. He got so focused on the queen trade and avoiding the queen trade, he just forgot that his opponent had a sneaky idea, a sneaky threat.
But it's, I mean, on the bar, it doesn't look like it's a devastating blunder.
It's not a terrible blunder. Yes, it's a pawn, but while queens remain on the board, it's very difficult for black to make use of that extra pawn. But suddenly, if the queens leave the board, I think black will be a huge favourite to win with that extra pawn now. And Magnus, okay, we saw from his facial reaction, but also the move on the board. He's just lost a pawn, and he's had to push a pawn on the other side of the board just to kind of cause a distraction. Could we see Duda beat Carlsen for a third time in recent months?
I do like that tweet.
Yeah, I know.
Everybody sing this song. Duda.
Everybody sing this song. Duda.
Duda, that's what it is.
Duda day.
Okay. Well, clearly it's a generational thing.
That's going to be on my mind for the rest of the day, no doubt.
So if we see you smiling to yourself, Kaya, we know.
It's going to be Duda. Maybe that was what Magnus was thinking about. And then he got distracted and he made a blunder.
Yes. Well, there you go.
Yeah, I always see these tweets saying, "Duda, where's my car?" You know, the
dude, where's my car? Yes.
I always think of zippity doodah, zippity day. My oh my, what a wonderful day.
It is a fantastic last name to have, and the same last name as the president in Poland as well. President being the theme of today, basically, with the quiz of the day as well.
Yeah, and in fact, you know, when Duda beat Magnus the first time, he got mentioned by the Polish president in a tweet. And then when he beat Magnus the second time, ending the 125-game unbeaten streak, he got nominated for the Polish Player of the Year award.
Right.
So
it's been 2020 was a great year for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Okay.
I think we're about to see the game end, actually. All of a sudden, Magnus did manage to win his pawn back. Duda just maybe missed a key moment there. So White's queen went and won a pawn back. Now the queen, because it disappeared from the defence, Duda just decided to give perpetual check. White's king cannot escape from the checks, and the game is a draw.
And Magnus Carlsen shaking his head slightly there. He wasn't... Do you think he's disappointed because that blunder ended maybe the game quicker than it would have?
Yeah.
But at the same time,
it's
also relief because, like David says, you know, when you make a blunder like that, it's really just feels good just to kind of have saved the point, because that could have been a catastrophic blunder, but it wasn't.
Yeah, and he looks a bit confused. He's just thinking to himself, how did he miss that? Because it's a very basic idea, making use of a pin. It's one of the first things we learn in chess is if your opponent's pawn is pinned, for example, it can't move, then you can try and take advantage of that. And Magnus Carlsen just sitting there still trying to figure out, you know, where he went wrong and how he missed that idea. But yeah, he did escape with a draw, and fair result in the end.
So we followed two games in this first round, both ending in draws after not too much time. We had a fantastic day yesterday with a lot of games ending with winners. And even though both of our games now in the first round ended with draws, there is a lot of action today as well. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave has won his first game against Dominguez. Wesley So beat Sam Shanklin in his first game. And I'm also just looking at some bars here, and I can see, for example, Matthias Bluebaum is looking very good against Levon Aronian, who we mentioned in the beginning of today. definitely doesn't need a loss today.
No, he definitely doesn't need to start off with a loss. Although that was the magic formula for Magnus Carlsen yesterday. Definitely not ideal. You know, Matthias Bluebaum, he is in the basement and is probably someone that Levon Aronian was hoping to take a point off. But okay, 9 games left.
Yep. And Magnus Carlsen, he had a fantastic day yesterday with 4 wins in a row, starting off with a draw today. There was this blunder. What happened here? And maybe what should he have done instead to maybe be able to fight for a win in this game?
That's right. So the blunder, it did come at this moment when Black offered a queen exchange. Black's last move, bringing the queen across, eyeing up White's queen. And I think if Magnus Carlsen had spotted that he was about to blunder, he would have gone for this queen trade. And although the position should still be a draw, White has the advantage. White can bring his king to the center a bit quicker than the opponent. And for example, in a position like this, Black's big problem is that his pawn here, it's stuck on dark squares. It will eternally be a target for White's bishop. Black's still very solid. It's still going to be very, very hard to win this one. But at least Magnus Carlsen, he could press on without any risk here. Instead, he tried to avoid a queen trade. Maybe he thought he was being ambitious. He stepped his queen back, attacking the Black bishop. But he'd missed that after bishop takes pawn, due to this pin along this line, the White king there standing on the same line as the Black queen. Suddenly, Black is a pawn up, and Magnus had to fight for his life. He did manage to save the game a bit later on. I think Duda's mistake was bringing the bishop back immediately and allowing this trade. It was just a bit impatient. I think Duda needed to kind of calm down and realize, okay, he's done the hard work. He's won a pawn. Just needs to consolidate. Instead, he allowed some trades. And at the end, we did see perpetual check and Magnus Carlsen escaping with a draw there.
And there wasn't any doubt, actually, that this was a blunder by Magnus Carlsen. His face gave it all away. This is... It only took a second after he made the move, and he realized, oh, and it's actually saying something to himself. And actually laughing. What does this say about his mood, actually, David, when he's able to have a little laugh about making a blunder?
Yeah, I mean, I think it shows he knows he's playing not that badly. It's just a one-off mistake, and it can happen to us all. Everyone's human. That was...
it was classic, wasn't it? Because he even sticks out his tongue. He was like, oh, that is not good. But okay, you know, he got away with it. That's the most important thing, and he'll be absolutely happy.
Yeah. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, 2021 is a big year for chess. After 2020, the World Championship had to be cancelled because of COVID. It is going to happen in 2021. But first, they need to decide who's going to face Magnus Carlsen in the candidates. Now, Teimour Radjabov, he had qualified for the candidates last year after winning the World Cup. But when COVID hit, he decided to pull out. And our friend Askild Bryn had a talk with Teimour about it.
Welcome to Askild Asking. Do you regret your decision to pull out?
So more or less I was taken out from this tournament because they didn't agree to postpone it. So in my letter, I just asked FIDE president to postpone the tournament, if it's possible, due to the coronavirus situation and all that stuff, because it's impossible to concentrate properly for the team to travel without problems. The point is that it was a huge mistake by the Chess Federation, I'm sure. I'm having no doubts. I mean, they're playing the half of the tournaments just after 1 year break, which is... I think it doesn't happen anywhere. I don't know. I mean, starting from with different points after 1 year of the same event with 7 rounds to go is really, really strange. So it's an insane situation. But I don't regret my decision. I think that was very, very right thing to ask from FIDE. So in few words, I do not regret it. Yeah.
Yeah, but do you feel that you should be compensated in some form? I mean, do you feel you should get a wild card for the next candidates?
I think you are right that this is the most fair decision, and I'm hoping that this decision will be taken. I will be very happy with the fact that I am playing still in the next one. Yeah, I think it's the best way.
Thank you. Catch you later.
That was Askild talking to Teimour Radjabov about the candidates. And we are right now joined by FIDE President Arkady Dvorkovich. Hi, Arkady. It's an honor to have you here.
Hello. Very good to be with you today.
How are you watching these online tournaments? I bet that's something you've done a lot over the past year.
Yes, watching online tournament. But of course, I was happy to watch also one of the first over-the-board tournaments a few days ago in Wake and it was a good event. But mostly it's online now, and I just visited the closing ceremony of the first African online individual championship. And now I'm with you.
That's fantastic. And finally, over-the-board chess is also starting slowly again with, as you mentioned, Tata Steel. But as FIDE president, the president of chess, are you proud of the way chess has handled the COVID situation, being innovative, so much online chess going on over the past year?
Yes, I am. I'm proud with what our team did, with the support of players, organizers, everyone involved. We had great partners throughout the year, and it's good that we were able to compensate, at least partially, the lack of over-the-board events. But of course, it's not the same, and we are all looking forward for recovering from that and having more and more traditional activities.
And the COVID situation, of course, hit right when the candidates had started. You had played half the tournament and it had to be cancelled because the COVID situation started spreading. What do you remember from that time? What was it like when you had to make that decision to postpone the rest of the candidates?
Well, I remember both the day when we took the decision to run the tournament in the first place, and I know that not everyone agreed with that, including Teimour, of course, and also the day when we canceled it. It was my birthday, actually, 26th of March. Not the best day to make such decisions, and I spent the whole day with my team getting players back home from Yekaterinburg. But I believe, while yes, we could name it strange or unfair, I still believe that we had to take this chance and try to run the candidates tournament, and we did our best to do it properly. And now we will be happy to announce the second half to start in a couple of months. Next week we will make this announcement.
Okay, so it will happen soon. The candidates will start again. Can you give us any more information? Is it going to be March, April?
Yes, it's going to be April. Our plan is to start after the April 15th. We will announce an exact date in a few days, as I already mentioned, and we need 10 days to run this tournament. Hopefully the same place, Yekaterinburg, but we will inform everyone about the location. We are already in contact with players. We discussed with them most of the details already, and from what I could see, players will be happy to come back and play.
Yeah, that's fantastic news and something definitely to look forward to. What is the reaction from those players who will be playing in the candidates, that they will be able to resume it very soon?
Yes, they're tired of waiting, of course, and they believe there's a very good chance to have the second part properly and to identify the challenger for the world champion. Regarding Teimour, I can confirm that I also believe that it is fair to invite him to the next candidates tournament in the next round, in the next cycle. And hopefully we'll find a solution for that, and he will be a part of the candidates in the next cycle. But right now we concentrate on this cycle, and we need a guy, a name who will challenge Magnus Carlsen in November in Dubai.
Exactly. And, well, fantastic news for Teimour there. We're very, very happy to see that. He's performing so well in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. So excited that you thought about him for the next cycle. And you do mention the big thing, the World Championship. You already announced the dates for the World Championship match. It's going to be late November and in December. And what's your expectations now for that World Championship? Well, it's going to be almost a year. Do you think that's going to be possible to run as planned, as normal, with spectators and all the drama and action that we were used to?
Well, we will see whether we'll be able to allow spectators to come to the hall. It will depend on the situation in November, December this year in Dubai. But the most important thing that millions of people around the world will be able to watch the event with the help of TV broadcasting and internet as well. We have multiple requests from both TV channels and internet companies who want to broadcast this tournament. So it's going to be a celebration of chess, a real festival of chess. And besides the match itself, we'll have multiple site activities and outreach activities. So we'll have kids, seniors, just amateurs, everyone around. So that's going to be very good.
Oh, fantastic. I'm actually already looking forward to that. We do remember from the last World Championship match with Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana, 12 draws in that match. Are you taking any measures to sort of avoid that to happen again? You know, we've been very excited here this tournament with so many games ending with a winner yesterday.
Yes, we increased the number of games to 14 to avoid 12 draws. So there is a risk that we are going to have 14 draws, but of course, but with every other game, the probability of mistakes goes up. And hopefully we will see mistakes and we will see decisive games. No, chess is about mistakes and trying to use those mistakes to win. That's quite normal, and I'm sure the spectators will be happy. But still, the quality of play back in London was very high, and I think real chess lovers were happy to see this kind of fight.
Yeah, David, do you think it's a good idea to extend to 14 games to maybe avoid all the draws?
Yeah, yes, we did it.
And David, what do you think about it?
I agree. 14 is my lucky number as well, so I'm sure we'll see lots of decisive action. And Arkady, so chess has seen this huge boom online in 2020 and 2021. How do you see the future of chess? Maybe combining, will there be an online World Championship?
Well, we will see, but I still believe that chess is a game where people should face each other in the real world and look to the eyes of each other to identify the best player, the world champion. But it doesn't mean that we should not have multiple online activities. So we will have both. And it's good for chess. It's good for everyone since it will provide better access to high-level chess to hundreds of millions of people. And we should not hide from that. And we should not say that it's a different chess. It is a different kind of experience, yes. And it's a different kind of psychological experience as well. But it's still the game of chess. And I can tell you that this year we will have both online and over-the-board activities. For online, we are not planning the World Championships right now, but what we plan is the World Corporate Championship in February and World University Championship in March. And we have hundreds of applications from global companies to participate in the World Corporate Championship now.
Fantastic.
So, yeah, last year it was the online Olympiad was a great success. Will you be continuing that program? Because for me, it was very inspiring to see a lot of island nations sending in, and it had a very radical format where you had two women, men on the team combined with juniors. Will you be continuing this?
Yeah. Well, hopefully we can find a time spot for that. Right now, the summer is full of events. We hope to have the World Cups, both open and women, in Russia in July. And there are some tournaments after that. But given a huge interest in having this online Olympiad, we will try to find the time spot to run this event.
Fantastic. Wow. Exciting time for chess. So much fun going to happen this year and in the future. Arkady, thank you so much for joining us on the show here. A pleasure to have you here and talk to you.
Yes, thank you. Let's follow the event that is running right now. And the games are really interesting. and both Magnus and some other top players escaping nightmares in some games. So let's follow that.
Are you happy to see Magnus Carlsen has gotten out of his frustration in his World Championship year, playing fantastic here?
Yes, we need the world champion happy and in a good mood, so that the world can enjoy watching him.
Fantastic. Arkady Dvorkovich, thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy the rest of the games.
Thanks a lot. You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. The FIDE president. Wow, so much information he gave us here. That was fantastic. Lots of plans for chess in the coming year, David, especially being a World Championship year. I'm feeling uplifted. I'm feeling happy that this year has started. So much fun going to happen.
Yeah, it's a great time to be alive, right? And I know the pandemic has hit hard for a lot of people, but actually it's maybe been a blessing for chess. So much happening and so much being planned. And it's great to see a FIDE president, you know, kind of moving with the times, and they're organising so much. I think they've coped with things really well. And
yeah, no, I was really motivated by his idea that they were going to combine online events and over the board. They recognised that the online chess has a future, you know, and I mentioned the online Olympiad. For the first time ever, you have so many new nations competing and doing fantastically well. Yeah. It's not often that you see that. And for me, I really love the concept of a team being mixed with women, men and juniors. And this is just absolutely brilliant.
I know. There's so many formats in chess that you could actually experiment with.
Yeah, exactly. It's not just the format, but he mentioned it brings chess to hundreds of millions of people just being online. I mean, there are so many people, they maybe can't afford to travel to tournaments. It's impractical. They've got busy lives. And the fact that they can play huge tournaments against the best players in the world from their own home. Yeah, it's amazing.
Fantastic. Okay, we're feeling uplifted in the studio. President Dvorkovich joined us, and we are talking about presidents in the question of the day, Ivanka.
Yeah, we are asking everyone, what would you do if you were president for the day? And yeah, we have some very interesting responses. We love the answers to these questions. And we have a tweet from Cooking Chess. It says, if I was president for a day, I would imprison humanity for that same day. The planet needs a break. I kind of agree a little bit. It would be good to stay at home. And then we have another tweet from Aronian who says he would introduce bare knuckle boxing instead of Armageddon. So there you go, David. Taking your idea several notches. and then we have a tweet from Vishal Pokharel who says, if I become president for a day, I would sign executive order that I become president. I die.
There's always one. There's always one who says that.
Sneaky.
All right. Well, after a very good talk with the FIDE president, we are now heading into round 2 of the day, round 7 overall in the preliminaries. And it's time to look at the games that we will have in the next exciting round. First one is going to be between... All right. And oh, it's exciting. What will be the first game that we're going to follow? There we have it. Matthias Bluebaum, he's going to face Daniil Dubov in that first game. All right, next one is going to be Sam Shanklin, who just lost his game against Wesley So, facing Levon Aronian, who's also struggling today. So both of them looking to win their game. Lenya Dominguez, he's going to play Wesley So, feeling confident after winning his first game. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who just played a draw against world champion Magnus Carlsen, playing Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, one of the players in the candidates. Exciting game. And then we have Alexander Grishuk. He's going to play Magnus Carlsen, who had a little blunder in the first game, but we know he is in the flow right now, the world champion. Anish Giri, he played a very quick draw in the first game, so he's had a lot of time to prepare for the game against Ding Liren. And then we have Hikaru Nakamura, who's going to play Vita Gurati. And then the game that we will focus on, 2 players that are in the top of the table. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's going to play Teimour Radjabov. And these 2 players know each other very well, played each other tons of times, David.
Yeah, that's right. And they even played each other in the Air Things Masters with Teimour Radjabov coming out on top and knocking out Jan Nepomniachtchi in dramatic circumstances. It went right down to the wire there. And we see their head-to-head. Jan Nepomniachtchi slightly ahead with 7 wins to Teimour Radjabov 6 But the thing I notice here is not so many draws. Normally, against the top guys, we see a huge amount of draws, not so many decisive results. These guys, yeah, they love to fight. And Teimour Radjabov, not many people beat him, but Jan Nepomniachtchi has a track record.
And we see the players, they already... Look at Magnus Carlsen there. He's very relaxed. Can you see him, David?
Yep. He's almost horizontal there.
Very relaxed there, the world champion. It's 6 p.m. where he is sitting and he's getting ready for his game against Alexander Grishuk. That's probably going to be very, very cool. But the game that we will follow is this one. Oh, they're not here yet. But Jan Nepomniachtchi will appear soon and he's going to face Teimour Radjabov, who still has not lost a game in this tournament. The only one. So, as soon as they show up, it's going to be interesting. Jan Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces, and they haven't played too many draws, you said, David. Should we expect some drama from the get-go here?
Yeah, I think this one, both players will want to win. I think Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's going to go out on the attack, but then again, Radjabov, he has called himself in the past a counter-attacker. He likes it when his opponents kind of go full throttle against him so that he can just wait for his moment, wait for them to overextend, and then he can pounce. And I know Jan Nepomniachtchi, he was a bit bitter about the way that he lost to Radjabov. He felt that he should have gone through in the last tournament, so he's got a bone to pick. Yeah. He'll want to fight back.
Yeah, it was that close Armageddon where, you know, Radjabov managed to hold on. But, you know, Radjabov did change his approach. You know, against Dubov, he was very solid, almost like the immovable object. But when he played Nepomniachtchi, he was guns blazing. I remember there was some wild King's Indian. He reverted back to his old self. And will we see the same thing, David?
Yeah, Radjabov, he's an expert at playing the opponent's style. Often players, they just play their game. They don't care who the opponent is. They will never alter their approach. But Radjabov, he's very versatile. He's very flexible in terms of attacking, counter-attacking, playing those dull end games. He adapts to the position, adapts to the opponent, and he's extremely good in these kind of psychological clashes, especially. And if there's some history here, somehow it feels like maybe the psychology will favour him. That being said, Jan Nepomniachtchi on 4 points already has been playing very, very well in the Opera Euro Rapid so far.
Yeah. And there we are. We started both players coming from draws in their first game of today. Will they get a win, one of them, in this one?
Yeah, and we do see...
Najdorf.
Well, we're on the way. Not quite the Sicilian Najdorf because Black has brought his knight out very early. But yeah, I thought we were about to see the Kalashnikov Sicilian, a very aggressive type of opening. And Teimour Radjabov, maybe not known for playing that system, but early on, Jan Nepomniachtchi retreating his knight, causing a bit of a surprise. The knight normally jumps forward rather than back. And yeah, it does look like both players have come very well prepared. It does shape up for a very exciting game. The Sicilian always leads to these very complicated, dynamic battles. Yeah, I think we've chosen a good game. This one is likely to be exciting. It will be very different from the first two games we saw earlier today. Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of fighting chess.
I definitely think so, because, you know, one of the big things that you notice is that Black has advanced their pawn, their king's pawn, 2 squares forward. And when you do that, you leave a gaping hole on the square adjacent to it in the centre. And that square is going to be, it's called an outpost. It cannot be attacked. If White puts a piece on that square, it cannot be attacked. And this is something that White is going to try and get. And it's going to be all about control here. Black is going to try to defend that square and try to get some activity. White, on the other hand, will be just trying to eliminate all the potential defenders of that square and just plonk a knight in there.
Yeah, if we bring up the analysis board, we can see which square the game will revolve around. The middle game is all going to be about this square. We see, OK, Black's last move, just pushing a pawn forward. But this pawn is a bit of a backward pawn. It can never step forward. It will simply be captured. And that is because White has full domination over this square, which can't be covered by a pawn, as Ivanka mentions. And the plan, it's Bit long-winded, but it's always going to be there. White is going to maneuver this knight round and eventually plonk itself on this square in the middle, this outpost. First, white controls that square even further with a bishop. I always love my bishop pair. Black here does have the 2 bishops, but you notice this bishop in particular, black's dark squared bishop, it's hemmed in, it's blocked by its own pawn in the middle. So long term, this is quite a nice position for white. We will see, though, if black can somehow compensate for the fact he does have this weak pawn, he does have this weak square in front of it as well. Jan Nepomniachtchi playing super fast in these early stages. His plan is to bring the rook across and target this pawn now. Early stages look promising for Jan Nepomniachtchi, but Teimour Radjabov, he does have the 2 bishops, so if things open up, if he can somehow find some counterplay, then yeah, black has his fair share of the chances as well.
You did show us that long route for the knight there, David. Is chess a game for patience and taking time to move the pieces along? I know when I play chess, sometimes I just, I want my pieces from there to there, but it's going to take too long. I'm just going to look at some other move.
Yeah, I mean, chess, it's all about changes in tempo as well. Often you see players, depending on the pawn structure, if it's very blocked, then you have time for these long maneuvers. Then you have 5 or 6 moves to just improve your pieces. If the center is open, if all the pawns in the middle have disappeared, then it's a much quicker game. You don't have time to create these 5-6 move plans. You just have to look 2 or 3 moves ahead, look at the opponent's threats or start creating your own threats. And it's all about a bit of a race, who can get there first with their ideas. Yeah, this current position, I wouldn't say it's too open, too dynamic. So that's why the players, they can slowly maneuver their pieces. We see Jan Nepomniachtchi bringing his rook towards the middle there. His knight will soon relocate. But that's because the pawns are pretty much blocked in the center. So yeah, it always differs in chess. There's no one rule that can cover everything, but it's just about sensing the different scenarios.
Yeah. And I have to say, actually, this plan that that white has used with the bishop, moving the bishop to this square and the queen and then lining up the rook, it's actually never been seen before. We're in new territory. So Radjabov will have to figure out on the board by himself how he's going to defend that pawn and how he's going to fight against white's control, because he has to do something. Yeah. He can't just sit there, otherwise he's going to get squashed, because these 2 significant problems. First of all, that square, and then that weak pawn. So we kind of talked about it a lot yesterday, about how you think of chess sometimes as scales. And if you have a bad pawn, you've got to compensate that by having extra good pieces. And so Radjabov steps back with his bishop just to defend that pawn. But, you know, that's not enough. He needs to do a little bit more now.
Yeah. What would you say, Jovanka, on those scales? Are black's pieces good enough to balance out for the weaknesses?
Well, right now, if white... Well, what I'm thinking now with white is I would try to go on a journey with my knight. That knight on the edge is going to fall off the hedge. I don't want it there. And so I want to really relocate it towards the centre, eyeing that square. And if Radjabov just lets white do that, then, OK, then it's not enough.
Yeah, long term, there'll be no hope for black if white's knight in the corner relocates and gets to that central square. Meanwhile, Radjabov playing a bit of a strange maneuver, bringing his bishop out. He's done this with both bishops, actually. He's brought his bishop out, the bishop gets kicked by a pawn, and that bishop will retreat back to where it came from. He's hoping that white's pawn pushes forward will actually weaken squares. He's giving his opponent a free move, essentially, but he's hoping that they will create weaknesses. So white's pawn stepping forward, maybe that creates some weaknesses on the dark squares. Black's queen can jump out later and try and check the white king. That being said, I hate giving my opponent free moves, even if they look weakening, because I'm always scared that they will actually be very useful moves long term. And OK, meanwhile, white sidesteps with the king. White's king now super safe, at least in the short term. And Teimour Radjabov moving his queen there. It is time, I think, for white to improve his knights.
Well, he's just done it. Yes. He's done it. So he took a nice grandmaster. These are the king move, I think, is a nice grandmaster move. I don't think necessarily the most obvious move to a normal player, but it's just to tuck the king out of danger, because it was on an open diagonal. And kings are not safe, you know, on open lines, open diagonals. It's easy to forget that one. I remember doing an exercise book by Bent Larsen, a famous Danish grandmaster. And I remember one thing, OK, I'll put my king here. And in the answer, it said, no one would put the king on an open diagonal. don't play that move. And I was like, okay, I understand. I learnt my lesson. And you can see that Nepomniachtchi has manoeuvred his knight to what I think is the perfect square. That knight is eyeing up 2 potential squares right in the middle of the black centre.
Yeah, that's right. And black now bringing his bishop out, just saying to white, OK, you use that square. White's knight does jump into the square that Jovanka highlighted all those moves ago. I think you were already advocating jumping into that square, what was it, 10 moves ago? And, OK, the knight, it only stayed there for 1 move. Now it jumps forward again. The knight wants to actually eliminate black's light squared bishop. So the square the knight just came from, it can only be challenged by 2 of black's pieces, the knight and the light squared bishop. So if white can somehow eliminate those 2 pieces, then white has eternal domination.
That is a strange move by Radjabov to step back with the bishop like that.
Yeah, Radjabov looks surprised. And Jan Nepomniachtchi raised his eyebrows after that last move. Radjabov, I think, surprised himself by playing that. If we bring up the analysis board, we can see black's last move, a bizarre move, bringing the bishop back, actually cutting the coordination between black's rooks. The bishop doesn't really have a future here. It's a very passive, I mean, it's like the worst square possible, pretty much. We did say that white in this position wants to eliminate the bishop and the knight, because these are the only 2 pieces. Sorry, these are the only 2 pieces which can fight for this central square. That's why maybe the move I would have chosen is to step forward, but maybe Radjabov didn't want to allow this bishop trade long term. Instead, keeping his bishop on a very, very bad square here, putting it back to the back rank, and it does look like with Nepomniachtchi's last move, he's slowly starting to push forward now. Look at all these black pieces. I mean, 6 of his 8 pieces are now back on the on the starting rank.
On the starting row, yeah. That's it looks miserable. Okay, well, you know, you're cramped. Can Radjabov break out? So I'm thinking I need to shuffle around with my king, step 1 square to the side, just to get out of the line of the diagonal of the bishop. And then, okay, he's done it. He's done it. Okay, and now I want to kind of go forward with the pawn and challenge. Because, you know, one of the great things about chess is that you have, your pawns are designed to open up the position. And when you have positions like this, which are very tense, very closed, you're basically lining up for a pawn break. And you know me.
Yeah, push those pawns.
I once push those pawns and get going with my bishops.
Yeah, the problem is, what next once you do that? Black can push those pawns, but white will just ignore it. And
wow, okay, well, we have some very unorthodox moves coming from both players. Now white has relocated the knight to possibly the worst square on the board.
We said knights in the rim are dim, knights in the corner. There must be a rhyme for that one. But white's knight, yeah, it's on a journey round to a better square, essentially. The only reason to put knights on the edge of the board is normally to relocate them to a better circuit, to a better path.
Okay, but is this too slow? I mean, is it, for me, this would be now an indication that I, as black, if I were playing black, that is, go forward. Because you go back, I go forward. Can I do something now?
Well, I think actually Teimour Radjabov was thinking, I think it's important that we actually bring up the standings right now. There was one game that was going on for so long in the last round, so we didn't have time to take a look at it there. But just so everyone is up to date on what's happening. So Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen are the 2 players in the lead, the 2 players from the final in the Skilling Open with 4.5 points. And then we actually have Jan Nepomniachtchi is playing here. He's on equal score as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the 2 players in the lead in the candidates. They are also equal on the table here with 4 points. And Giri and Teimour Radjabov right behind there on 3.5 points. And then we have Hikaru Nakamura and Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Alexander Grishuk on 3 points. So it's very, very tight. Every point matters now. Every half points, every point matters, no doubt. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's played good so far. So has Teimour Radjabov been very solid, both of them.
Yeah, definitely been very solid. And just looking at the bottom of that table, I can see some surprising names like Ding Liren.
Yeah.
I know he was winning in his game. And yeah, I think it's just this late.
It must be. Yeah.
Yes, it's not working well for him. And another person who lost was Levon Aronian. He lost against Matthias Bluebaum. And, of course, this is great news for German fans because, of course, he's making his debut on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour.
Yeah, this is the strongest tournament Bluebaum's ever played in by a long way. And, yeah, it's great to get off the mark and get his first win against one of the best players in the world, Levon Aronian. With the black pieces as well, Bluebaum will be feeling super confident. We will also probably mention it tomorrow more, but on the leaderboard, on the scoreboard, players, if they're on the same number of points, they do get separated by their head-to-head scores and then the number of wins. So there's a lot to play for those players, especially in the middle. They, well, it's going to get nitty-gritty time for them tomorrow.
Yeah, there's still some games left, though. I mean, a lot of games left, 8.
After this one, 8.
Yeah, after this one, 8. Yeah, my maths is terrible, actually. I'm not your standard chess player.
Oh, yeah, counting is hard.
Well, Teimour Radjabov is thinking now. I mean, a lot of pieces still on the table here. In the first round, we watched 2 games that fizzled out in draws, you said.
Yep.
This is going to be a fighting game, if I judge you guys correctly.
Yes, definitely. Still a lot of tension in this one. Both sides, they're just playing different strategies right now. White's playing for a long-term bind, controlling lots of central squares. Especially, actually, you notice every single white piece is on a light square right now. There's definitely a strategy behind that one. Meanwhile, black, he's got the 2 bishops. He's hoping that the game opens up a bit later on. And actually, if we bring up the analysis board, I think that Jovanka was right, that White's strange move a few turns ago, bringing this knight back, was a mistake because White retreated. Suddenly, black was able to pounce forward. Black's queen stepping forward, attacking this knight. White's other knight had to retreat, so that's 2 knight retreats in a row. Suddenly, black's knight jumped out, attacking this bishop, but also suddenly unleashing his bishop, his passive bishop here, attacking an undefended pawn at the edge of the board. This forced Nepomniachtchi to bring his knight back to where it came from, and we saw a lot more trades. Suddenly, the queens have left the board as well. A knight for bishop trade, suddenly White jumping forward, and black has won a pawn. The queen's leaving the board. Suddenly black, he's attacking this knight. It's not a huge pawn because these 2 pawns are doubled, so it's not a massive advantage right now. But Teimour Radjabov, the game is heading in his favour. He's turned it around.
I agree completely. And actually, what I wanted to kind of point out is it's super instructive what he just did, because there were consequences of the knight retreating, because it moved away and the square that the knight was protected was immediately occupied by Radjabov. And I remember listening to Nadezhda Kosintseva, and she was talking about this as a method of improving your instincts in chess, that the first move you should look at, especially when you're in time trouble, is the consequence of your opponent's last move. And I was like, I've never heard of that before. So I was absolutely stunned when I heard, and just seeing it here put in practice by the world's best, I mean, I really like it.
Yeah, that's right. Every single move. I mean, especially that knight retreat to the corner. We said, OK, it's heading to a better square, but it was just too slow. And that one move had so many consequences. The last, what is it now, 7 moves pretty much since that knight retreat have all been forced. We've seen so many trades, all because White took his foot off the pedal. He stopped. Nigel Short, the English Grandmaster, told me that some positions, especially in the Sicilian, it's like riding a bike. If you don't keep pedaling, you fall off. And Jan Nepomniachtchi stopped pedaling for that one moment. He backpedaled, he put his knight back in the corner, and suddenly he's a pawn down. Lots of pieces have been traded. Yes, he's still in the game as White, but you can tell on his face there, he's not happy. He's regretting that one decision.
Yeah. I mean, I also just want to point out that that pawn on the left side of the board, the furthermost pawn, is actually, this is a really instructive pattern. It's actually holding ransom the white pawn that is located on the B line. And that pawn is now a weakness, and it's now a target. You know, if we were to play the I Spy game, that would be the one that you would be looking at. And just take a note of black's pawn. Black's pawn is on the dark square, can be defended by the bishop, and it's going to be the black rooks that are going to be doing the heavy lifting in this position. So
that's your plan, Jovanka. You want to drop the bishop back, maybe defend this pawn,
and let's get going with
the rooks.
That's like a Monty Python Life of Brian. Release Roger. release the rooks.
Release the hounds, release those rooks. And that's what Teimour Radjabov is going to be thinking about right now. Black is a pawn up, but he needs to be quick. If he's not quick, then this pawn, which currently clamps down on White's pawn, it will become a target. So it's going to be a bit of a race. Can Black activate before White goes and gobbles up that pawn? And can Black activate before this knight gets back in the game? Knights on the side aren't great, and this knight currently not on a great square, but it could, with 2 moves, suddenly come back and join the action. And we see a flurry of moves here. Black does indeed bring his rook across. Okay, we're going to have to see what the players are thinking here, because there's so many moves right now. Black has given a pawn back. I did highlight the fact that White's knight wanted to relocate and win Black's central pawn. That weak pawn, okay, Jovanka, you wanted to defend it. Radjabov just said, okay, I don't care. Just take it. Take it if you want. And Black's rooks are now much better placed than they were.
Release. I just love the way you're like, release the hounds, and I'm like, release water. Yeah. No,
yeah, Monty Python, a lot of chess players are big fans. So.
Yeah, it's a brilliant TV show. I don't know what it's called.
Vachier-Lagrave's favourite, I think.
Is it? Okay, yeah. But no, just look at those 2 rooks. Absolutely beautiful. Okay, so what can White do then? So White has to do some repair work. Is this a problem? Because it's not easy to defend that pawn that is being attacked. So, okay, Nepomniachtchi applying the Dubov score, which is like, you attack something, I'm going to counter-attack a pawn. I like that strategy. It's active and dynamic and probably what's needed in the position.
Yeah, and I think actually Radjabov, I was very surprised by the bar shifting over in Black's favour, and it took me a while to figure out, but actually I think there might be a hidden idea here for Radjabov to actually take control of this position. It's not winning yet, but Radjabov does have a very strong move here. If we bring up the analysis board, we can see that White's knight, it looks nice and pretty. We say the knights in the centre of the board are a great thing, but it might get trapped. For example, Black could step forward with his rook, attacking this knight. If White just defends it, suddenly there's a great idea here. Black could just push a pawn forward. Suddenly this knight has no retreat squares. It can't run away. Every square's covered by
And then the
Black's
bishop
pieces.
will drop back.
The bishop will soon drop back, and this knight will get trapped sooner rather than later. I mean, it might be able to save itself deep in Black's territory. But, for example, if White gets greedy and grabs a pawn, suddenly pin and win.
Yeah.
You attack this knight, the knight can't move because there's an attack against White's rook at the bottom of the board there, and suddenly Black is taking control of this position. So will Teimour Radjabov find this move? I think this is the key now. Okay, he doesn't go for that.
He's taken the pawn.
He's taken a pawn instead. And maybe I would prefer to be Black still, but he has missed this chance to try and trap the White knight.
Yes, but can he do it now? Can he attack the knight now with the...
Yeah, the problem is if he attacks the knight now, the knight can come back, and it would be protected by White's rook, which has just jumped up the board there. So White's knight does have a better retreat square. So a bit of a miss there by Teimour Radjabov.
That was deep, David.
That was deep, but I think...
Would you have been able to find it if you were...
It would have been hard.
In classical chess, more time on the clock?
In over-the-board chess, classical chess, I think I would have been pretty confident I'd find it because I like to have these deep thinks, and I think Radjabov would have found it as well. But Radjabov, maybe he's flustered by the fact that Jan Nepomniachtchi is still with 14 minutes left on the clock.
That's a huge difference.
Yeah, as Jovanka mentions, I think already on move 7, 8, they were in new territory, brand new territory, and Jan Nepomniachtchi just so quick.
But in that one game that Nepomniachtchi lost yesterday against Giri, you did you were a little bit hard on him for being too quick and missing those important moves.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you see, for example, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru, Nakamura, maybe the two kind of kings of online chess, and they play very quickly when they can, but then they know the critical moments. They sense those moments very well, and that's where they pause, they think. We've seen Magnus do it in the past. He has these longer thinks, and you never see Jan Nepomniachtchi have a really long think. It's the same with actually Vachier-Lagrave. Those two guys, I know they're leading the candidates right now, but those guys, especially in rapid chess, maybe just the pace that they play at is not quite optimal.
Yeah, and we actually saw it there, that Nepomniachtchi played very, very quickly, and he quickly got a lost position against Anish, and he was chanceless. So, and I think we can put that down to his clock usage, way too quick.
Yeah, and against Dubov, it was the same. He was 3-4 pawns up, but he just kept playing instantaneously, and he got a lost position, and he needed a miracle to save it.
And how about in this one then? Because a huge difference on the clock here, with only spent a minute from his original time. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Teimour Radjabov is down to 6 minutes. Who spent their clock the most wisely then among these two?
I think Radjabov, he's been spending it at a very kind of sensible human rate. Nepomniachtchi, that's kind of speed of light territory. The way he's been just bashing out those moves. Teimour Radjabov as well. It feels like he's, ever since White retreated his knight to the corner, he's been the one dictating the play and he's been the one with the chances. But maybe he's just getting a bit nervous because of the time situation. Maybe he's happy with the draw with Black as well against one of his biggest rivals. So,
yeah, I don't think he's going to be feeling too under the pressure here. You know, his position is relatively active. The bishop can defend pawns if needed, and Black's rooks can get active, and that's what he wants to do. So, OK, he's advanced his king. That's a great endgame kind of move, that you use your king, you use every single piece, and White has done the same.
Yep, playing copycat there with White. Black's bishop retreats to guard the central pawn.
Yeah, it's important that it just didn't retreat for nothing. It retreated for a purpose, and the whole purpose is just, again, David called it releasing the hounds. I called it something else, releasing Roger. But the rooks, now the black rook is free from defending the pawn in the centre, and now can go on and start attacking the white knight.
Yeah, so this one's still very much in the balance. The main issue here, actually, as White, the thing I would be terrified of is the fact that Black's pawn in the corner there on the left. Later on, if you imagine all the rooks leaving the board, knights are terrible at guarding these corner pawns because they can only stop them from one side. So that corner pawn for Black on the left there, it needs to, well, White needs to eliminate it before any rooks leave the board. As Nepomniachtchi here, I would be rushing with my rooks to try and take that pawn, even at the cost of my own pawn there on the left. White's knight might have to move, allowing the pawn behind it to be taken. But as long as Black's pawn gets captured, I think White will be out of danger. I think Black is maybe the only one who can win because of that corner pawn right now. But with best play, Nepomniachtchi should be able to neutralise that one. And that's why I think he's having his first real think of the game. He is trying to just figure out a way to get rid of that very important pawn long term.
And finally, having a thinker, Jan Nepomniachtchi, then almost 2 minutes must be the longest pause he's taken today so far in this game.
By a long way, I think. Yeah, there were some critical moments earlier on, and especially that knight retreat. If he'd spent a minute or two there just looking for options, I think he had many stronger options. Meanwhile, OK, now he's come up with a very sensible move there. His rook has jumped up to an outpost. That square, we've said, right from move 7 or 8 already. That square is key. It can't be challenged by Black. White's rook very nicely placed right now. And again, White's following this strategy. All the pieces on light squares because the opponent has a dark square bishop.
Do you see that the chair Jan Nepomniachtchi is sitting in? It's got some, some logos and stuff in the back there. We actually have a house tour with Jan Nepomniachtchi that we're going to show you later. But that chair is a big feature in that house tour. It is a very special chair to him. So just, you should look forward to that.
You know how we've been criticising Nepomniachtchi for putting that knight in the corner? We asked for suggestions. We do actually have 2 suggestions from Liren Al-Hadri. He says, it is a horror for a knight to find the corner. That's one. And then another one, he tries to rhyme it. He comes close. It says, knights in the corner lose honour, which is kind of close.
Honour.
Honour. We could kind of manipulate the language like that. But, you know, I like it. I like it.
Too.
Don't put your knights in the corner.
Yeah, we like these rhymes, don't we? Just to help ourselves remember.
Apparently, it's a great technique to persuade people, to sell people. The politicians use it all the time.
Oh wow!
So yeah,
I'm going to be very aware of that next time I see Boris Johnson make a speech. Meanwhile, Teimour Radjabov just pushing a pawn there, pushing Harry the H pawn, putting a pawn on another light square because his opponent, his bishop, is on the other colour. And yeah, it looks like we've reached a bit of an impasse right now. Both sides just playing a bit of a waiting game. It's not clear how either side can improve. Jan Nepomniachtchi now trying to come up with a new idea. His rook is very well placed now. Actually, all of White's pieces are very well placed. Maybe I would be tempted to centralise the White king, if possible. Takes a long time, though. And meanwhile, Teimour Radjabov, I remember in the last tournament as well, I really liked his chair. He looks super comfortable, super cozy, and he's leaning back, closing his eyes, doing that Jedi mind trick again. few moments ago.
Oh, yeah. And that was extreme, actually, in the air things masters.
Yeah.
How he was close. We haven't seen that too much so far in this tournament.
He's doing it right now.
There he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's closing his eyes.
Stepping back and closing his eyes. I mean, for me, this is a novel way of playing online chess. And I'm thinking the next time I play in an online competition, I'm going to try that out. Because, you know, when you play online, the instinct is to go with your mouse and get up close and personal to the screen, desperately trying to find moves. And as a result of that, when the clock starts ticking down, everything is intensified. So now I think it's quite a good idea just to take that step back and just go, OK.
And so we asked him about it, why he did it, and he said it is quite normal for chess players to close their eyes and imagine the chessboard and possible moves in their heads. You didn't quite agree on that, David. That's not a technique that you usually use. Yeah, that's right, especially in online chess. Maybe if it's, again, long play games over the board, you have a lot more time. You can just kind of take a time. You can take a step back and just visualize things a bit better if you're not just kind of staring at the board, staring at your opponent. But online chess, it seems very visual to me. It's I calculate by looking at the board, just imagining pieces going to different squares. But if that's how he does it, then fair play. And it seems to work for him. Yeah, definitely.
I do like this tweet by Mr. Dodgy. There's no big mystery in Nepo's time use. He's just saving up for the next game, which suddenly brought me onto perhaps a potential tournament where you get allocated time for the whole tournament. So you get like 2 hours.
That's fantastic.
2 hours. Oh, I don't know.
Spend it like you want.
1 hour, exactly, for 5 games.
I'd be screwed. I'd lose every game. Well, the first game I'd be okay, the rest, no chance. Nepomniachtchi, yeah,
I'm inviting you to my tournament, David.
All right. Well, we did have a fantastic day with a lot of games ending with a winner yesterday. A few more draws today, but still a lot of action happening. And actually, I can just see on the bottom here, Dominguez seems to be winning right now against Wesley So, and that would mean that Dominguez, who so far hasn't gotten a win, he will also be up there with all the players who's gotten a win. Almost everyone now. Almost everyone has won at least one game. Yeah, and if Dominguez wins that one as well, I mean, he's just switched to play for the USA. I mean, the honour there. I mean, they might be battling in future US championships for years to come. That'll be a big psychological blow. Yeah, the American team getting very strong. OK, we do have some moves. Yeah, that's right. And it does look like Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's started to slow down a bit, but he's playing for tricks, and I'm not a big fan of that. Black's position is improving. White's position just feels a bit loose right now. If we bring up the analysis board, we can see just over the last couple of turns, in this position, Black has just brought his rook over, lining up against the white knight. I would have been a bit of a coward here. I would have just tried to take this pawn, try to eliminate as many pieces, as many pawns as possible, and head for the draw. Instead, Jan Nepomniachtchi bringing his knight forward. He does have a sneaky trick. If Black gets greedy and grabs a pawn, there's a knight fork. This knight attacking the king. So check, attacking the bishop and attacking the rook.
It's called a family fork.
Family fork. You need the queen and the queen as well.
Does the family fork require the queen?
I don't know. Family fork
Okay.
Still counts, I think. But that would have been a big fork. Yes. A devastating fork. And instead, Black brought his king back to cover this square. White tried to continue with the tricks, trying to head towards the back rank and check the black king. But suddenly, after the black king steps forward, there's a big problem for white. What does he do? His knight is attacked, and this pawn is still attacked. Suddenly, I'm sensing danger for Nepomniachtchi. Maybe he just missed this last move. This knight barely has any squares. If the knight moves, suddenly, I think Black can just grab a pawn for free. And Teimour Radjabov in control of this game again.
So what does he have to do to release that knight? Move it. Okay, so he's tried...
He's tried a trick. He's pinning the black rook, and if the rooks leave the board, okay, his knight's surviving, but Black can still grab this pawn. Black is the only one who can win this game.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking the danger in this position for White is incredible because...
This pawn later.
Yeah, you have a great passed pawn that's on the outside. I mean, outside passed pawns are amazing in endgames. And then you have the rook and the bishop, which is better than a rook and a knight working together. And then on top of that, you have an extra pawn, potentially. Yep. So those three things make this position incredibly difficult for White.
Yeah, I mean, Nepomniachtchi, he found a great move there with his rook just to kind of keep things difficult. But he's playing with fire. I mean, he must have missed something to go even even to go into that line. And it does look like we're headed for that position. A set of rooks leave the board. Black has grabbed a pawn. Maybe a bit hasty because now White's knight finds a better square. White's knight attacking that corner pawn that we've mentioned. The rook and knight now very nicely combined. Rook and bishop tend to be better, as you mentioned, Jovanka, but Black's bishop right now, not very impressive.
No, that's true. It's not very impressive, but, you know, I'm banking absolutely everything on this pawn. It's outside pass pawn I have on the left side. So I'm just going to defend that pawn and push.
Push.
Push, or as Yasta Sarwan, one of our chessable authors, says, push 'em, baby.
So, OK, Black gives a check first. The White king steps back, and now we will see Black either push his pawn or protect it with the rook. Black's only way to win this game...
Oh.
OK, I was going to say his only way to win this game is to defend that corner pawn. Instead, he attacks one of White's pawns there on the right. Bit of a strange one. He was offering a repetition of moves. OK, the king must step backwards. I think it's way too risky to advance with the king, because then you run the risk that all of the pawns on the right side just drop off. Yeah, so we've seen this position twice on Radjabov.
Okay. Is he just repeating?
He's repeating the position, and we will see the repetition, the position of repeating itself 3 times. And
why is Jan Nepomniachtchi shaking his head there? Is it just...
He knows he's had a lucky escape. I think he's relieved more than anything. Radjabov, he could have tried to press home that advantage. There's nothing to lose from playing on. He can play on with no risk, but...
But being one of the 2 strongest players in the tournament, 2 of the players on the very top half of the table, a draw is obviously good for them. Today, on the middle day in the preliminaries, a lot of tension going on. So I guess they're, especially Radjabov maybe with the black pieces, happy with a draw here.
Yeah, he's happy with the draw. I mean, it's okay. You know, Nepomniachtchi is a great competitor, so I think he's okay with that. And all he has to do is get to those top 8 spots.
Yeah.
And then he can start putting up the fights and fighting till the end.
All right. Well, it took about 35 minutes for them to finish into that draw. So we're going to head into game 2 in this round 7. And it is the game between Lenya Dominguez and Wesley So, both playing under the American flag. So it's an American battle. Lenya Dominguez, so far he has not been able to win in this tournament. But to me, on the bar, it looks like he's winning this one.
Yeah, it's looking good. Sometimes we can't trust the computer evaluation too much because that would be with perfect play, and humans, we're not perfect. Sometimes it's just easier. Well, it's better to have a position that's easy to play rather than a position that's necessarily objectively strong. But here, we can trust the bar. We can trust the computer. White is currently 2 pawns up with a dominant position, but still a lot of work to be done. So White is definitely in control. White is winning, and with best play, Dominguez will win this game.
Yeah, I can see potential for things going wrong, I must admit, because White's king isn't entirely happy. And, you know, you can kind of see the potential of the black queen. It's controlling a lot of squares around the black king. And White always has to keep an eye on that. And so while the queens stay on the board, I don't think we can rule out the possibility of Wesley saving the game.
And, well, also the clock here. Wesley, 7 minutes left. Lenya down to 30 seconds.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think that's the biggest factor. I think White's king is actually very, very safe. White's rook is perfectly placed right now to guard against any threats to the white king. So White's queen now has a bit more freedom. I do think maybe the clock is the only thing that can stop Dominguez. Not so sure about that last move, jumping forward with the queen. Black's queen can now capture a pawn. It can drop down and capture one of White's pawns. We will see a trade. Okay, I expect Dominguez now to capture a pawn as well with his queen. So not an ideal trade for Dominguez. He lost one of the pawns in the middle there. He had 2 connected pawns. It would have been ideal to keep those if he could have done, but he's simplifying things, and for now, he's still a big favourite. As Jovanka mentions, though, if one of the pawns disappears, there's still a lot of hard work to be done.
Yeah, but I think while the queens are still on the board, you cannot relax.
Yeah.
And we always talk about this. The queen's on the board. In some situations, you say the player that is in the lead sort of has to keep the queens on the board, or he should get rid of it.
Play with the attack.
Yeah. So Lenya Dominguez now wants to keep the queens on the board.
No, he's material up. So he ideally would love to get rid of the queens.
Okay.
Because then he can just bank it, you know, just, I say bank it, doesn't mean just put the game away, you know, he can just relax. He will know that there's no chance of Wesley managing to cause mischief with this queen. So when we're talking about unsafe king, then this is when you
That's
have
when
to
you want
keep.
to, yeah.
That's when you. So if your opponent, if you don't have material advantage and your opponent just has an unsafe king, keep your queens on.
Wesley Soto, does he want to keep the queens then?
If he can kind of whip up some attack against the white king, then keeping the queens on the board makes sense. The only scenario, I think, where Wesley So would be happy with a queen trade is if he can win one of white's pawns there on the left. If he can win one of them, then a queen trade might be okay, because rook A games have a very drawish tendency. But when one side is 2 pawns up in a rook A game, that tends to be enough to win. So if he can reduce the deficit to only 1 pawn, then Wesley So might allow a queen exchange.
Yeah, might.
Yes.
He did shake his head there, and I think Wesley So has just made things a bit easier for Dominguez. I think Dominguez has a large choice here. He can even use his queen and bring it all the way over to the right, just whip off one of black's pawns, or he can start pushing.
I thought this next move, he could try to offer a trade of queens, but then
we see it, Kaya. Queen trade.
Yeah.
Problem is, white is 2 pawns up. If one of white's pawns down on the left disappeared, then maybe there's some drawing chances, but 2 is just too many.
Wesley So he had a great tournament so far, only losing 1 game to Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Other than that, he's got 4 wins, I think, so far. So a loss here, not too good for him, but he is still in top of the table right now, with 4.5 points, together with Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi, who we know finished his game with a draw.
Yes, and
9 seconds left here. The clock is still a factor in the position.
When in doubt, improve your king in the end game.
Okay, I was going to say, just move the king. Get the king in, because, you have to remember the king is a very important part of the team. And, that's great.
If your opponent has no threat, then why not? It improves the position. Dominguez, just do it again. Improve your king again.
There's no need to... What?
Okay, he gives away one of his pawns. He's trying to bring his rook behind his corner pawn.
For a second, I thought it was a mouse slip. He wanted to put his king there and the rook move there, but now he will...
Well, looking at Lenny Dominguez's CO2 level, could be he's making some blunders, because that's red. That's not good. The CO2 level, everything's... monitoring the air quality in the homes of the players in Wesley. So that looks very good, although very cold, 70 degrees Celsius for him.
Yeah, I mean, his home office, it looks like perfect air quality, but yeah, that temperature. Maybe he prefers playing in the cold. I prefer it as well. I feel a bit fresher, sharper if I'm not too warm. I get drowsy if it's too humid.
Yeah, you kind of want a nice combination where you're neither too hot, too cold.
Wow.
Wesley So he resigns very early on. He's 2 pawns down. He is losing, but it's an early resignation. He didn't even try to make Dominguez work for that win in the end game there.
But I mean, 2 pawns down.
2 pawns down, and white has done the perfect thing. White's rook is behind one of his passed pawns. Black's rook will pretty much be trapped, paralysed in front of that pawn, trying to stop it from promoting, and therefore white will have freedom, complete freedom to run with his king. White's king could go and grab some of those pawns on the right side, or it could run over to the left and support some of white's pawns, white's passed pawns. So, yes, hopeless for Wesley So, but I'm surprised by the early resignation.
Wesley just bounced off, probably very disappointed. Lenny Dominguez is still sitting there, but he's not giving away a smile or any sort of joy inside, though. How do you think he's feeling, Joanka, after finally being able to win a game here?
He's silently, mentally inside. He's doing a little dance. Yes, because you have no idea. When you're playing a tournament like this and you draw and you lose. He started the day with 1 point out of 5. That sucks.
Yeah.
And now he's just won. He's incredibly good.
And beating also one of the players in top, Wesley So, he's definitely one of the strongest players in the world. Lenny Dominguez are able to beat him. That must mean a lot for him. And also, again, it tells us a lot about the level in this tournament, David.
Yeah, exactly. Even Lenny Dominguez, who's had a horrible start, 1 point out of 6, really struggling. He's capable of beating even the top guys on his day. He nearly beat Magnus Carlsen as well, remember. So he's definitely capable. He's never been the most expressive guy. So I think Jovanka's right. He won't show it outwardly, but he's relieved. And there's still time for him to fight back. A couple of wins now today, and he'll be there or thereabouts, ready for tomorrow.
You also have to remember he was World Blitz champion.
Yeah, so he's good in these times.
None of these guys are bunnies, Everyone is strong. So, they're amazing, amazing players. And the scores just don't reflect their quality.
And we talked about it a lot, he is a second of Fabiano Caruana, also playing for the American flag. Do you think that was an advantage for him here? Because Fabiano and Wesley So probably played each other many, many times in American championships and so on. Lenia Dominguez maybe knowing Wesley So very well here.
Yeah, I think Dominguez will know Wesley So better than Wesley So knows Dominguez, because Dominguez, as you say, he's been helping Caruana prepare for these big matches for years. And on the other side, Wesley So, this is only the first couple of years that he's really played Dominguez regularly after Dominguez switched to the US. And that does surely give an advantage, especially when Dominguez having such a tough time to play someone he knows so well. He knows their styles, knows their openings. Maybe just he felt more in his comfort zone than he has in previous games.
Now, we did get into the game quite late. When we got in, we saw on the bar that it was already basically won for Lenia Dominguez. Is it possible to show us, David, on the analysing board where sort of Wesley So lost this? Was it a bad move by him, or was it Lenia Dominguez just playing genius moves, more of them?
Yeah, there was one genius move by Dominguez, actually, which must have taken Wesley So by surprise. It was in this position on the board. It does look like White has an advantage, especially because of this rook. We've mentioned it so many times. Rooks on the 7th rank, they're in heaven there. They have so many pawns to target. They often help creating checkmating ideas as well. But in this position, Dominguez came up with a move that I'm not sure I would have spotted. I think Wesley So must have missed. He brought his bishop up to a square that looks defended, attacking the black rook, attacking this bishop. It looks like it's blundering a piece. This piece, after all, is attacked twice. But if black captures, for example, with the bishop, White will capture back. And now, if rook takes rook, it looks like a free rook. Suddenly, checkmate will happen. The rook will jump up, and at the end, we see this back rank checkmate. Black's king trapped here in the corner. It has nowhere to run. This is why we say we should always create some breathing space for the king. We should always push a pawn forward so kings have somewhere to run. Back rank checkmates happen all the time. This tactics always in the air in these types of positions. That being said, Black could not capture this rook in this position. And after he created some breathing space for his king, Dominguez was able to start snacking on pawns, and White's rook extremely strong here. The other rook ready to jump up and join it on the 7th rank. Dominguez won a pawn, and he never let that advantage slip.
Now, what was the name of the opening in this game?
This was the Spanish opening. It was the Berlin defense.
Spanish opening, that's perfect, actually, because David Howell, he's recorded a lot of videos for all of us to learn the basics of chess a little bit better. And this next one is about, amongst others, the Spanish opening.
When you're choosing an opening, it should reflect your playing style. It could also reflect the situation if you need to win or if you're happy with the draw. One of the most common openings in chess that we see a lot in the Champions Chess Tour is the Sicilian defense. This starts when White pushes the pawn forward 2 squares in front of the king, and Black replies not by copying, but playing to the side of the board, controlling the center from the side. Normally, the next few moves might involve White developing a piece, and next move, after Black pushes a pawn forward, White strikes in the center immediately. We see a trade of pawns, and we see lots of lines opening up. White's bishop will jump out, White's queen can jump out. This is a very aggressive opening for both sides. It normally shows that both sides, they want to fight. If a player is happy with a draw, or is happy to be very solid and defensive, then we might see an opening called the Spanish. This involves White pushing the pawn forward in front of the king, 2 squares, and Black just plays copycat. Black also pushes the pawn in front of the king. White develops a knight to attack this black pawn, and Black will just defend this pawn in the center. Usually, these positions lead to very symmetrical positions, very block positions, and not many trades happen early in the game. This means that both sides are very solid, both sides have their chances, but usually it leads to equal positions.
Well, it didn't lead to equal position in this last game with Lenia Dominguez and Wesley. So now, what are your favorite openings again?
Mine is the Caro-Kann.
The Caro-Kann, and
Mine is probably also the Carry card, but I'm just stealing her ideas in the opening. I'm just copying all of Jovanka's. Maybe the Grunfeld defense or the C3 Sicilian.
So what, are those also considered very solid, you said here, leading to very solid positions? How about the Grunfeld and...
Yeah, both of those, the reason they're my favourite is purely because I've been playing them since I was a kid and I just have lots of fond memories. C3 Sicilian, it's a bit of a sneaky one. It's something that the opponents hate to face. Grunfeld, it's more of a counter-attacking opening, but lately everybody's playing it. It's lost some of the shine. Is
it getting more and more normal to have one opening, players like having one opening they like, or has it always been like that?
It depends on what level you are, because, I mean, the lower you go, you find that people have their openings that they really love and they stick to it. At the top, you see all sorts of ducking and diving going on, and everyone is dodging absolutely everyone else's preparation. There's one big exception, and that is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. But he has been suffering of late because in the Tattersteel, everyone was punishing him in his favourite opening, which was the Najdorf. And that didn't go down well. And as a result, he's been forced to adapt, and now he's changing himself. So, but I think most people, they have their favourite openings, they have their styles, and they stick with it.
Well, but that's actually a super interesting fact with the candidates being postponed, with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the lead with his favourite opening, and then a whole bunch of stuff has happened in a year. So what should we expect from MVL then when the candidates resumes? Does he have to then start playing different openings that he's maybe not as comfortable with?
Quite possibly. I mean, he's in a really difficult situation because actually after the candidates was postponed, for most of 2020, especially when chess came online, he started playing different things. He was trying to throw his future opponents off the scent. I mean, for 20 years, he's been playing these same openings. He started experimenting a bit, but it didn't go well. He was suffering. He was getting bad positions out of every opening. And finally, just the last couple of months, he went back to his favourite openings. And that hasn't gone well either. He's in a difficult scenario. He might stick with his favourite openings, but play them slightly differently. He'll have small surprises hidden for his opponents. I think he will stick to his favourites. Why not? It's kind of helped him towards the lead at half-time in the candidates.
Okay, so we haven't followed too many of Maxime's games so far. We definitely will follow his games. Is he in a period of experimenting now with openings?
Not so much. He's back to his favourites. And with white, he's still doing pretty well. It's just with his black openings, especially the Sicilian Najdorf.
I did see him vary with the classical, but Sicilian, that is. And, he has a big task ahead of him. It's very tough to be in his shoes because, what do you reveal? What do you hide? And does he risk revealing all of his preparation here, which might not be, ideal for him? And I do remember a scenario where Garry Kasparov played in a tournament in Sarajevo, and he defeated the lowest rated players with some amazing preparation. And he later said, and it sounds really bad, he said that was like using a machine gun to swat a fly.
Bad.
But he's in that situation, like he has to evaluate what kind of tournaments. Does he reveal this now or But, such is life. It's probably an enviable position to be in.
Exactly. All right. Well, another player who is in the candidates that will resume in March or April, as the FIDE president told us, is Anish Giri. He is in shared second place in the candidates, but after doing very well in the over-the-board tournament Tattersteel in January, Anish Giri is feeling confident.
I always believe that I can be one of the guys to win a candidates tournament, and I mean, my record proves that I can. I have played multiple top tournaments where I finished very high. That said, I think most important will be the first round. I'm facing Nepomniachtchi, Fabiano is facing MVL, and if, for example, suddenly I beat Nepomniachtchi, although with black, and Fabiano beats MVL with white, we four of us share the lead after just one round. There are so many circumstances involved, Also, maybe you play some guy who slept badly the night before and you get the important point. I mean, really, besides the pressure and whatever is under our control, our preparation, our motivation, our hard work, There's circumstances involved always. Shape is important, flow is important. Right now, I'm in a good flow, at least in classical chess after my Kanzei. So I'm definitely enthusiastic about candidates. It's really helpful when, besides your own belief, it is also supported by the belief of many others. And in that sense, I think when it comes to self-confidence, I have enough of it. And now I need just hard work and a bit of luck. And maybe I'll make it in the candidates.
Ivanka, are you one of the people that think that Anish Giri quite possibly could be the winner of the candidates?
He has a tough job ahead of him. He is a point behind. But, you know, it is possible. It is how you finish and not how you start. So it absolutely is possible. And he mentioned there that confidence is super important. I do have a little, I heard a little expression. I don't want to steal it as my own. But, you know, in chess, it's super important to have confidence and ego equals elo. So that's something to always bear in mind. Don't let self-doubt hit you. But, you know, Anish is right. Confidence, flow and luck. Those are the three elements. And who knows what will happen.
And he's mentioning a super interesting fact as well, that after the first round, when it resumes, so that will be round 7, I think, it could actually be 4 players in the lead. It could be Giri, Nepomniachtchi, MVL and Fabiano Caruana.
It could be. Yeah, absolutely could be like that. And who knows what will happen if it's a 4-way tie. So absolutely everything to play for. You know, he just has to make the adequate preparations for April, which we found out from the FIDE president, Arkady Dvorkovich, just now, and get playing and enjoy the experience of playing in the tournaments.
If you were to say right now, David, if we were to choose between those 4 players in the top, who would you say is the best chance to become the next what do you call it?
The next
Contender, thank you, for Magnus Carlsen.
I think if the candidates had continued last March, Vachier-Lagrave would have been a big favourite. Right now, although he's 1 point behind, I think Fabiano Caruana, he might sneak in there. He's been resting a lot. He's played very well in the Tata Steel Masters. He hasn't played so much online chess. He's been preparing solely for the candidates. I think he's the one to watch.
Yeah, he made a deliberate choice, actually, to refuse to play all the online tournaments. So I do wonder what he has up his sleeve. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be an exciting tournament. But, yeah.
Oh, here we see footage from the candidates tournament played in March before it had to be cancelled due to COVID, and it is now set to resume in March or April. That's going to be so exciting. Now we have a lot of excitement as well here in the Opera Euro Rapid. Round 2 of the day, round 7. It's not finished yet. The players keep playing these really, really long games, entertaining us with some fantastic chess, and we're going to head right into one of the games that is currently going on. I think we're going to go into the game between Anish Giri that we have been talking about now in relations to the candidates tournament. He is playing Ding Liren, who's sitting there at 2 a.m. in the morning, struggling in the tournament. Is Anish Giri heading for a win in this game? Looks like he's good on the bar.
It does look like he's doing well. He has this extra knight. So if we do a quick material count, Black has a couple of pawns more than White does, but White has a knight, and I always prefer pieces over pawns, unless the opponent's pawns are super dangerous. And right now, Black's pawns, they're all under control. That being said, maybe Anish Giri, he's rushing too much. I don't like that last couple of moves. White rushing over with the king. Black now starting to run with those pawns. And if we look at the bar, at first I didn't trust it, but maybe White does have a winning move here.
Maybe White can give a check.
There we go. White giving check. The Black king stepping back. I thought that this wasn't possible, but it does look like maybe Anish Giri, he's going to win the race. That
White there's a checkmate on the board, isn't there? If the king steps back, potentially. So here, Black has to be super careful where they put the king, because if you step back 1 square directly, then just to...
Yeah, I think...
Can I get the board, or is it...
Ding Liren with 30 seconds. Maybe if we can get the board, but we can get the players' cameras still up there as well. Yes, there we go. Black has 2 options. He can step forward or he can step back.
If he steps back...
Then checkmate is coming. The knight will jump to the edge, but it's going to reroute itself. Black's almost going to promote, but not quite quick enough, because this will be checkmate. What's the name of this checkmate, Ivanka?
Vukovic checkmate.
Vukovic checkmate. If the king steps forward, then I think White has a few winning moves, but this pawn is essentially going to promote. And this we're going to see this on the board. White is now winning. Anish Giri ahead in the race.
And this will be the second loss of the day for Ding Liren. I think it's just the time. And look at
his face.
Oh.
Poor Ding.
Yeah, it's finished.
He does resign. Anish Giri about to make a new queen. It must be so difficult. It's now going to be, 2 a.m. in the morning, still 3 tough games ahead. It's difficult times for Ding.
Yes, and well, great times for Anish Giri then. He's in shared second place right now. Magnus Carlsen finished his game, we can see there, with a draw. So Magnus Carlsen is in sole lead right now, but 2 games still going on. And Anish Giri is sitting there looking over the board. I have to say, he seems so confident now. Anish Giri has been in so many top tournaments and usually finishes somewhere in the middle maybe or up top, but very rarely all the way up on top. And he just seems like he's more confident now than at least I ever seen him.
Yeah, he's certainly looking that, he knows he's on form. He's had a great over-the-board experience at Tata, and now he's just continuing the trend. And you have to remember that, one thing we're just recalling, that in Skilling Open, he had a great 2 days, and then everything went to pieces on the final day. So you can't just rest on his laurels just yet. But, I have to say, my heart did just break a little bit for Ding. He looked absolutely shattered. And I was thinking, well, maybe yesterday's tweet of the day, the winner of our quiz, that his words where he said that being in a funk is a phase and not the destiny, is perhaps something I would like to say to Ding right now. And
we shouldn't forget as well, Ding is in the candidates. He had a very difficult first half of those candidates, but he'll have a huge say in the next challenger for Magnus Carlsen. Imagine if Ding goes on a winning streak in the candidates. He might just be saving his opening ideas as well for that tournament, but yeah, his confidence won't be in great shape. After these first couple of days.
2 losses. I mean, he also had this great, beautiful, unbeaten streak of 100 games. And now to lose 2 games in a row and to be playing at such a awkward time. I'm sure he's been training for it. I'm sure he's accustomed himself to playing at such a late stage. But yeah.
If it's not your normal body clock, it's hard to acclimatise, even if you've spent a week kind of adjusting your body clock, going to sleep at 5 a.m. rather than normal time. And somehow it is proving to be a handicap for him.
All right, well, the next round is postponed in 10 minutes because so many games are... Wow, so many games are just lasting for a long time here. The players, just have to give creds to the players for giving us fantastic chess here. So we have a 10-minute delay for the next round, and I think that's a perfect opportunity to learn some more chess from our main man, David Howell. The next one is about... I'm not sure. Okay, it's going to be a surprise. Let's take a look at Howell's how-to.
It's important in chess to know how to attack. Checkmate does end the game, and especially in quick chess, in rapid play chess, as we see in the Champions Chess Tour, it's much more fun and much easier to attack than it is to defend. When you're attacking, you need to use teamwork. You need to use your pieces together, and often 3 is the magic number. You need to be attacking with at least 3 pieces in order to attack and overwhelm the opponent's defenses. In this position, White's attack is winning because White has more attackers, the queen, the knight, and the bishop, than Black has defenders. Black is only defending with the king at the moment. White is threatening, for example, to play queen takes pawn, defended by this knight, and give checkmate in 1 move. If Black defends against this, then White will win simply by using these 3 pieces together to gang up on this 1 square. When attacking, it's important to bring all of your pieces into the game if you can. If the opponent has defending pieces, then often a sacrifice is needed to remove the shelter in front of the king. Defending is an extremely difficult form of chess. Normally, you want to be on the front foot, you want to be attacking your opponent's pieces, but there are occasions where we have to defend, we have to keep our king safe at all costs. This is usually done in a few different ways. The first and most popular way is to try and trade off your opponent's attacking pieces. This is a favoured form of defence by Magnus Carlsen, the world champion. He likes to trade off the opponent's queen when he's on the defensive side. In this position, white is threatening checkmate. The queen and the knight combine to attack this very weak pawn, only defended by black's king. Therefore, in order to lessen the pressure on black's position, black could offer a queen trade. Black could bring his queen across, offering to exchange the queens. The queens could come off the board now. The queens could be traded, but white's attack no longer exists. Black has everything protected, and without white's queen, it's impossible to give checkmate. Other forms of defense could include just keeping everything protected, keeping lots of pieces near your king. Of course, though, the best form of defense is to attack, and sometimes, instead of defending, you can counterattack.
Fantastic lessons. Now, I have to say that I think the hardest part about chess is attacking, to finding sort of the way to the other person's king. What do you guys think is the hardest part? Is it defending or attacking?
It depends against who. I'm going to qualify that question because, you know, sometimes when someone comes at me and I have a great foundation, I'm super confident that I'm going to be able to defend. I'm like, well, come at me. I'm ready and I'm going to get you on the counterattack. So, and then there's sometimes when you're facing someone who's just like a machine gun who just comes at you from all directions and you just don't know what, and they're quite unpleasant to meet against and difficult to defend. But I personally think defending is okay. I mean, the big rule is actually if you can trade off queens, that is ideal. And I would say with defense is that if you can't spot the checkmate, then chances are your opponent can't spot the checkmate and you should just make the move. Right. You should just be practical.
What do you think, David? What's the hardest part about chess?
I found I made the biggest improvement when I was young, when I started studying endgames. And I think the most difficult part is that transition into the endgame. It's when to go into the endgame, which pieces to exchange. Once you figure that out, once you know what you're aiming for, the earlier stages of the game become much more easy. Of course, nothing's easy in chess, though. So.
It's like you think you know, you think you figured it out, and then you play a game and you realise, no, I knew nothing.
Well, so in football, you often see teams being like either very defensive or very attacking or very good at counter-attacking. Does all chess players, do they have to be great at both things? Or do you have experts in defending and experts at attacking?
Yeah, I mean, on the whole, to be a good, well-rounded player, you have to be, like, and to borrow a football term, you have to be box-to-box. You know, you have to be able to defend and you also have to be able to attack, primarily because people will suss out whether you're good at attacking or good at or defending, and they will steer the game into those types of positions. So you do need to be an all-round player, but your preferences do creep out because, you know, I do remember reading a book that was written by one of the former world champions, Botvinnik, and he noticed that his opponent, Smyslov, always loved the endgame. He loved swapping of queens. And so he was kind of like, oh, this preference is going to manifest itself. So he always gave Smyslov the chance to swap of queens where he knew it would be favourable for himself because he knew he's not going to be able to resist that.
And so, yeah, David.
Yeah, all the top players in the world in the past, they had very defined styles. They were very good at playing to their own strengths. Nowadays, everyone's just so good at everything. You have to be universal. You have to be very good at all parts of the game, in all types of positions, all types of pawn structure. And yeah, all these players in the field.
All right.
They don't have many weaknesses.
Exactly. And one player that definitely doesn't have many weaknesses is world champion Magnus Carlsen. We have been talking about the candidates a lot today. The candidates will resume sometime this spring and decide who's going to face Magnus Carlsen in the next World Championship match that's going to start in late November. And we asked Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, how he's preparing now for the World Championship match.
Usually before World Championship matches, I try to play a lot in the early parts of the year to get training, and then a little bit less in the second half of the year. This time, I don't know if there will be a significant amount of over the board chess at the very least. So most of the training that I will get will be from online. My plans for the World Championship is going to differ pretty significantly depending on whom I play.
Magnus Carlsen already thinking a little bit about the World Championship match, David, but he says he wants to wait until he knows who he's facing.
Yeah, I mean, chess players, we do think ahead, not just on the chessboard, in life as well. And I think he'll already have an idea of how he wants to prepare, how he wants to approach a match, depending on which one of those, maybe one of those 4 that we mentioned, will qualify to play him. But either way, he'll take it seriously. He'll spend many months, you know, working out, getting in the zone, getting his coaches on the case. And yeah, we'll see.
The next round is starting in not many minutes. It was delayed, but let's take a look at the games that we will have in round 8 of the preliminaries. And it is Daniil Dubo. He's going to face Vidit in that round. Exciting game between those two. Teimour Radjabov coming from his game is going to face Hikaru Nakamura, who I think actually is still playing. So that game is going to be delayed. Liren now coming from a loss. He's going to face Jan-Nepomniachtchi, who is looking confident so far in the tournament. Then we have Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, one of the players in the candidates, playing against Alexander Grishuk. Great game. Then we have Wesley So coming from a devastating loss. He's going to try to strike back against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And then we have the game between Levon Aronian, who struggled a little bit so far. He's going to play Dominguez, now finally confident after beating Wesley So. And then we have Matthias Bluebaum, who's going to play Sam Shanklin, 2 of the new players in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. And in the next one, it is Magnus Carlsen against Anish Giri, the game that we will focus on. And obviously it is, David, because these 2 players face each other so many times, and they are fierce against each other, I think.
Yeah, they love their Twitter banter. They have a bit of a... Well, they've had this rivalry ever since Anish Giri beat Magnus Carlsen as a 16-year-old. And, yeah, there we see the head-to-head scores. Magnus Carlsen with 14 wins to Anish Giri's 6 wins. Yeah, anything could happen in this game. Anish Giri in sparkling form right now. He'll be feeling confident. But then again, Magnus Carlsen also been looking serene, supreme in these last few games.
And... we see the players are sitting ready. Well, not all of them. Anish Giri is not here yet. Magnus Carlsen coming now from a draw against Alexander Grishuk. So far played 2 draws today after that fantastic streak of 4 wins in a row yesterday. I think definitely Magnus Carlsen is going to go for the win in this one with the white pieces.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely think so. You know, he said it yesterday. He is determined to play every game out for a win. And, you know, he's been a bit unlucky. We saw in the first game, it wasn't necessarily that exciting, and he did make a blunder that he got away with. But Anish is a kind of a rival that I think he will be looking to beat, or at least to have a good old-fashioned slugfest.
Anish Giri coming from that win against Liren. He's only half a point behind Magnus Carlsen on the table. Magnus Carlsen made his first move. Anish Giri is... there he is.
Is this a... this is a move that I've sometimes made.
Have we seen a mouse slip already on move 1 by Magnus Carlsen?
What? Okay, let's take a look at Anish Giri's reaction to that move now. Okay.
Is this... I wonder if this is real, whether Magnus Carlsen's actually made that move. He's frowning slightly now. Normally, he would want to put his pawn forward 2 squares. This is the move he most often opens the game with. He's dropped his pawn in front of his king only 1 square, and...
He's looking surprised.
I've made this move before. How many times have you made it,
I've made this move countless of times, but never on purpose.
Never on purpose, yes.
Okay, what is happening? Magnus Carlsen, well, it does look like on his face that he did not intend to do that.
And we've seen a reply by Anish Giri, so it looks like this has actually happened. Magnus Carlsen starting with the move 1e3 rather than 1e4, which is the most popular move in chess. So maybe a potential mouse slip there by world champion Magnus Carlsen on move 1. But if you're going to mouse slip, it's better to do it on move 1 than any other move in the game, pretty much.
Okay, well, what will this game be like now then? with that very... small move, I guess.
It will be just almost like he's playing the game with the black pieces, except he has an extra tempo. So it's nothing disastrous. It just... it's just not ideal, especially if you wanted to go out there and play a combative game, all guns blazing. You want to take on Anish Giri in his Najdorf that he's just, Anish has just done a course for chessable on, and instead he has to Something else. Yeah. Something that I know that you actually like these type of positions.
I've played this against you, this exact position.
Yeah, you crushed me in it. So
yeah, I like these types of positions as white. They're a bit slower at first, but there's some hidden ideas a bit later on, and you can plan in advance. Black's moves tend to be quite predictable.
Okay, so what do you think? Did Magnus Carlsen do it on purpose or not?
No, I think it was a slip.
Wow.
We'll ask him afterwards.
We have to ask him about that.
But, what do you think, Ivanka? Slip or kind of a mind trick?
Okay, I'm going to go for it was a mouse slip.
Okay.
A mouse slip, first move in this game by Magnus Carlsen. It is a strange round, actually. Game between Liren and Nepomniachtchi. Already, after a few seconds, it ended in a draw. Strange things happening in the preliminaries. Now let's hope for some fighting chess in this one.
Yeah, I think Ding just taking a draw in that game as white because he's been struggling today with 2 losses, and you don't want to lose 3 games in a row. In Russia, they call that castling queenside because 3 zeros in a row is the notation for castling queenside. It's the worst feeling in chess, losing 3 in a row. Sometimes you just need to stop the rot with a draw. So fair enough from Ding there.
And probably tired.
Yeah, and
oh my gosh.
3 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just needs that time just to replenish himself and get focused on the remaining 2 games. Yeah, it hasn't worked out well for him.
No, but meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen going for a bit of a controversial trade there, bishop for knight. Yes, white has been able to double black's pawns on that C line, but I am not a huge fan of giving up the light squared bishop. I think black's light squared bishop might come to life very, very shortly. I think in general we're advised only to do this if we're sure that we don't need the bishop of that colour, and it does look like white does have maybe some holes on the white squares a bit later on. So, okay, Anish Giri, he'll be happy with the way the opening's gone, maybe profiting from a mouse slip and Magnus Carlsen out of his familiar territory. I know that Magnus isn't a fan of these types of positions, unlike me. So, yeah, we'll see how the game progresses. I think Anish Giri now will have a bit of a longer think. This is very rare territory for both.
Well, fun. And we do see actually on the bottom of the screen 2 games hasn't started yet. FIDE's game and Hikaru's game haven't started because they are still playing in round 7. That is such a long game. They are still playing, so obviously their next games will be postponed, and we will have results and we will have standings as soon as that game is finished. But for these 2 players, Magnus Carlsen is in sole lead right now with... no, he's actually not. 2 players is in the lead. Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi both have 5 points. And then we have Anish Giri, a half a point behind there, together with Wesley So and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. So it is super tight, actually.
Yeah, and I have to point out, Kaya, so the 2 players who are still in action from the last round, Nakamura and FIDE, in the Skilling Open, so the first tournament of the Champions Chess Tour, they played 135 moves in their game. Eventually, Nakamura managed to win. Now, in their current game, they're on 152 moves. And Nakamura trying to win that one as well. So he's really, really trying to grind down FIDE, not giving up hope. It's rook and bishop, rook against bishop in that one. So it should be a draw, but Nakamura, he's a fighter. He's going to try and win.
Yeah, he's going to try to win, but I think FIDE will hold on quite comfortably.
And actually, another very fun fact about this situation is that Nakamura is still playing in round 7. Liren already finished his round 8 game, and those 2 players will face each other in round 9. So it's very late for Liren, but at least he's got a long break and a lot of time to prepare himself for a player that definitely will not have time to prepare right before that game.
Maybe time for a nap for Ding.
Yeah, I was going to say power nap. He has to...
Couldn't that be dangerous, though, in the middle of the night to go to sleep?
No, it's
wake up again.
No, it's okay, but you have to time it. You have to... I think the maximum you can do is half an hour. And any number before that is okay, but you can't go more than half an hour, otherwise you're going to just feel awful. So, yeah.
Have you ever done that at chess tournaments when you play several games during a day?
Yes.
You
just to 10 minutes, so to half hour power nap, and it gives you a big boost. No, I'm the queen of power naps. I know exactly. 1.5 hours is actually the maximum that you can power nap that you can do. That's if you're feeling super, super tired, because that's 1 sleep cycle.
See, I'm taking this in. I think this is an important.
It's important to get that edge in any sport.
Yeah.
And Ivanka's clearly
Yeah, no, a meditation also gives you a boost. Deep breathing, anything like that gives you a boost. And, you know, there are many ways of kind of keeping your energy and your motivation levels very high. And, yeah, because... You know, I had a problem with energy levels at one stage where I was just feeling tired all the time. So I learned all the tricks in the book to kind of maintain this
and I think that there's been a lot of focus among scientists later years with sleep and how important sleep is. And I bet for chess players, sleep is super important to keep your mind and your brain fresh at all times.
Yeah, it absolutely is important. I remember reading one story about a grandmaster. He was playing the final round. If he won his game, he was going to be European champion. And he was like, well, if I analyse any chess, I'm not going to sleep. So my mind would just not be able to rest. So he decided the best thing to do was just spend 3 hours playing table tennis with friends. And then that way he got a great night's sleep and he came back and he won and he became European champion.
Wow.
Yeah, and the top players, they're very aware of this. One time, Magnus Carlsen, he came to stay with me at university, and I remember he woke up at 2 p.m. in the afternoon one day, and I kind of tried to tease him about it, made some jokes, and he said, well, my next tournament, the games start at 5 o'clock, so he's timing himself, so he wakes up 3 hours beforehand, so by the critical moments in that game, he'll be at his sharpest 6 hours after he's woken up. Yeah, the players, they're very aware of these type of things. And
Wow.
OK, meanwhile, we have seen a bit of action on the board. It does look like maybe Anish Giri is going for a forced draw line. I think maybe Anish Giri, he's spotted an opportunity to end this game as quickly as possible. If we bring up the analysis board, maybe keep an eye on the players, though, because we want to see their reactions as the action happens. But in this position, Black has just played check with his queen. So targeting this white king right now. White has two moves. If he blocks with the knight, which I think he should do, then suddenly Black can force a draw if he wants. He can trade and now sacrifice a piece. He can give up his bishop to open up the shelter in front of White's king. And suddenly we see a check here. And White's king only has one square. And what Black can give check forever. White's king cannot escape, while Black cannot give checkmate because he's only attacking with one piece. So this would end in draw. We would repeat the position. So Magnus Carlsen thinking about this right now. We see his head in his hands. If he doesn't move his knight here, if he moves his king to the corner,
that would be a mistake, David.
He would be losing.
Yeah.
This would be a huge checkmate threat. The White king in huge danger. So Magnus Carlsen thinking about a draw. He has to go for it. He can't escape.
Yeah, it's going to end up in a draw. And while we're waiting for Magnus to make the decision, it's probably a good time to remind everyone that we have a quiz running. And we are asking everyone, what would you do if you were president for one day? And the winner of the quiz gets 1 year Chess24 premium membership, which is an amazing prize because with premium membership, you get the ability to play against the top players in the world and get to watch all this access to amazing videos and content. But we have had a few cool answers that I'm just going to show. And let me just bring them up. And we can see one from Matilda there who says, she would, if she were FIDE president for a day, she would make life fair and allow a pawn to promote to a king. And then we have another tweet from Willie Ghost.
Well, wait. So if you were allowed to promote your pawn to a king, I mean, that would be a problem for you, I guess.
Well, yeah, you could have two kings. You'd have to checkmate both kings, right?
Oh, okay. So, so you would have to get both kings off the board before you win the game.
You can imagine a position with 6 kings each or something.
Yeah. And we have another tweet from Willie Goss who says, if he were president, winners and losers will keep their increments, but the players who draw will have a negative increment.
Ah, that's exciting.
You know, quite funny on this promoting to a king. I do know of one hilarious arbitering decision. Maybe you've heard of this very famous story. Because when you play over the board chess and you promote a pawn, so, yeah, the knight move has been played, so now it's all about whether Anish will go for the repetition.
Yeah, Anish wants the draw of Magnus. So he was suffering. He didn't want to go for this, but he had to. And we will see a draw soon. But, sorry, Jovanka, carry on.
Yeah, so my story was, OK, so when you play over the board chess, when you promote the pawn, it's very important that you have the piece that you want to promote it to in your hand so that when you promote the pawn, you then place the piece that you want and then that's it. You cannot just promote the piece to a pawn and then hit the clock. That would be a big mistake. Now, this actually happened. That they didn't say. They just picked up the pawn, promoted it, and went, that's a queen, and hit the clock. That doesn't work like that. And so the arbiter stepped in and he goes, no, that pawn is going to remain a pawn. Which is like the worst thing in the world, because that pawn doesn't do it. It can never move. It can't even like reverse its journey and go, well, if I make my way back, I can perhaps become a queen. So it was like, wow, it's like almost breaking the rules of chess. So that was like one of the most
hitting the wall there for that pawn.
Arbitering decisions.
Yeah. I played a blitz game and I wanted to make a new queen, but there was no queen around the board, and I only had about 10 seconds on the clock, and I just called to someone. I was like, "Give me a queen!" And meanwhile, I kept playing moves. I just waiting. My pawn it couldn't promote because there was no queen. And then someone grabbed a queen, and they just put the queen on the board at the wrong moment, and then it was like stalemate. And
no, I was there. I was watching, and we were like looking, because the very kind spectator even pressed David's clock for him. He goes, "Here you go."
The worst possible moment.
David was like,
"No."
I was like, "What?"
I didn't make that move.
We could be heading for the draw right now. Magnus Carlsen, he did stop to think. There was not much to think about, unfortunately. And now Anish Giri, he's the only one who can play for the win, but Black with the queen on its own. A queen is not enough to give checkmate. I think that's wisdom your dad gave you, right?
Yeah, he gave me many nuggets of wisdom, and this was one of them. The queen doesn't checkmate on her own. And I agree. It's the time for agreeing a draw by perpetual check.
Yeah.
And this is all due to that first move, possibly the mouse slip by Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, actually, I think Magnus was let off the hook. Just a few moves ago, I really liked Anish Giri's position, but he was just enticed by this quick draw. Black against the world champion, you can understand why he's going for it. But there we see the Black Queen continues checking the White King, and the position repeats itself 3 times, and the players... An early break for them.
It is. So Magnus Carlsen, his third draw today out of 3 possible draws. Anish Giri, he had a good day so far. He's only half a point behind the world champion on the table as they finished this game. Magnus Carlsen, I mean, what if he spent a lot of time preparing for this game, making a genius idea, and it's all ruined in the first game due to a mouse slip?
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be so frustrating for Magnus, but it could have been worse. He could have mouse slipped later in the game. Remember, he did do this in the first round of the Skilling Open, the first game of the whole Champions Chess Tour. He did mouse slip and lose his queen against Jan Nepomniachtchi. So in comparison, relatively, this is a tiny mouse slip.
Yeah, and he got a very normal position for White. I mean, he made a few unorthodox choices in the opening. I mean, he traded his bishop for a knight, and that was a little bit risky. Then he, again, developed the knight to a very unconventional spot. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think it was the first move that was to blame. Maybe that will kind of set the scene, though, because he was really hoping to push the pawn 2 squares forward and have a real
one of his rivals.
Yes, exactly. And it's a different type of approach when you push the pawn 1 square forward.
Yes, and I just wonder whether Magnus Carlsen may be losing a bit of momentum after winning 4 games in a row yesterday. Now he's started with 3 draws. He hasn't really hit his stride. Remember, he blundered against Duda. It was a bit lucky to escape with a draw there. Now he mouse slipped in this game. It's not been the best day so far for Magnus Carlsen. He doesn't need to be in top form today. He's already near the top of the rankings, but still, he's lost a bit of his stride now.
Yeah, better to save maybe a little bit of energy for, well, quarterfinals if he gets there, and also the final day of preliminaries, I guess.
Yeah, but he wants to win every game, so mixed emotions for him, I think.
All right. Well, Magnus Carlsen was still sitting by his computer. He's got a lot of time now to prepare for the next round, round 9. There has been some delays today because some players are just playing super long games. But now everyone in round 7 finished. So it's time to look finally at the standings so far. So remember, this is after 7 games. Yeah, so this is not after 8 games. This is after 7 games. Magnus Carlsen, then now he is on 5.5 points right now after his game finished. But he was on top of the table and still is. Vachier-Lagrave is playing now right behind him, but Anish Giri now and Jan Nepomniachtchi currently on 5 points. It is super tight. It is super tight. And we see on bottom half there, we know it's all about those top 8 spots. one player in the bottom half there, Levon Aronian, Ivanka. He needs to start winning.
Yeah, he definitely needs to get motoring, and the same can be said for Danu Dubov and Ding Liren. You know, if they want any chance of getting those top 8 spots, they need to win some games.
Definitely. Levon Aronian and Daniil Dubo, 2 of the favorites that we would expect to get to the quarterfinals, so it's going to be super interesting to follow them. In the end of the preliminaries, we do have the quiz of the day going. People interacting with us on Twitter. I think you have something fun for us, Ivanka.
You're making me read something. Yeah, we do have a quiz of the day. We are asking everyone, what would you do if you were president for one day? And you can tweet us your answers using the hashtag #ChessChamps. And someone has written, let me just get it up. It says, this is from Hans de Roy. He says, if I were president, I'd want you as my vice, Ivanka. I approve. I would love to be president for the day.
You guys would make, I think you guys would make the world and chess a better place, maybe.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I have lots of plans.
Okay, we have another one.
So this is Anish Giri.
Yeah, this is Anish Giri. Yeah, this is a tweet from Anish. He says, come on, man, play something offbeat. Get a game. People were expecting a show. Like Chess Champs.
Did he just tweet that?
He just tweeted that, yes. And yeah, obviously a little dig at Magnus Carlsen. So
is this about that first move? Basically.
I think it's a bit tongue-in-cheek. Magnus played the most offbeat opening there is, but they still somehow found a way to get a draw, and with the white pieces, normally the onus is on you to create things and try to play for the win. So Anish Giri, he'll be happy. He'll be silently mocking, well, not silently, he'll just be mocking Carlsen.
Yeah, typical Anish Giri, straight out to Twitter. Fantastic, entertaining us, both on the chessboard and on Twitter. Now, okay, round 8 is obviously still going on, basically just started. And we're heading into this game between Levon Aronian and Lenian Dominguez. And it is getting a little bit dramatic for Levon Aronian in the tournament so far. Currently outside top 8. And Lenian Dominguez, he had a bad start. He is on bottom of the table, but he has managed to get a win today. So, what is this looking like?
Yeah, so this one, it's roughly in the balance so far. If we do a quick count, it's level material. The only imbalance is that Black has a bishop for one of White's knights, and we do see Black's bishop there moving into the center of the board. Fantastically well placed right now. Personally, I love it when I have a pair of bishops and one of my opponents has traded off one of their bishops for my knights. So I do like Black's position. The light squared bishop looking amazing right now. The dark squared bishop has potential a bit later on. I think Dominguez, he'll be very happy with the opening. Aronian, I was going to say less happy, but there we see advancing a central pawn. Ivanka calls him Mr. Center. He loves getting space, putting his pieces in the middle of the board. Just very classical chess, and he loves attacking as well. He loves the initiative. And with that last move, he's hoping to open up maybe some of Black's king shelter. That being said, Dominguez, he does reply instantly, and it's a move that I really like. Suddenly, Black's dark squared bishop as well, coming to life on the long diagonal. And Dominguez in these early stages, looking very comfortable. He's going to be much happier with the way he's playing today rather than yesterday. Aronian, meanwhile, still struggling for some rhythm. Clock situation, though, that's the main thing. Dominguez, all these games, he's so far behind on the clock.
Yeah, it is quite significant time disadvantage. But his position is great. He has the bishop pair, as you say. His pieces are very, very active, and he has control. And now it looks a little bit scary with the Black king being out there in the open. But, you know, once the king takes a step back, and it will hide itself away, suddenly there's another open line that the Black pieces can come down and start to put pressure on the white pieces. Yeah, I think Levon is in serious trouble, actually.
Yeah, as you mentioned, this Black king, this is the only problem right now, that it's slightly open, but it can easily hide in the corner. White has no attacking pieces. And as you mentioned, once the king does step back, for example, if White plays a move, if the Black king steps back, Black can start attacking down other open lines. Everything is in Black's favour right now. OK, we have seen that move, White centralising a rook. I would be very tempted to bring my queen into the game as well. Maybe even trade these knights and then bring the queen into the game. Suddenly there's an attack. All of Black's pieces are beautiful, especially these two bishops. And OK, he doesn't go for that, but still. great position for Dominguez.
Yeah, definitely. He moves his rook to defend the knight because the knight was under attack. And this is kind of a very Carlsen approach to chess. You know, yeah, you can trade off, but why not bring another piece into the game, which is quite nice. And then again, the threat is still there. The queen can still come out to the square that David mentioned and put pressure on these knights. And I just really like the idea of just tucking my king away. I don't know what my king is doing out there in the middle. Get it back there and then continue with the game. And I just look at those bishops that black have. You know, they're causing so much problem, and especially the one that's unchallenged. Because the dark squared bishop, I'm not that fussed about, because yes, it's doing a lot of things, but it can be challenged on those squares. But that bishop in the center is a beast. It cannot be challenged, and it has, look at where it's pointing to. It's pointing towards the white king, and I'm quite worried.
Yeah, that being said, I do think Dominguez maybe rushed his last move slightly. He's not looking too relaxed right now. He's kind of leaning forward, shaking up a bit. So that nervous energy is coming out. And I think maybe with his last move, he's allowed Levon Aronian to just simplify things, to exchange off lots of pieces. And that might not help black so much. Normally we say trades are okay when you've got a set of bishops, because they become more powerful as the game goes on, when things open up. But if we bring up the analysis board, we can see the reason Levon Aronian is pausing here, he's thinking, is he's debating, does he use his knight, which is nicely placed at the moment, on an outpost? Does he capture the opponent's knight? And we might see a lot of trades now, and suddenly this white queen, which is actually really badly placed, really passively placed, suddenly it can jump forward and capture this pawn. White's queen can take this pawn, eyeing up another pawn. And yes, black can ruin the shelter around white's king. White's pawn structure now really bad. But suddenly the pair of bishops have gone. Suddenly white's queen active. I think white would maybe have some chances to fight back here. But OK, Levon Aronian doesn't go for that. I think he should have done, because now he's stepped back and white's pieces, they're nicely centralized, but they're passive. They're just holding on to each other, defending each other. They're not actually attacking things, whereas black's bishops are doing a great job kind of creating this, well, just controlling all the squares, essentially. And it might be time, Jovanka, step back with the king.
Yeah.
The move you've been advocating for a while.
So you were talking in your Howell's how-to about attacking and defending. So, you know, we've seen the plans for Dominguez to attack, you know, first of all, retreat the king and then start using the lines and start using the potential of your pieces. But would you say that Levon's last move is quite defensive?
Yeah, this bishop retreat. Definitely
yeah, definitely defensive. I mean, how would you carry on? How would you do the repair work for white?
I would try and trade as many pieces as possible. I'd try and get rid of one of black's bishops. I would maybe try to just slowly improve my pieces and make sure that there are no immediate threats. So, for example, I'd need to improve the white queen while preventing any black threats. OK, meanwhile, Dominguez stepping forward with the black queen. Very sensible move. I'm not sure it's the best square, though. It's still on the same line as a rook, which I don't like. Suddenly, I think white might have some tricks along this line. But yeah, I think it's time to start improving this queen. If I could somehow, it takes ages, but if I could somehow sneak her over to this side of the board and eye up some pawns, then I think the queen would be, well, white's overall position would be much improved. But it does take a long time, and I'm not sure Aronian will get that time.
And we do see that 3 games have finished already in this round. All of them ended in draws. Also, the game between Teimour Radjabov and Hikaru Nakamura, who, I mean, that game basically just started, and it was a very quick draw. Nakamura playing his 7th round game very late. It ended also in a draw against Vidit and a draw here against Teimour Radjabov. So we do now have time to prepare for his next game against Liren, who finished very early against Nepomniachtchi. What a strange day of chess.
Yeah, strange. It feels like the calm after the storm this time. Yesterday started off with a bang, and today just, yeah, players maybe just recovering from that.
Exactly. Yeah, actually, that's exactly what it feels like. They need to recover a little bit. It must have been such an exhausting day.
Well, Nepomniachtchi actually mentioned it himself. He said, you know, now the leaders have been established, they'll be wanting to protect their advantage. And so they're probably going to be playing a little bit quieter, safer, just to make sure that they get that all-important top 8 spots. Yeah.
I must say I'm slightly disappointed by Radjabov, just trying to force draws a lot of the time, especially with white. He's going straight for the draw. With black, he's had decent positions and just trying to, instead of trying to push them, just trying to kind of play safety first. But
But, you know, it's been a very successful strategy. You saw in the Skilling Open that Wesley was also doing the same thing. He was taking a lot of draws, and Nepomniachtchi as well, both of them taking a lot of draws. And then when push came to shove, they were there on form in the semi-finals, quarterfinals, and of course Wesley won the Skilling Open. And it's exactly the same approach that Radjabov employed in the Air Things Masters. I think he practically drew all his games, and then he won one game. And then, you know, when it came to the knockout stages, he was the man, wasn't he?
Super fresh, right?
Yeah.
And, well, interesting fact also mentioned that Magnus Carlsen was the winner of the preliminaries in both Skilling Open and Air Things Masters. He is in the lead right now, but he was knocked out in the quarterfinals in the last tournament, and he did lose the final in the first one. So I guess, do you think that's on the world champion's mind?
Yeah, maybe that's why he's taking some draws now. Maybe he doesn't want to finish top of the preliminary stage.
Chess players are very superstitious.
Yeah, right.
I think you'd be like, well, that top spot is jinxed. So, but it does give you certain advantages to be top spot.
Yeah, you do get well, on paper you get an easier pairing in the quarterfinals. You play against the player who finished in 8th place.
Yeah. You get to pick the colours.
Yeah, true.
Which is also a nice advantage because often, say, like you're playing a tie-break, it's quite a good idea to play black, and then you play your second game with the white pieces, because then you know exactly what you need to achieve with the white pieces. Either you're going to play very aggressively or you're going to play very solidly. Much easier to do.
And we do see another game ending in a draw. It is Vachier-Lagrave facing Alexander Grishuk. They played a draw just now. Another one ending in a draw. The calm after the storm in this tournament. All right, we do have a few moves, at least one, David. Yeah, that's right. And Black's king tucking itself away on a different square there. You do notice that Black's king now is on a light square. It's very well protected by Black's light squared bishop as well. Nothing can attack it along the diagonal. That being said, Dominguez, his air quality is still not great. Yeah. Will that come to affect him? Maybe. I mean, he's been playing very slowly in these last couple of games. Well, I don't know if that's a consequence of the CO2 levels, but it might mean that he's just lacking that bit of sharpness, bit of speed.
And it's also morning in the USA where he's playing right now. Perhaps it's early afternoon. So he'll be actually... Technically, he should be hitting his stride. Yeah. But yeah, the CO2 levels are worrying, because anything above 1,000 is a problem, isn't it?
Yeah. Ideal levels, I think, are between 500 and 800 somewhere. But yeah, I mean, meanwhile, Dominguez still has a great position as Black. It's just his time situation. We've seen that come back to bite him. Against Magnus Carlsen, he had a winning move. He missed it because he just didn't have enough time to work things out. And I'm slightly worried that just the way he's been spending long amounts of time just on the last couple of moves, which didn't actually change the position, the game won't be lost, or, I mean, it won't be won or lost by small manoeuvres with your king when there's lots of pieces on the board, when there's lots of tension, when big decisions need to be made. They'll be made, the game will be decided later on in the endgame, or when the tactics start. Somehow, maybe he's just making, or he's just not in the flow right now, and I'm slightly worried that he's spending a bit of time there and eventually going for a trade, but he could have played the same move, but quicker. And meanwhile, the more pieces that leave the board, yeah, it feels like his chances are slowly slipping away.
All right, and he only gets 10 seconds for every move he makes increment, so he needs to start playing faster. Lenny Dominguez playing under the American flag, originally from Cuba. And I mean, Cuba, that's such a proud chess nation with Capablanca.
Yeah, and it's absolutely unbelievable. We know they have so many strong grandmasters. It's really fantastic to see. I mean, it's a country I've always wanted to visit.
I know, and I imagine chess in Cuba be like playing chess out on like street bars and a lot of fun and colors, and I imagine chess in Cuba would be.
Yeah, they have many strong tournaments. There's the Capablanca Memorial, and so many dangerous, underrated players. I mean, it's just an awesome place to visit, and with a strong chess culture, as you mentioned, with being the birthplace of Capablanca.
Yeah. So maybe that's the first place we should travel then, when we're allowed to. Well, hopefully we get to go to San Francisco in September for the tour final, and we could travel straight from San Francisco to Cuba.
Count me in.
Yeah,
Count me in.
It's going to be the trip of a lifetime. Okay. What's happening on the board is Lenier, with a little time on his clock, able to take the win home here.
He's still in charge here. Black still has a small advantage, but Levon Aronian, he's done a good job of just unraveling, of clarifying the central tension. You see the white bishop now very nicely placed in the middle of the board. White's knight has had to retreat back to the starting row, but it will jump forward a bit later. And the main thing is white is slowly starting to kick back the black pieces. You see that black's light squared bishop now attacked, has had to retreat. We might see a pair of rooks leave the board now on that open line in the middle. The queens might also leave the board once that happens. Okay, we'll see Dominguez now make a decision. The queens are looking at each other on that diagonal. So Dominguez, if he recaptures that rook with his queen, he keeps a bit more tension. If he allows a queen trade, it feels like white is safe again. And
And one of the dangers I've noticed when the players don't have so much time on the clock, notice there's a tendency to simplify. Like you can't handle the tension. And we have mentioned it before, when a player gets to less than a minute on the clock, that is when panic starts to set in. You just can't help it. You know? You're kind of one eye on the clock, one eye on the board. And decision now, keep the queens on the board. I mean, I think I would... Okay, the queens have come off. This was something.
Kept the queens there, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I also would have kept the queens, just because, you know, the queens and the bishops can cause a lot of mischief together. But okay.
Yeah, there's one thing I've noticed actually as an eternal time trouble addict myself. I'm always low on the clock, and I noticed this trend. I was trading pieces when I shouldn't have done, just because it makes things more simple. There's less tension. It just somehow psychologically, it's a very natural thing to do. But as soon as I became aware of that, I decided, okay, I'm not going to make decisions purely because of the clock situation. Suddenly my results in time trouble when I was low on the clock, they started to improve a lot. And sometimes actually keeping that tension, it makes the opponents panic as well. There's lots of tension. They see your clock is low. They start rushing themselves, and that can backfire for them. So I think Dominguez, he's made the wrong decision here, allowing so many trades. He had such a pleasant position, all of his pieces on amazing squares, but he's traded them. I mean, for example, those queens. White's queen was on a terrible square, really passive square, not doing anything. Why allow her to trade off for black's queen, which was so proud and on such a great... such an active square, and suddenly Levon's pieces are jumping forward. And I'm actually thinking, although the position is roughly level now, I'm thinking the momentum's with Aronian. He's got a 5-minute advantage. Dominguez, he's just lost all. He's lost everything that made his position so great.
Yeah. And one of the things that I kind of always bear in mind when I have a position like this is that the more pieces I exchange off and the more I get into an endgame, the more pawn structure and pawn weaknesses. By pawn weaknesses, I mean specifically pawns that are isolated or don't have support. And I'm looking at that black pawn in the center. That one's completely unsupported by a pawn. So it's a potential target. And okay, I really don't like what's happened next. That's
ugly.
That was one of the potential defenders of that weak pawn in the center, and now he's just traded that off, and and then I was just completely defensive.
Yeah, if we bring up the analysis board, we can see black's last few moves are not. I mean, Dominguez would not have wanted to play them, but he just didn't see any other option. He gave up his bishop, his light squared bishop, which was such a great piece, for a knight. And suddenly, white's rook maneuvering. We said the 7th rank. This rook is coming now to try and target some black pawns. But above all, that's been stopped. But above all, this pawn is a weakness forever. It's an isolated pawn. White's king is now going to come forward and sit as a blockader. White's dark squared bishop is a perfect blockader of this pawn as well. This isolated pawn, is an eternal weakness. Meanwhile, white's pieces are much better than their counterparts. Look at this white king, centralized. Black's king, terrible here in the corner. White's bishop, nice and proud in the center. Black's bishop kind of hitting thin air here. White's rook on an open line. Black's rook passive, defending pawns. Everything is right about white's position, and it's still not going to be easy to win, but Levon Aronian, he's got all the chances.
Yeah, I totally agree. And it will be so much easier to mobilise those 3 pawns on the right than it is the black pawn in the centre. Yeah, absolutely. What a turnaround.
Yeah, and this is instructive. If your opponent has an isolated pawn, just blockade it. And it's as if that pawn doesn't exist.
Yeah.
That black pawn actually gets in the way of black's rook. And I am slightly surprised to see the computer evaluation that high, giving white such a big advantage, plus 1.8 right now. I think in human terms, it's an advantage, but it's not the type of advantage that's kind of going to be there forever. 1 or 2 inaccurate moves, and that might drop immediately. But
maybe it's taking into account the clock situation.
Yeah, maybe the computer knows.
The computer's like, well, you know, normally it would be just under a pawn, but, you know, since you've got 4 seconds left on the board, we know panic. Yeah. And Levon, you can see that he's getting, well, he's on his way to getting an outside passed pawn. You see how those 3 pawns are working together so that they can get a passed pawn there on the right side. So it's not ideal. And 9 seconds left for Lenier Dominguez. He has to make a decision. And he's taken the pawn off, and still the decision. He made that with 2 seconds left on the clock.
And it's a big decision. You don't want to make huge committal decisions like trades or changes of pawn structure when you have such little time, because those are the most difficult ones to evaluate. And with 2 seconds left on the clock, he's offered a rook trade. And to be honest, I'm not sure it's a great decision. Also, that rook has now left all protection of the isolated pawn, and white's going for that pawn now.
Consequences.
Yep.
Yes.
Every move has a consequence.
Exactly. And the king comes forward to protect that pawn. And you see that tell that Levon gave. He knows that he's going for it. He is going to win, I think. He does this body movement there.
Yeah, he does bluff sometimes. I've played him before and he's doing that, and actually he had a losing position. So I think he does have a winning move now, though, Levon Aronian. He can use his rook and bring it across to that right side and win black's remaining pawn on that right flank. I don't see any way for black to protect that pawn right now. Actually, if we bring up the analysis board very quickly, and if we can keep the players, yeah, white has a winning move. White can just bring his rook across, and there's no way to protect this pawn. It's attacked twice. Okay, he doesn't play it.
He doesn't do it, and instead, is this a mistake? Because it looks like an inaccuracy to me, because suddenly...
Might be, but yeah, this pawn could not be protected. For example, if black tries to defend it, the bishop would get trapped, and if the bishop goes the other way, there would be a nasty check here. Instead, in the game, you think this is a mistake, Jovanka?
I think it's a mistake because the idea of attacking the pawn worked precisely because the bishop couldn't come to defend it, and now I'm thinking the bishop can come because the 2 pawns on the right side, they're blockaded. They can't move forward, and this could be potentially something that makes black's life easier.
It still feels winning, but not as winning as it should have been. It's not as clear-cut now because these pawns can't push forward. So Levon making his job a bit more difficult. But I do think he can possibly drop his rook back with a bit of a double attack here, attacking the bishop and the pawn. Or he can just keep his rook active, just keep it on the back rank, on the back row, deep in black's territory. It's just very hard for black to even find a move. So Levon Aronian is still in charge, but he did rush. I agree, Jovanka, actually. I think that was just premature, pushing those pawns.
Yeah, there was just like a nice potential for the pawns, you know, could have been, just keep the flexibility. But OK, I mean, I think the main thing here is actually not to trade bishops. I think whilst the bishops are still on the board, then white's
task
is a lot easier.
So you think black's going to offer a trade of bishops maybe when white's rook moves?
Well, it depends when white rooks move, because if white allows the black rook to start activating itself, then I'm thinking that, hey, it's worth losing a pawn if it can get active.
Such a roller coaster tournament so far. A lot of wins. Do you know how many draws Levon Aronian played so far?
One.
He only played 1 draw so far. He's lost 3 games, won 3 games, and could possibly be winning his 4th game now.
He's an entertainer.
Yeah, and he's going down on Dominguez is going down on the clock. He made his last move at 2 seconds. And here we go. We get the desired rook and pawn ending. And now the H-pawn, which we've christened Harry, that farthest pawn on the right, is advancing up the board. And it's a game over now.
You were saying, Jovanka, you didn't want to see those bishops leave the board, but white's pawn now pushing forward.
Yeah, because now the rook is behind the pawn. This is where every single rook wants to be, behind their own pawn, and now it's over, isn't it?
I think so.
Completely game over.
Black's rook is passive. Black's rook is in front of the pawn. Rooks want to be behind. Black's rook is pretty much paralysed. If it moves, then white's pawn continues to push forward. So now white's king stepping to the middle. It's going to become a pawn endgame.
You can advance the pawn, though. You can advance the pawn closest.
Okay. At that moment, black could have captured white's pawn in the corner there, but we would have gone into a king and pawn endgame, and I think that king and pawn endgame was winning for white. So black couldn't allow that trade. Dominguez there, kind of puffing out his cheeks. He knows there's just nothing to be done. The problem is black just simply can't move. His king is trapped. His rook cannot capture that pawn. Black simply has no moves left now. The game is pretty much over.
Yeah.
This is why rook's behind passed pawns. That's the key in endgames.
Yeah, this is just a dream. Absolutely. Levon Aronian will no doubt 100% win, barring a mouse slip.
Yeah, I mean, Dominguez maybe could have put up more resistance there, but just had no time. And now black is fully paralysed. That's an instructive last move. Black simply can't move any pieces without making his position worse.
Exactly, and he just has to take a step back with the rook, and it will be game over.
Yeah. Dominguez, I think he might actually resign right now because he's destined to head into a hopeless king and pawn endgame where he's a pawn down. Levon Aronian will make a new queen. I expect to see white push that pawn forward now. Look at that. That's why rooks are not good in front of passed pawns. When they step back, the pawn rushes forward. And he gives a check. It's just desperation. The rook has to step back to the corner.
Yeah.
Now white's going for the other pawns on the other side.
Yeah, and it will be the other pawn that just wins the game, not saves the game.
Yeah.
And
it will take a while still, but unless Dominguez resigns. But white is simply going to grab that pawn on the left and push his own pawn forward, make a new queen. Therefore, Dominguez, has he resigned? Okay, it looks like he's still...
he has resigned, or he's lost some time. So...
There we have it. Wow.
What a turnaround.
Looking like he was winning, ending up with a loss for Liren Dominguez. Levon Aronian. Another win, his fourth win in the tournament. He's back in now.
Yeah, he's back, especially after that first, the loss, the 6th round loss today, because that was a bit painful. But, hey, he's on his way back. He promised us some Ponchik power, and he's delivering.
Fortune favours the brave, and if you go for this fighting chess, yes, you might take a couple of losses, but you'll get the wins as well. And he did very well to survive that bad position and turn it around in his favour.
And both players still sitting there looking this over, especially maybe Liren Dominguez not happy. He must have known he was in a great position at some point in this game, David. And did he blunder, basically? And he was very much pressured on the clock. What happened that turned this around for Levon Aronian then?
Yeah, it wasn't actually a blunder by Dominguez, but it was a series of small mistakes. And he just went for all these trades. He had the perfect position. He could have just sat there, slowly improved things. And the more trades he made, the more Levon Aronian's pieces came into the game. He allowed Levon Aronian to kind of just improve slowly, and eventually that long-term weakness, that isolated pawn, became a big factor. And Dominguez, he just got nervous. He just panicked because of the clock situation. He thought he was heading towards a draw. He thought he was safe, but actually he played into his opponent's hands. And
I would love it if you could show us on the analysing board as well, sort of where those small mistakes and time trouble happened.
Yeah, so if we bring up the board, we can see that I think this is the moment it started. Levon Aronian here with white is really struggling. Look at this white queen, pretty much trapped, doing nothing. This white knight also trapped, doing nothing. Black here should have kept the tension. For example, he can maneuver his queen around, start attacking the white king with a dominating position. Instead, trading here and allowing pieces to leave the board. I think this was another big mistake. Bringing his queen out. Look at Black's queen. It's so versatile. It's on a great square. Swapping herself off for this white queen, which is trapped, doing nothing. And a couple of moves later, you can see lots of trades happened. Queen's leaving the board. And this move. Jovanka and I cringed, right? We did not like this. Giving up the bishop pair. Suddenly, this pawn is a weakness. White's got rid of all his bad pieces. These two pieces are dominant. His king joined the action later on, and he went on to win the game.
Wow. Levon Aronian, he is still in the fight for those top 8 spots in the quarterfinal. The player that was in the final of the last tournament, the Air Things Masters, and a little bit of a slow start, but Levon Aronian, we know he's back.
He's back, and we've seen him do it before. You know, he did it in the Skilling Open. He had a horrible first day, and yet he did it on the game day 2 and day 3. And so it looks like he's doing the same thing again. And of course, he was the finalist in the Air Things Masters, so he really showed some class there. And Liren Dominguez was very unlucky because I guess this time control just takes some adjusting. This is his debut on the tour, so. Happens.
And I think if someone asked me who among the chess players I would vote for to be president of the world, I think maybe I could possibly say Levon Aronian, because he seems just like such a good guy. And that is our question of the day. President for a day.
Indeed, our question for the day. We are asking, what would you do if you were president for one day? And the winner gets 1 year's premium membership of Chess24. And we're asking for really cool answers. The funnier, the better. And we have an answer from Atharva Lavand, who says, make the pawn able to jump 2 spaces anytime once throughout the entire game. And I really like this random element because completely changes the nature of the game. I love it. I definitely would be on board with that, even if I were vice president. And then we have another answer from the elusive panda Björn Pandansikt, who says, if I was president, I'd give premium memberships for all. Wow, that was a very generous president, though. He's getting my vote.
Well, talking about those, like changing the chess moves, I think I heard like the newest rule in chess is the en passant. And it's like a few 100 years old. It's like, to me, super old. So new rules in chess, other than like time controls and stuff, that doesn't happen. Do you think we'll have like a new change to the actual game sometime, David?
Possibly. I think the changes in time control are the biggest ones we've seen lately. I mean, only going back, 30 years ago, games used to last 8 hours and sometimes more. And you very rarely, I mean, rapid chess and blitz chess just barely existed. I think it's been a kind of change for the good, and lots of decisive games have happened.
Yeah, I mean, just going back 20 years, I think 20, 30 years, you used to get to the stage where you played a long game and then you'll be like, right, I'm adjourning, I'm going to have dinner, and I'm going to take the position.
Right. We see that in the Queen's Gambit as well.
And it's a kind of, you know, now it's kind of like mortifying because it's almost like a form of cheating. Yeah. But then you would take your position back to your friends and you would all get together and study it. Yeah, exactly. Just like in the final of the Queen's Gambit, where Benny and everyone gets around, they figure out the winning plan. Exactly. I mean...
Spoilers.
That was a spoiler.
Yes. Oops.
Well, we're not telling you how the game ends.
Yeah, exactly. We don't. Yeah.
All right. Well, new rules to chess. Some great examples there, and do join in the question of the day if you want to contend for premium membership on Chess24. A player that is in contention to face Magnus Carlsen in the next World Championship match is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He is in the lead. Together with Jan Nepomniachtchi in the candidates tournament that will resume. The FIDE president told us earlier today, this spring sometime. So it was devastating for Maxime when they postponed the tournament. Him being in the lead, he's now waited almost a year to start fighting again. But Maxime, he's definitely ready and looking forward to the candidates.
It's a great feeling to be touching some pieces and playing chess against real faces instead of, with computers. At the same time, I'm not playing well, but that was, the risk.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave finally got to test his over-the-board chess skills again. But whilst his online playing in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour has been very good, he struggled in Tata Steel, ending up in second to last place in the tournament.
Yeah, it's not been great, for sure. I would have hoped to do better, clearly. At the same time, I'm not taking things as catastrophic. I mean, it's definitely a disappointment, but it's better that it happens now than in the candidates. So I'll take that, and I'll try to, work on my game after the tournament, see what really hasn't gone well, what I should improve.
And he has to improve fast. The Frenchman is in shared lead in the candidates tournament, which is planned to resume this spring. Now it's all about not losing that momentum.
It's going to be a very different tournament. The players who are not in good shape will come back in a different shape. Maybe some players that were either out of contention or, at least behind will-wise to the challenge. But I'm hoping to resume the tournament with the same kind of shape, same kind of energy that I had last time, and that will be my main objective.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the leader of the candidates, after playing his first over-the-board tournament in quite a while, the Tata Steel, where he did very bad. Obviously a little bit nervous heading into the candidates, but we have seen Maxime now in this tournament. It looks like he's getting back to that good form. And it's time to look at the results from round 8. Actually, 2 games is still not finished, but the ones that have finished, we did see Levon Aronian, as we saw, winning his game against Dominguez. Sam Shanklin winning his game against Matthias Bluebaum. And for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, it was a draw here against Alexander Grishuk. But he is in 4th place, and I think we also have the standings now. After round 8, keeping in mind that 2 games, 4 players haven't finished. Okay, the standings is not ready because those 2 games is still going on. But Magnus Carlsen is currently in the sole lead with 5.5 points. Anish Giri and Jan Nepomniachtchi and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. They're on 5 points. And it's time to look forward to the next round that will be starting in only a very, very few minutes. So let's take a look at the games that we will have in round 9. And it is Sam Shanklin now coming from a win against Daniil Dubov. Daniil Dubov needs to start winning if he wants to qualify.
He definitely does. Yeah, he's done it before, but yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. All right, well, the next one is Dominguez coming from a loss against Matthias Bluebaum, also coming from a loss. So 2 players there looking for revenge. And then we have Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Levon Aronian, now feeling confident after winning his game now. Next game is going to be Alexander Grishuk against Wesley So. Interesting game there. And then we have in the next one here, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Wow, against Magnus Carlsen, a class game.
This is going to be a cutthroat game.
Yes.
I definitely think that, Nepomniachtchi, he's an aggressive player, and Magnus Carlsen just loves to play against that kind of style. So I'm really looking forward to it. These 2 provide fireworks. They rarely disappoint.
And then we have in the next one, Hikaru Nakamura. It's early in the morning for him. Well, it's 10 o'clock maybe or something. Liren late at night, so poor guy. And then we have FIDE against Teimour Radjabov in that game. Very interesting. And then the game that we will focus on. Anish Giri versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, 2 of the big contenders in the candidates tournament, David, and met each other so many times also in speed chess.
Yeah, that's right. And we do see their head-to-head scores there. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he is in the lead with 12 wins to Anish Giri's 6. That being said, Anish Giri has looked in great form. Vachier-Lagrave has been a bit up and down lately. So Anish, he'll be trying to put that score right. He'll be trying to fight back, and anything could happen here. I do have a sneaky feeling we'll see an opening they're both famous for, the Najdorf Sicilian.
And we are missing a few players here because, some players are still playing in round 8. Crazy day of chess. I am looking for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Anish Giri. Is it only me that can't see them?
It's not just you, Kai.
Okay, good. They haven't come to their computers yet, but they should be right around the corner. All right, so we get to see our sponsors there then. A few seconds here with only the sponsors. We are so happy to have all of them on board and working together with them to give you this Meltwater Champions Chess Tour online tournaments. It's going to be Anish Giri with the white pieces here against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Do you knowing these two players, knowing that they will face each other also in the candidates tournament, a big fight there. What should we expect from the opening here?
Yeah, I'm hoping for that Sicilian Najdorf that I mentioned. Vachier-Lagrave, very, very predictable. We've discussed this in the opening. He plays the Najdorf week in, week out. He has done for years. And Anish Giri recently published this course on Chessable, this video course on the Sicilian Najdorf. So both players, big experts there. That being said, you are right, Kaya. Maybe Anish Giri, he'll save his ideas with white for the candidates tournament.
All right, and we are getting a message now because of the delay in round 8 with some games still going on. We do have a few minutes delay in this round as well, so it's going to be starting in around 3 minutes. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, though, he's already here getting ready for his game. With the black pieces, we've talked about his favorite opening, always playing his favorite opening. With the black pieces here, is it common that the white player will try to definitely play something else than Maxime's favorite opening?
So what the player of the white pieces does is basically he sets the scene. So if they want to play a solid game of chess, it will be determined by white's first moves. And equally, if it's going to be sharp, well, you can immediately see it from the get-go. Now, what black controls is usually the element of surprise. So here we're going to look to Maxime as to whether he can play something different than his regular Najdorf, because we know that Anish Giri is an expert on the Najdorf. He's also incredibly well prepared. And I definitely think that if Maxime Vachier-Lagrave wants to do something, I think he should vary.
Yeah, and we often compare the having the white pieces to having the serve in tennis. That's because you can choose a different kind of serve. You can serve out wide, you can hit a thunderous serve. But if your serve is weak, or if your opponent predicts where you serve, the way they can return, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, I mean, if he predicts what Anish Giri can do, or will try, then he might come prepared with an idea. As Jovanka mentions, he might vary, but if he sticks with his stuff, I think that will be maybe the strategy that Anish Giri will find the most unpleasant. Does he reveal a secret? Does he make his serve predictable for that candidates? Or does he just bluff a bit? Does he try and surprise him? No, it'll be fascinating to see just the psychology behind their opening choices.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, two heavyweights in the Najdorf. Are they going to slug it out? I mean, I really can't wait to see that. We did see that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he really struggled in Tata Steel. Lost 3
games with his favorite opening as well.
Yeah, it took a pounding there. So
how did the game between these two go in Tata Steel?
That's what I'm finding out. I have a recollection that I think.
I actually
Anish won.
Anish won this game.
Won, yeah.
And with what pieces?
With the white pieces.
And Anish also against maybe another one of the big Sicilian Najdorf experts in the world, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Anish used a new idea, or a very rare idea, in that game to win in great style yesterday. So Anish Giri, he hasn't been hiding his ideas so far. Let's see if he hides them.
Yeah, and in fact, Anish did play into a Najdorf, and he won without a problem. So.
All right, well, Anish, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he is still ready for this game. Anxious, maybe, to get started. Anish Giri not here yet. Maybe he's out playing with his son for a few minutes in between games. And maybe just thinking about something else. Sometimes, I guess, is nice.
That was actually something, it reminds me of a comment that Dominguez said about playing online chess, that at first he couldn't adapt because he would be literally playing with his son, something like Lego, and then like 10 minutes later he'd go up to his office and play a deadly serious online game of chess.
Right, because usually they're at hotels and just...
Right, normally you have a very clear separation, family life and office life and work life, and here, well, it's also difficult to kind of get motivated and in the mood when you're at home, because you associate home with relaxation.
Yeah, well, Anish Giri has looked good so far, and he's finally here, and the game is seconds away from starting. Yep. Anish Giri with the white pieces. Both these players are looking good in this tournament, so it's going to be interesting to see. They will also face each other again in the candidates, so probably not going to give away their best opening preparations.
Yeah, that being said, maybe it's more important to get that psychological blow.
That's true.
Imagine winning here. You'll just feel that extra edge in the head-to-head in the candidates tournament. So maybe it's worth giving away one opening secret just to get that point, to get that psychological.
And you were talking about like one opening secret, but I mean, I do think that you can't just depend on one opening secret. You have to have an array of them. So, you know, why not throw out one just to get the opposition to spend some time studying it and refuting it so that, you know, you can use another one.
Yeah, you've got 2 months to figure out a new idea. Let your opponent spend weeks trying to work out what to do against the idea that you showed today. And we do see Anish Giri pushing his king's pawn forward, inviting Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to play his favourite opening. Your favourite opening, Kaya. It was Fischer's favourite opening, Kasparov's favourite as well. It's the most dynamic. But Vachier-Lagrave says, no Najdorf for you today. Vachier-Lagrave doesn't want to find out what Anish Giri had in store. So instead, we've gone into the classical Sicilian. So it's a bit of a sister variation to the Najdorf. It's a bit less forcing. White doesn't have quite so many options. Well, neither side has quite so many options, and Anish Giri, he was prepared for this one as well. This opening, the classical Sicilian, is something that Vachier-Lagrave was experimenting with last year in 2020 when he was trying to hide his preparation. Meanwhile, we see White's king very quickly committing itself to that left side, tucking itself away behind an army of pawns. Meanwhile, Black's king is uncastled, and I think that might be an issue. Will Vachier-Lagrave castle now? No, he goes for the attack first. On that left flank, both sides pushing pawns on opposite sides of the board. Anish Giri there pushing a pawn on the right. He's just daring Vachier-Lagrave to castle his king in that direction. He's saying, "Okay, let's start a race. Whose attack will arrive first? Whose attack will be more dangerous?" And Vachier-Lagrave, maybe less familiar with these positions, he's got a bit of a big decision to make here. That being said, he doesn't like to spend much time on the clocks. He makes these big decisions very quickly. So Vachier-Lagrave may be surprised by Anish Giri's last move.
Yeah.
Just recomposing. Yeah,
they had a bit of an unusual move order, but they now entered heavy main line. And so, yeah, now Maxime plays a move with the queen, which actually isn't the most popular move, although it has been tried recently by someone like a grandmaster like Arian Tari.
Very strong Norwegian.
Very strong Norwegian's number 2. That's the highest rated player who has played this queen move.
Wow. All right.
So Vachier-Lagrave, maybe not aware of that game, but it's a very sensible move anyway, very logical for Black to just improve his queen slightly, just getting out of the eye line of White's queen and White's rook on that D line. So Black's queen now on a very flexible square. I expect Anish Giri to, maybe reroute his pieces. That knight looked nice and pretty, but that knight now is heading towards the centre of the board. The knight was about to get attacked by Black's pawns, so it kind of preemptively steps back. Vachier-Lagrave there attacking the white bishop, which has also stepped back, and now breaking through in the centre by Vachier-Lagrave. I'm not a big fan of that move, and now White has sacrificed a pawn. Black didn't take it. Maybe we can bring up the analysis board to see why Black didn't take that pawn that was sacrificed. This is a very, very common trick. For those of you at home wondering in this position why White pushed the pawn forward, allowing it to be taken, this would be a huge mistake for Black. Suddenly the queen is trapped in the middle of the board. It only has one safe square after being attacked by the bishop. It has a sidestep, and White's knight jumps forward. And this is a fork, a knight fork in the middle of the board. Next move after the queen moves, White would win a piece. Therefore, Black didn't take this pawn after it stepped forward. Black retreated with the knight, but suddenly we see White has a very far advanced pawn here, and White has a lovely outpost for his knight. This square for a knight or bishop cannot be challenged by any Black pieces. This is a completely different type of structure now. It normally comes from the French defense.
I was going to say that. It just looks exactly like the French defense.
Yeah, but it tends to favor White.
All right, well, all the games in the last round has now finished. So let's take a quick look just at the standings. So we're all up to date on the stages in the tournament so far. So Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen are in the lead with 5.5 points. And then we have Anish Giri, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave on 5 points. Levon Aronian and Teimour Radjabov, the finalists from last tournament, on 4.5 points. And then it is a little bit, not dramatic, but definitely to shape up. Hikaru Nakamura, one of the favourites, also Daniil Dubov. They are now on the bottom half, so they need to fight if they want to qualify. as I expect they do for the quarterfinals. So this is the status after 8 rounds in the preliminaries.
Yeah, I mean, even giants of the game like Nakamura struggling to qualify. That just shows how strong this field is, how capable everyone is of winning. And yeah, they're definitely in a fight for their lives right now.
Yeah.
And, well, we keep talking about the candidates. These 2 players, we talk about them. We talk about Fabiano Caruana is not in one of the players there, Jan Nepomniachtchi. I mean, we haven't actually mentioned that Alexander Grishuk and Ding Liren is also playing in the candidates, but they are close to bottom of the table. Are they out of it then with only 7 rounds to go?
Grishuk's actually on the same points as Fabiano Caruana. I think Grishuk's on 50%. He's in the middle.
A lot of points, people there on 3.5 points.
So Giri, Grishuk, Caruana, they're not out of it, for sure. It's just, I have some personal pride in the fact that the 2 1990 players, Vachier-Lagrave and Nepomniachtchi, remember Magnus Carlsen as well, also born in 1990. They could be the ones fighting for the title.
All right. And it could be either one of these 2 facing Magnus Carlsen in the next World Championship match. What a great year for chess 2021 is. 2020 was as well, actually, with a lot of online chess, but so much happening with chess. So we're going to see a lot of these guys this year.
Yes, a lot of these guys. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he's going to see a lot of those white pawns.
Yes, he's doing my favourite thing, which is when you advance all the pawns like that, it becomes a pawn storm. And it's I absolutely love this type of chess because it's super aggressive. Now, the downside is that if it goes wrong, you've horribly overextended and there's a lot of weaknesses. Now, so Maxime Vachier-Lagrave didn't like, obviously, castling, putting his king safely on the right side of the board. So instead, he moves it to the left. I kind of expected him to keep it in the centre for a few more moves. And,
did you see Anish Giri's face when he made that move? Anish Giri looked shocked by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's decision to shift the king over to that left flank. Yes, it wouldn't have been safe on the other side either, but I would have not committed there, as usual. Me and my commitment issues. I would have kept the king in the middle, just a bit more flexible. It can go either way. And now Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has, I mean, he's playing such, well, he's playing such risky chess, and he's still got more time than he started with. 15 minutes for Vachier-Lagrave. This is playing with fire. We do see the evaluation bar. The computer thinks the white is completely winning. It's not that obvious for a human. White's advantage, I wouldn't say, is immediately going to end the game, but it does feel like black's king is much more open than white's. White's king nicely tucked away by, protected by 3 pawns. Black's king is going to be out in the open for a long, long time.
Yeah, it definitely looks quite vulnerable. But is there an immediate win? Because, you know, we see the bar just shoot up in favour of white. Yeah. I mean, is there something concrete?
I don't think so. I think that just long-term, black's king is going to be a huge weakness. It's going to be a bit of a target. I don't see any immediate way that white can break through. If we bring up the analysis board, the move that I would like to play ideally for white is to maybe deal with the tension here. These 3 pawns currently facing off against black's pawn. So I would maybe take this pawn because long term you want to have a passed pawn. This pawn is now protected. Protected passed pawns are the best. In an endgame, well, any endgame now, white will win. This pawn will run through. So now there's 2 ideas here for white. Having this pawn as a long term, just a long-term trump, and meanwhile this king just having no pawn shelter really. Later I would love to maneuver a rook around to get to this king. Again, long-term thing, but 2 long-term advantages tend to add up, and maybe that's why the computer gives white such a big advantage.
Yeah, definitely risky business. Yeah, just trying to figure out how Maxime can play the position, because it does look tough, but then, you know, the line that you showed also looks very nice for white. So,
I mean, that line I showed, it all depends on whether black can grab a pawn in the centre with his queen. But I do think that would be too risky for black. So maybe that's what Anish Giri is working out here. He's figuring out whether he can go for those long-term advantages without kind of running into anything immediate.
Yeah. But one thing we know about Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is that he is incredibly tactical. He spots tricks in milliseconds. And we've seen him trick Levon Aronian in the blink of an eye. And one thing we've also noticed with Anish Giri is that in these kind of very dynamic positions, he hasn't put the game away. He has kind of tried to simplify the position, perhaps take it to a less complex game. Yeah. And maybe this is like a Magnus Carlsen trick that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is using. And I'm saying Magnus Carlsen because yesterday against Dominguez, he deliberately chose a suspect opening. He could have lost out of the opening, you know, and it was a gamble. It paid off. And then he advanced his king to the center, again, taking a huge risk because it was on the verge of getting checkmated. So, you know, when there's no material advantage, you can sometimes play like this, especially when you don't have so much time. And 15 minutes isn't that long.
Yeah, and actually you mentioned Magnus Carlsen taking that risk with the king walk yesterday. If he had been checkmated, I realised he would have been checkmated on the same squares that he got checkmated on twice against by Daniel Dubov last tournament. So that would have been the third time Magnus would have lost in the same way. But you're right, maybe Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in this game, he's being a bit provocative again. He's saying to Anish, I'm out of my comfort zone, I'm going to try to take you out of your comfort zone as well. There's this famous chess saying, I'm going to butcher it, I'm going to mess it up. But basically, it's about taking your opponent into a dark forest.
Yeah, deep dark forest where 2 and 2 makes 5.
And, the whole idea is to take them out of their comfort zone and somehow win at the end. And that's what Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is trying to do. But Anish Giri, the one thing that could hold Anish Giri back is, as you mentioned, Ivanka, he has his natural instinct is to just keep control. He doesn't want to go into chaos. He doesn't want to kind of rely purely on his instincts. He wants to know exactly what's going to happen. And sometimes if you try and keep control too much in positions like this, where you just have to seize the moment and go for it, it can backfire. So Vachier-Lagrave, he'll be relying on that. He'll, of course, both players are very universal and they can do anything. But Anish Giri, if he does kind of get in his head a bit too much and maybe lose a bit of momentum, Vachier-Lagrave will counterattack.
Sitting there in his baseball American jacket, maybe looking forward to the Super Bowl tonight. Anish, yes. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
You're a bit past their bedtime.
Yeah, they should be sleeping at that time. Imagine for the American players here, playing chess here today, a long day of chess, and then they can relax with the Super Bowl afterwards. Big event in the US, of course. Are you watching it, David?
We'll see. I normally try and get my beauty sleep for these commentary. These commentary days are long.
Well, I know. So obviously, American football very popular in America. Rugby very popular in Britain. Yes. To me, being a Norwegian, they look quite similar. What do you think is the better thing about rugby then?
No helmets.
No helmets.
No shoulder pads. This is like real. You can't even get medical insurance if you're playing rugby.
Really?
Actually, at the school I went to, so between the ages of pretty much 8 and 18, football was looked down upon. Rugby was the game. If you were a real man, you had to play rugby. Did
you ever play?
I did for 10 years. I used to be not bad because I was quite tall quite early. I was a fullback. I used to be quite good at the kicking, and I was the last-ditch tackler. So those were my favourite days. Yeah,
I remember I got into it once, because you kind of appreciate that there's big, chunky men that are just there in the scrum and they're going to carry the ball forward. And then you have to have the sprinters who are super good and the people who kick. Yeah, it is quite interesting.
So chess and rugby for you then, David?
That's right, chess and rugby.
Are there any similarities between those two other than being sports?
I think chess and tennis are very similar. Chess and rugby...
Is rugby a tactical game?
It is quite tactical. It's all about formation. It's you can't pass forward, so it's very much about gaining space, slowly gaining territory. So you have to kick very tactically. You have to.
And they have different types of men as well, because you have the people who are very thin and very fast, and then you have people who are built for.
Just fighting and knocking people over.
Exactly. Yeah. And so you've got to use your forces in different ways. So in that respect, it is similar to chess. But, when I played my football game against Martin Kelly, then I realised that, when I was researching football expressions, there's a lot of similarities with football and chess, like in terms of strategy. They had like words like dummy run, where you kick a decoy, and you do exactly the same in chess. Sometimes you, especially if you want to fool your opponent, you do certain things on one side of the board, but really you're building up for something else on the other side. So, I mean, there is definitely a lot of similarities.
And it's all about attacking and defending as well, right?
Yeah.
So how are these players attacking and defending?
Talking of attacking and defending, Anish Giri has a winning position right now. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, he's just forgotten all about defence. He just doesn't care. He's just saying to Anish Giri, you do your worst. But I think Anish Giri is not going to do too badly here. He's got a couple of very, very strong moves. If we bring up the analysis board, we see in this position, White has 2 strong moves, I think. The most natural for me as a human would be to bring the queen forward, just pinning this black bishop. And the question is, how does this black bishop get defended? There's no way to defend this black bishop. You can't move it because the king is behind. So black's king would have to step out of the way. And now White has a small issue. Queen takes bishop would be met by black's queen taking this bishop. And it's not easy to proceed for White. Therefore, I think there's a winning move. Knight takes pawn. And this move is the one that's difficult to see for Anish Giri. Suddenly, there's a double attack here. And if black just captures this knight, White will take the bishop, and together the queen and bishop will launch a deadly checkmating idea. This one is not 100% easy to see. The other move that Anish Giri could play to try and win is pushing his pawn forward first, attacking the black queen. If the queen steps back, then bringing his queen out. This one, it's not as clear because black's queen can step back to defend, but Anish Giri could still win by slowly improving his pieces. Look at all of White's pieces on dark squares as well, and this black king is not safe at all. A bit of an attack here, a bit of a pin here.
Well, you said not easy to see, but Anish has seen it. And the moves that you showed are on the board. And it's looking absolutely devastating for Maxim Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, we have to bring the player cameras up again because I think Anish Giri, he is zoned in. He knows he's winning. He's got enough time for sure. 9.5 minutes on the clock for Anish Giri. All he needs to do is be a bit accurate. Bishop takes pawn, black's queen stepping back to try and safeguard its king. But Anish Giri now, he's a pawn up and he's got the attack. He should win this one. The only thing, and I'm a bit worried Anish Giri might do.
We don't want him to trade off queens.
Yeah, exactly. He's made this mistake in the past. We've seen him trade queens when he's got the attack.
But to be fair, there is a check in the position. And you know what they say? We have this little rhyme, which is a bit not very nice. It's Patsa sees a check, Patsa plays a check.
Sure, he's not.
But it's still incredibly tempting to check the king. And once the king moves, then start to rearrange the rooks so that they can start attacking the king and queen.
Yeah, White only has one clumsy piece right now. White's rook on the right side. It's not really doing too much. OK, he's kept the queens on the board. That's the main thing. And now that rook, we see it step up. It's going to try and bring itself across. And, I mean, if that rook enters the game, White is winning. Anish Giri leans back. He knows he found a killer move right there.
Wow.
Anish Giri, he's on course for victory. He kept the queens on. That is, he's definitely learned from his mistakes in the past.
And it's all about now, though, for Anish Giri to take it all the way to the win that he had struggled a little bit with earlier in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. So that's going to be so exciting now to see. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave must be feeling not very happy where he's sitting right now.
Yeah, and the thing is, he's just played too quickly again. He's got 13 minutes left with black. But what's the point of having 13 minutes when you're about to lose? He rushed through those complications. He fought back a bit. Anish Giri lost the thread in the middle there, but black, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, he grabbed a pawn. It was a hot pawn. It was just a poison pawn. It just couldn't have been taken, but he went for it without really thinking too much, without really working out the full consequences, and he must have missed this whole sequence. It's looking devastating. I mean, this attack, all of White's pieces are playing a great role right now.
There's only one move that I can see to kind of like stay in the game, and that's just to put a piece to intercept that rook coming, because if that rook torpedoes into the left side, whoa, that is it. It's going to be game over. Nothing to be done there. I'm just thinking, okay, well,
how do you want to intercept Ivanko with the rook? With the bishop?
Rook, I don't know. I thought maybe the bishop. So let's intercept with the bishop, but then I can see that again. If you follow the Yeah, this is the threat.
Yep. So Black's bishop can step in the way of this rook, but...
Yeah. So now maybe the first move that we would be considering would be a check, a capture, and the attacks, and there are no checks. So are there any attacks that I can do?
Maybe this attack this rook, and suddenly attack this pawn as well, which was defended by Black's queen.
And now let's carry on that thread and attack the queen now.
Attack the queen. Black's rook steps forward. White can just
give a check.
Capture this pawn.
And that's it. Game over. It's awful.
Yeah, and this actually, something very similar might happen. Black stepping forward with the rook instead. But I think White can simply just capture this rook. Black's bishop has to recapture it. If Black's queen takes, then we can, at the very least, just grab another pawn, 2 pawns up. If Black's bishop takes, now the bishop will go in the other direction. Sorry, the other direction, and White has a devastating threat. Together, remember, opposite colour bishops, when there's queens and rooks on the board, they favour the attacking side. And here, White is clearly the one on the attack. White's king super safe here. I think not only is Anish Giri a pawn up, he's got the attack. It's going to be an unstoppable winning attack as well. We will see this move, I think, bishop to the centre, and Anish Giri.
Yeah,
I think it won't even last too long. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, there's just simply no way to defend on the dark squares.
This is great play by Anish Giri, simply.
Yes. I think Vachier-Lagrave won't be too proud of the way he's played this game, but Anish Giri, looking super sharp.
Exactly, ruthless, a fantastic tactic that he spotted there. He took his opportunity, and you can see that it's exactly the same kind of problem that we actually highlighted in the analysis board. Now, how is Black going to defend that pawn? What happens if the exchange of queens? This was the advice that Howell's how-to gave.
Yeah, and if we bring up the board and maybe if we can keep the players' expressions on as well, we can see that Black actually can't exchange queens right now. It's the most natural move. It's the move I wanted to play. Black could try and swap these queens off the board, but this would lose because White could snap off a bishop. And suddenly, if Black goes for the queen trade, White's a bishop up. If Black tries to take this rook, we would see checkmate on the board. Black's king trapped and the queen protected by the bishop. This one would be a deadly checkmate. Instead, we've seen Maxime Vachier-Lagrave try and centralise his rook, trying to go for some counterattack, but at the very least, White can grab another pawn, or he can just take a time out, just push the pawn forward, create some breathing space for his king, and this pawn is not going anywhere. Anish Giri with the attack, with a couple of extra pawns in a moment, and Vachier-Lagrave just has to hope that Anish Giri gets a bit nervous, which it doesn't look like he's going to do. Okay, he has grabbed a pawn, so now Anish Giri 2 pawns up.
Yeah, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave playing with a king on the run. Yes, yeah, this is painful stuff. Normally, what we do here is we kind of go, move along now. Nothing more to see. We don't want to watch chess like this because it's a massacre. Yeah, it's brutal.
Yeah, if this was an over the board tournament and there was a group of spectators around, I would just be hiding my head. I would not want them to look at me right now because this position for Black is torturous.
Yeah.
Such a prestigious battle too with the candidates, both in their minds. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave had a very good tournament so far, but this is not the game he wants to lose.
Yeah, this is not the game he wants to lose. I mean, he went to a bit of a different opening to his usual favourite, and he's been punished pretty badly. So he knows that for the candidates, there's not much else to do now. He has to go back to his favourite Najdorf and hope that Anish Giri doesn't have a kind of a devastating surprise in store for him. I mean,
or maybe he's preparing something completely new for the candidates.
Maybe, but it's risky after a lifetime of success playing one opening to suddenly switch to something new. Even if you get a good position, there's no guarantee you'll understand it or feel comfortable.
Yeah, but he is 2800 plus.
Yeah. Because he's very good at what he does, though. I'm not sure it's because he's the most flexible. I mean, I've played Maxime Vachier-Lagrave when so a few years ago in the Isle of Man. I pushed my king's pawn forward and he didn't go for the Najdorf. He played the Caro-Kann against me. Yeah. And, I mean, I didn't get a great advantage out of the opening, but I got him out of his comfort zone. I just got a slow manoeuvring position and I won very easily. I mean, he knows his strengths, and it's just that debate of playing to your strengths or kind of being a bit of a moving target. And it's just not him, really.
I was just thinking of Magnus Carlsen, and I know Magnus, when he played Fabiano Caruana, he specifically trained on a new opening just for that match.
Yeah, but Magnus maybe is just more versatile, more universal as a player. I mean, I don't want to pigeonhole Maxime. I'm sure he could do anything. He's extremely strong, but just at this level, it's very hard to break the habit of a lifetime.
But could it also be, and I guess maybe that's it, he's just saving all his ideas for the candidates and not necessarily experimenting now, but just hiding stuff that he wants to use in the candidates.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the case. And remember, like the first half of the candidates, he played his normal stuff and it went very well. So maybe his opponents won't be able to come up with great ideas, or maybe he'll predict those ideas. He'll surprise them in return.
But I think it's so interesting with the candidates now. Half of it being played 1 year ago, and then the other half being played 1 year after. And what we'll see of confidence for a player, how much that matters, what it has to say. Maxime just in great form 1 year ago, and then 1 year later, he's had some bad results. Will that lack of confidence just
it can
cost him the candidates?
It could very well do. You know, these are almost like two separate tournaments, and it kind of feels unfair. Like I remember when the World Championship was stopped, Kasparov said, you know, hey, why was it stopped? You know, because I was just getting going. I didn't want it to end, even though that he was behind Karpov. He was very upset with that. You know, it was momentum was very, very important to him. And it's exactly here in the candidates as well. You know, momentum is super important. You know, maybe, as you point out, Maxime was red hot 1 year ago in 2020. And now, after a series of catastrophes on over-the-board chess, he's like, oh, I'm not feeling it.
Yeah, and at the same time, other players getting a lot more confident, like Anish Giri.
So is this something that you would change if you were president? Because we are asking the question, you know, that is our quiz of the day. What would you do if you were president for a day?
Oh, I would definitely do, if I was president for chess, something about the draws, because I just loved everything that happened yesterday in the tournament, with a lot more than 50% of the games ending up with a winner. So much fun. So
you try to get rid of the draws.
Yeah, in some way.
And what about you, David?
I would actually, I wouldn't mess with the chess too much, but I'd introduce new tournaments. So we talked about chess and the similarities to rugby, and I love tennis. So I would introduce mixed doubles. I would introduce pairs events, doubles events.
Just open up the category.
I would love to have like a world championship, like you mentioned yesterday, Ivanka, with two players from the same country, two Americans versus two British players playing every other move. Yeah. Not being able to talk to each other, but they have to play every
why
other
not?
move.
Why not? Have it open up to chess variants.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah. And if anyone else wants to join in the conversation, join our quiz, you can do this by using the hashtag #ChessChamps. The funnier, the better.
So how about you, Ivanka? What will you do?
Well, one thing I absolutely love, and I would like to make it mandatory, is actually I loved it in the online Olympiad when men and women and juniors were playing as one team. And I just loved that. Yeah. And it really reminded me of mixed relays with 400 relays, where you have men and women running together. And absolutely fantastic. Different board orders, different new strategy to the game. So, I just have to take the game back to David. So, is Maxime saving it, or is it just looking...
It's still looking grim.
Bad.
Look at that black king now. It's in the corner, but normally king's just very safe in the corner, but here it is being eyed up by that white queen. White's bishop is threatening to just move away and cause a discovered check. Again, it's all happening on those dark squares because black just simply can't challenge. And meanwhile, white also has a secondary threat. That black bishop in the middle of the board is under fire from white's rook, white's queen. There's just too many threats in this position, I think. I'm surprised Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he's stopping to think now, of all times. It's a bit too late. The damage has been done. But Anish Giri converting this one very nicely. And I like the fact he gave back a pawn just to make his task a bit more simple.
So is there any way to get the queens off the board?
That's the dream, right?
that is the dream. Normally it's possible on some level, but here He's trying.
Yep, I think that's probably the best move, maybe even the only move for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. If we bring up the analysis board, we can see his idea now is very clear. I mean, it's crystal clear at this point. Black's only hope to save this game is to bring his queen across and offer a trade. So, for example, if White's bishop moves, causing a discover check, this isn't the best square because now Black's queen could block and Black needs to beg for this queen exchange. But maybe the issue is that, for example, White can just step back here and suddenly Black's queen can't run across to block this check. I think, okay, Anish Giri has many winning moves, but the longer this game goes on and he doesn't deliver that knockout blow, the knockout punch, if his clock continues to tick down now 3.5 minutes, then he might start to get nervous.
Yeah.
Vachier-Lagrave, he's going to play on the clock at this point.
Yeah, and we also know that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he's incredibly tricky. He will set traps at every single opportunity. So
Tricky Frenchman, that's his nickname, right? The Tricky Frenchman.
I didn't know that, actually.
Yep. He has been since we were young. Whenever we played, he would always trick me. Yeah. Every game, there's always a trick.
Yeah, no, but I noticed it in his matchup against Levon Aronian in the Air Things Masters, where, you know, twice he saved the game, completely lost position. Yeah. And I think the last one, unfortunately, didn't quite work because Levon still managed to win. But yeah. And he saw them instantly.
No, that's right. He's maybe it is that mathematical background. He's got this degree in mathematics. He's extremely good at the calculation when there are just very forcing lines, and he sees those, as you mentioned, instantly. I remember one game I played against him. He'd calculated, I think it was like 8 or 9 moves ahead, and he played a move for me instantly, and he needed to see that 9th move in order to play the first one, and he saw it. He's just got a very kind of clear, distinct way of looking at a position, and.
Well, one of the things that, you know, one of my favourite books of 2020 or 2019 as well is actually The Complete Chess Swindler, which was written by one of my friends, David Smurden. It's now actually a Chessable course. But, you know, he talks a lot about the science of swindling. And one of the things that he says is that when you notice your opponent is impatient, and this is something, again, I've seen that Maxime does a lot, you offer them a Trojan horse, which is like a shortcut victory, which doesn't work. But it's so tempting. And then there's other things, like if you notice your opponent is like trying to keep control and is very focused on just keeping absolutely everything under every little bit of control, what you do is you kind of do something, it's a bit unique, called window ledging. And so the whole idea is based on the films. You know, when you're backed up into the corner, you go out and you run out into on the window ledge so that the person has to follow you. And then the risks starts increasing substantially.
And I think that one is what Maxime Vachier-Lagrave he'll try and do against Anish Giri. He'll try and take them both out onto the window ledge and hope that he's the one who can cling on.
Yeah.
But I have to say, with Anish's last move, I mean, the bar is still saying it's looking very good for him, but it did go quite a lot down from, I think, 6 point something to 2 point something.
Yeah, and I think Anish, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he only has one move to survive here, as far as I can tell, and he's found it. He's offering this queen trade. Actually, that was pretty much the only move to stop an immediate checkmate. So White wins a pawn now, and White was attacking the rook, the black rook, and the black bishop, but maybe Anish Giri underestimated the fact that Black could block with his bishop. So now White 2 pawns up again, still with the attack, but there's no immediate way to win. So, okay, it's still a great position.
It's still a wonderful position. I mean, if we came into this position fresh, we would be like, yeah, no problem, in the bag. You know, he's got everything going for it. 2 pawns up. Yeah. Black has an unsafe king. Yeah. Even if the queens were traded off, no biggie. Yeah. Going to win the endgame.
Exactly. I think any trades now are fine for White because he has these 2 connected pass pawns on the left. I think the reason the bar did drop, the computer's evaluation did drop, it's just reflected in the fact that Anish Giri, maybe he had a way to immediately force a checkmating attack. Instead, he's going to have to grind out some endgame. But 2 pawns up in the endgame, Anish Giri has fantastic technique in those types of positions anyway, so he won't be too worried. He's removing as much risk as possible in this conversion stage.
Yeah, there's a very practical way. You know, I really do like that kind of approach. Yes, you might win in 30, 40 moves, but it's risk-free. Yeah. And I can kind of call it banking it. Put it in the bank. Yes. And it also means that you don't have to be a genius. You can even make mistakes and still you'll be winning.
No, exactly. It's definitely better to get a position that you know you'll win for sure in 30, 40 moves rather than a position where it's super shaky for 5, 10 moves. You might be winning at the end of it, but taking huge gambles in the meantime. Black's last move, attacking the white rook. I think white has options here. That's just a bit of a trick there. Yeah, if we bring up the analysis board, I think Anish Giri, he's got a few options. He can move his rook to pretty much anywhere. For example, even if he steps it forward 1 square, black is not actually threatening to take this bishop. If black captures this bishop, it's poisoned. White will deliver a check. Black only has one way to survive. Black has to block, and suddenly a check and a double attack. Black again only has one way to block, and now white will win the rook. Not only will white win the rook, he'll also win the bishop next move after black's king steps away from the check. So, yeah, I think Anish Giri, he's got a huge amount of choice here. He can push his rook 1 square forward. He can bring it forward even further. But either way, he just has to move a bit quicker. He can't allow nerves and the clock to compromise his win.
All right, we do see on the bottom of the screen that 2 games in this round 9 has finished. Duda and Aronian played a draw, and so did Jan Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen. And that actually means that Magnus is up on 6 points. And with a win here, Anish will be tied with Magnus Carlsen in the top of the table. Wow, I can't believe how tight it is. I mean, basically most of the players can still definitely qualify for the quarterfinals with 6 rounds to go.
Yeah, I mean, even if, someone like Ding, we said, is struggling. If he wins today, wins this last couple of games, suddenly he's got a chance.
Yeah.
Okay, we have seen a few moves. So Anish Giri did step forward with the white rook. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave gave check in the corner, but white's king stepping away. We talked about back rank checkmates earlier. White's king did have an escape route. It did have some breathing space, so I was taught that that's called Luft by one of my former coaches, Glenn Fleer. I think that's a German word for air. So white kings love a little bit of air, but not too much. They love 1 escape square, but they still want some protection, some pawn with pawns ideally. And now Anish Giri stepping back with the bishop. It does look like the end is very close now. All of white's pieces looking, very well placed.
Just looking beautiful placed. I mean, the white king looks safe as houses. The black king is Luft.
Yeah, it's got too much
lifting on it. No.
Black's king needs some pawns in front of it.
Yes. And then the material deficit, just looking absolutely horrendous. Yeah. Okay, well, the small hope is that if once the bishop retreats, there is a queen takes pawn check on the board.
Yeah, so if black's bishop, it's under attack right now twice. If it does retreat, there's one idea to attack this pawn.
Yes.
But Anish Giri can defend it in any way. At the very least, he can step this pawn forward. He can also just defend it with the king. As long as he doesn't blunder that pawn, Anish Giri will win. Black only one-track mind here, only one idea to save the game.
And it's one of the most obvious things there is. So yeah, that wasn't a very inspiring suggestion by me. But okay, it's the best I can come up with. Yeah. What is
I think Anish, he wouldn't have blundered that when he was 8 years old, let alone now. But
yeah,
it's worth a try. Vachier-Lagrave just has no hope left. Not only is he 2 pawns down, but he's facing an attack.
And there's just no way to mobilize the rook. I mean, okay, so he's retreated his bishop. So the threat is still there.
Yep.
So whilst that move is okay, and there you can see that Anish has calmly defended that pawn with a king. And
we've seen this strategy before today, but when your opponent has a bishop of only one colour, put your pieces on the opposite colour. Look at all of white's pieces now. The queen, the rook, the bishop and the king, all on dark squares.
And Maxim, he resigned.
Maxim resigns, 2 pawns down and facing checkmate.
Oh, and he looks, he definitely does not look happy. And there he is, leaving Anish Giri, not putting a smile on his face, but inside.
Yeah.
It's the dance again, I guess, Ivanka.
Yeah, he's just, I think he's kind of playing it calm because he knows what happened in the Skilling Open where he was in the lead. It looked like he just needed to coast it through the final day. And he ended up having a little bit of a nightmare and it was touch and go whether he qualified. So I think when day 3 is over and he's qualified to the quarterfinals rather, then he'll be relaxed.
And taking both Tata Steel that you commentated on, this tournament definitely. Have you ever seen Anish Giri better than he is right now?
Yeah, he's in. I mean, I've always been a big fan of Anish. I've always seen the positive.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen how well prepared he is. I've been very impressed by him. But he's looking really, really sharp at the minute.
Yeah.
And he looks incredibly motivated, even more than before. So, no, I haven't seen him as sharp as this.
And definitely also, David, in these situations where sometimes he has an advantage, but it ends up in a draw, it seems like he's winning these games now.
Yeah, exactly. He's not panicking. He's not trading queens. He's not trying to keep control too much. Yeah, it feels like I mean, he's always been immensely talented ever since he was young and immensely well prepared. But yeah, something's just clicked with him. It does feel like he's being ruthless, and that's the only thing that's been missing from his game, that ruthlessness. And so far, it's looking good for him.
And we were, of course, very eager to see the opening in this game, two players facing each other, and the candidates, Maxim always having his favorite opening. But what happened here, basically? Where was it that Anish was able to push it for a win?
Yeah, so early on in the game, if we bring up the board, I think there was a decision that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, it's not only uncharacteristic of him, but it also led to an immediate advantage for White. And in this position, a very typical Sicilian position, Black should just maneuver. Black should keep his options open, maybe bring his rook to a better line, maybe retreat his knight, bring it round to a better circuit. Instead, he tried to push forward in the centre, and this was immediately punished by Anish Giri, pushing a pawn in the centre, offering a sacrifice. If Black's queen takes this pawn, it would be almost trapped in the centre of the board, only one safe square, and now a knight fork, and this would devastate Black's position. Instead, after White's pawn pushed forward in the middle, we did see Vachier-Lagrave have to retreat, but suddenly Anish Giri pushing forward with all his pawns in this position, pushing forward, look at these pawns, just ready to jump forward and attack if Black castled on that flank. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave he shouldn't have committed the king. He brought his king to this left side, Black's king castling, but it was too soon. And later on, actually for the rest of the game, we saw that Black's king was in permanent danger. I just think a long-term strategic error there. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, maybe just unfamiliar with this type of position, and he rushed into that decision, was punished a bit later on.
All right, and it ends up with Anish Giri winning this game, now in shared lead with Magnus Carlsen in top of the table. Before we head into the last game, the last round of today, 5 rounds also tomorrow in the end of the preliminaries. All right, we're going to look forward to that last round now, together with the Ginger GM, Simon Williams. Hi, Simon.
Hi there, how you doing, all right?
We're doing very good. Obviously not as many super exciting games as we had yesterday, but this last one we follow with Anish Giri winning, beating Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I mean, are you as impressed with Anish's form lately as we are?
Yeah, I think he's played brilliantly recently. I mean, he had a bit of a reputation as being a bit of a draw master, but I think we can say that reputation must go now because he's playing some brilliantly interesting chess. He's going for the kill, and he's one of the most exciting players, and I think one of the strongest players at the moment in the elite circle. So very impressive so far.
I mean, such a fun day yesterday. A little bit calmer today. We're saying it's calm after the storm today. What has been the highlight for you today, Simon?
Well, it's been some really interesting endings. I know a lot of people, when they think of the endings, they're like, oh, boring. We don't want an ending. All the pieces are coming off. But the endings can still be absolutely fascinating. But the first example I'd like to bring up was a really strange blunder. And it was in this game. Yeah, blunder. You don't normally see big mistakes. And this gives all us what we call them patsers, weak players. It's not that derogatory, but it's like, okay, weak players hope, because if the top players can blunder pieces, that means that, anyone can blunder pieces. And in this position, it's great. Yeah. So to get
I'd love to hear that.
Yeah. So, and it was really strange here. Black has.
What game? Sorry, Simon. What game is this? It's
this is Wesley So in the first round with the white pieces, and he's playing against Sam Shankland.
The American.
That's right.
Battle. Yeah.
Yeah, the battle of all the Americans here. So I guess there's quite a lot of at stake when you're playing, one of your fellow countrymen. You really want to beat them, as David keeps beating me whenever I play him. But we won't go there.
Sorry, Simon.
Those bad memories. So, but in this position, you can see that Black has this sort of heavy artillery on the c-file with the rook, queen, and rook. And this looks like Black might have a little bit of play. And in this position, Sam goes a little bit crazy and he moves his knight to e5. So he's trying to release those pieces on that open file. You can see the open line there. But in actual fact, this is just a mistake because now White just goes rook takes rook. Why not? This move attacks the queen. So Black now takes that rook back. So far, it's rook for rook. So queen takes rook. And here, White just takes that knight. So pawn takes knight, and Black resigns. So it's like, what have you done? You just put a knight onto a square and it can be taken by a pawn. Are you mad? And I think Sam missed in this position that he wanted to play clearly queen down to the bottom check. So this was his brilliant idea. But now, well, we might as well take that queen. Thank you very much, Sam, for all these gifts. It's not Christmas anymore, Sam. And now we can just go bishop b1. And this is the move I'm sure that Sam missed. And there's nothing here. White's just a queen up. So a very surprising blunder. They're giving us all hope there that these guys can still make mistakes as well. Right.
a strange blunder there, David.
Yeah, bizarre. But sometimes if you miss a move right at the end of a variation, that's why you go wrong at the beginning, right?
Yeah.
And we're all human. We've all done it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the whole thing with chess. Everyone is making blunders. Yeah.
Are we seeing it more with the online chess now, Simon, do you think? Because of, mouse slips and definitely shorter time controls, obviously.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's actually, I find it a lot more interesting when more mistakes are made because it shows the players are human. And like a perfect game of chess is probably a draw. And the more mistakes kind of makes it more interesting. It's more like unbalanced. So that's why this time limit is more ideal in a lot of people's eyes than the longer time limits.
Do you think it's going to make chess players better eventually, and also in the over-the-board chess then, because they're faced a lot more times with the blunders and having to take these really fast decisions?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, these guys play all the time online, off the board, so their tactics are pretty amazing. And I'm sure they've got to be sharp here. They can't play those kind of mistakes that we just saw Sam made. I mean, you're not going to be a top player if you do that. So if you do, you're going to be out of these tournaments very quickly anyway. So that's clear.
Yeah, Simon, I just wanted to ask you, because we're asking everyone on Twitter, what would you do if you were president for one day?
Oh, wow. You've always asked me such easy questions. Thank you so much. What would I do if I was president for one day? Yeah. What, president of America?
Chess,
or anywhere?
It can be chess.
It could be FIDE president. It could be president of the world.
Exactly. It could be president of the universe. It's up to you, Simon.
Wow, so you're making it even easier. I could be president of anything. What would I do? Well, I think it has to be like free chess boards for everyone. So when you're born, free chess boards, free chess sets. I'd love to see chess used as like a tool in schools because I think it's great for education. So maybe we could bring that in. I'm already probably improving on some past American presidents here, but okay. Something like this, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what to say. So chess boards in schools. Let's go for that, hey? So.
Well, could it be a problem, though, if every kid all over the world is just brought up with a lot of chess, then we probably would have a lot of war in the world because everyone's just so focused on going to war all the time?
I think it would probably teach people how to take their anger out on the chessboard rather than, with missiles or with armies. Let's hope they just do it. A nice game of chess. Like in England, you had these duels to death rather than getting anyone else involved. Just go outside and have a friendly duel until one of you dies.
Right.
Not that friendly.
That's a good idea.
Maybe the issue is that we'd all have to up our game, because if everyone played, the level would even increase. And
yeah, exactly. We'll have loads of super grandmasters. Maybe
kids would be coming for us, these talented kids.
So you guys, the grandmasters here, you're kind of hoping that, you know, let's not make too many chess players. All right, Simon, I think you have another move that you focused on and that you felt was also very entertaining.
Yeah, this one's really, really interesting. And this is, I'm sorry to Sam, I've got nothing against Sam, but he is the victim again. So it's Sam in round 7. And Sam has the white pieces here against Aronian. And we have another ending. And you can see that Black's pawn is 1 square away from queening. And obviously, if Black gets another queen, he's going to be winning. Sam here tries some checks out, but he's got a very interesting try. He could have played the king to c3. Now, this move has a really vicious idea. You're attacking the pawn, so Black might be thinking, yeah, I'm going to get another queen. So now let's see what happens if Black gets another queen. And the other problem with this move, let's remember they're playing online, and a lot of these players, to save time, they set the promotion. That's what this move is called. You're promoting to a piece. They automatically set it to promoting to a queen. But now White has an unbelievable way to force a draw. He can go queen to a3 check. And this gives up the queen. So you have to take that queen. And this is actually a draw. This is actually stalemate. People might be thinking, why is this a draw? The reason it's a draw, the white king is not attacked. If the white king was attacked in this position, it'd be check and checkmate. But in this position, it's not attacked, but it can't move. So it's actually stalemate, and it's actually a draw here. So this would have been a nice little try, I think, from Sam to try to save a draw in the position.
Is that the most annoying thing as top chess players, when you're great, the position's great, and then it ends in stalemate?
It is a little bit frustrating, and especially the scenario that Simon just mentioned, where you've got your settings set on the computer that if you're going to promote a pawn, it's going to always promote to a queen. It is a little bit annoying. You've got no time on the clock that you're like, where are the settings? And you can't find it, and so you don't promote. That's how you get around the problem. Yeah. But that is especially heartbreaking. But yeah, stalemate is stalemate is.
I think it's one of the coolest things ever. You can be 6 queens down and you can still save the game. Yeah. It's a real, for the underdog, it's a great resource.
Do we see it happen often, Simon, in these top games among the top players, stalemates?
You don't see it happen. It's very, very rare to happen at the top level. I mean, it normally happens like in the under-6 championships at your local school, when someone gets really greedy, takes all the pieces, and then they stalemate their opponent and start crying. But at this level, it's very, very rare, I think, to occur. But it does occur.
Simon did it to me.
Oh,
he stopped me from becoming an international, getting my international master norm. By
Sorry. Sorry.
So we're English. Let's stop apologising to each other.
You guys have to start working together. Man, well, actually, Simon, I know you commentated a little bit with Jovanka now during the break we had in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, commentating on David winning a fantastic tournament. Were you impressed with him?
I'm always impressed with David. Yeah, I mean, I know David, amazing commentator, but he's got to also keep playing. I want to see him in this tournament one year. I want to be commentating on David. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Let's see him sweat. What do you reckon, David? Can you do it?
I'd love the opportunity, but you'd be commentating on my losses. You'd be showing all these blunders that I've made on a daily basis.
Far too modest.
False modesty. Do not believe him.
Proper Englishman there, just very modest.
Exactly. Well, but being a little bit more serious, should we be a little bit afraid of losing David as a commentator? Because you said it, David, that commentating on these tough games, you feel that you also improved yourself.
Yeah, it definitely helped me in the tournament that you guys commentated on, in the Hastings online tournament. Somehow I just got in a rhythm. It was the same time control as the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. And yeah, I mean, actually, I just went back to basics, and I did win 6 of those 7 games from simply promoting pawns. And we talk about it on a daily basis, but sometimes chess is that simple.
So, Simon, you have to be ready to fly into Norway and take this spot if David's going to start competing in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour.
It's going to be tough to take his place. So, yeah, you're doing all great jobs. So, yeah.
Thank you, Simon, and likewise. So what's your expectations now for last round of the day with, I mean, it's super tight on the table.
It is, yeah. I mean, with all the action, it's even quite hard to keep up with the pace. I mean, Magnus is doing well, Anish doing brilliantly well. One of my favourite players is Daniil Dubov. So I'd love to see him make a comeback because I think his chess is very exciting. So that's sort of my personal sort of, come on, Dubov, get in there and get a win or two under your belt is what I'm hoping.
All right. Looking forward to round 10. Simon, thank you again so much for joining us, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
All right, our friend Ginger GM focusing there on some blunders, and I mean it's getting late now. They've played for 4 or 5 hours. For some players, Liren super late in the night. Is this when we start seeing even more blunders?
Yeah, quite possibly, and that adds to the excitement, of course. And I mean, Simon, that last example, I just find it so beautiful. And actually, the next game I clicked on by accident actually ended in a stalemate. So there was one today, and it was his favourite player, Daniil Dubov, stalemating Matthias Bluebaum at the end there. But yeah, I mean, there's so much drama to look forward to, so much excitement. And yeah, even though today's been slightly calmer than yesterday, still a lot of talking points, a lot of ups and downs for all the players.
Definitely, and luckily one round to go. We're also engaging with people around the world, Ivanka, with our quiz of the day. Some fantastic answers there by Simon.
Yes.
And I hope we got someone on Twitter as well.
Yeah, we definitely got some interesting answers on Twitter. We do want everyone to connect with us, and we are asking, if you were president, what would you do for one day? So that is the question. You can use the hashtag #ChessChamps. So yeah, we have a lovely little picture actually of someone getting ready.
I love it when we have the pictures.
Yeah, we do have pictures. Yeah, of someone. Of Mr. Kemp getting ready to watch the chess champs. So here's his setup, and let's go, Magnus. So he's getting ready for the big matchup.
Oh, is that a Play Magnus chessboard? I think it might be.
Yes, yeah, I think so. I mean, it's in dark mode. So, yeah.
But is that actually a clever way to watch chess when you're watching these super tournaments with great players and actually have the chessboard? And play through the games to actually learn it and get it into your hands.
Yes, it is a Play Magnus. I just had to zoom in. Yeah, I was focused on the computer, actually, and I didn't realise it is a Play Magnus chess set.
Yeah, I've got one in the new apartment. So
okay.
Yeah, I think you're right, Kaya. I think it's a really instructive way as well. We learn a lot just by muscle memory, just by making those moves ourselves, and by having the screen where they can watch us and watch the players, watch all the action, having that board as well if there's a tricky moment or something that they don't understand, just playing through that on the board. I think that's the ideal setup, and all the top players do it themselves.
All right, well, a tip for everyone at home watching the last games of today. It's heading into round 10. Let's take a look at the games that will finish off the second day of the preliminaries. The first one is going to be between these two guys, Daniil Dubov and Teimour Radjabov. That will actually start, not right now, because Daniil Dubov is still playing his 9th round game against Sam Shanklin. So they will start soon. Next one, Liren. Early in the morning now for him against FIDE. Both of them sitting in Asia. So a little bit tighter on the clock for them now. Vachier-Lagrave coming from a loss. Going to face Nepomniachtchi in the next one. And that's going to be interesting. Wesley So, he's going to face Anish Giri, coming with a lot of confidence after beating Vachier-Lagrave. Then we have Levon Aronian. He's going to play Alexander Grishuk, 2 class acts in that game. Fantastic. And then we have in the next one, Matthias Bluebaum against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, 2 of the younger guys. So a great game between those two. And then Sam Shanklin, who is still playing. When he finishes, he's going to play Dominguez. And then the game that we will focus on, maybe the biggest one in the preliminaries, is the one that we always look forward to. Magnus Carlsen against one of his big rivals, Hikaru Nakamura. We haven't seen any of Hikaru's games so far. This is Hikaru Nakamura.
Hikaru Nakamura, the most obvious threat to Magnus Carlsen's crown. The American speed chess king took the world champion to a thrilling Armageddon playoff in the final of the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour. Nakamura is the world's top blitz player with an incredible rating of 2,900. The time controls played in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour suit his strengths. Nakamura's secret is he has a finely tuned game plan for every match, something even Carlsen says he struggles against.
They are big rivals, especially in online chess. And this is the score between them, David. I mean, that is a lot of games played.
Yeah, that's more games than I think I've ever played in my life. And that's just against each other online. And yeah,
well, in speed chess, or?
Yes, and speed chess, sorry. And yeah, Magnus Carlsen there is ahead in their matchup. 61 wins to Nakamura's 31 wins. But yeah, anything could happen in this game. Nakamura on his day can beat anyone. He's so impressive, especially in these speed games. He just has this rhythm. He gets in the flow, and if you give him his type of position where he can just kind of just feel where the pieces go, he can definitely cause Magnus Carlsen some problems.
Ooh, and a bright sweater there for Hikaru Nakamura. He just finished his game against Liren, and he won that game. So he's full of confidence. Magnus Carlsen, he's played 4 draws today after that streak of 4 wins in the end of yesterday. So he's definitely going to try to win this game. I think it will always be nice to have one win for Magnus Carlsen during one day, and he is with the white pieces. Is that a big difference in the games between these two when Magnus has white and black?
Yeah, and I think maybe less so for Magnus, because Magnus, he can serve with both hands. He's so flexible. But Hikaru tends to be a bit more predictable when he has the black pieces. When Hikaru has white, he experiments a bit. He goes for the opponent's weaknesses. With black, he tends to be, he just sticks to what he knows, sticks to what he does. And Magnus Carlsen, we'll see from the early stages how aggressive he's feeling, how ambitious. He did win in the preliminary stage against Hikaru in a very dry endgame, actually. In the Things Masters, and this time he opens with the Queen's Pawn. This is something he hasn't done against Hikaru for a while. And will we see a Queen's Gambit? Yes, we do see another Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, but now we get a true Queen's Gambit.
True Queen's Gambit. Ivanka's one of your favourite openings, right?
Well, I don't know. I'm flirting with it at the minute.
Look at Hikaru, he's honouring Beth Harmon, just looking straight up to the ceiling.
Yes, yeah, this is a line. It looks quite innocuous, actually, because it's a luxury move. Normally, we say in the openings, don't develop that kind of pawn until you've developed all your pieces. And here, this whole idea of this pawn move is actually just to get ready for Black's opening in the centre. And I've actually faced this move myself against the Grandmaster, and they are just like, OK, that's fine. I'm not going to open in the centre because that's what you're preparing for. Instead, he's gone for it, though. I much prefer just to develop my pieces on the left side with the black pieces.
Yeah, and one thing I noticed about Hikaru's style is pretty much anything white does, he plays that move at that point. He just loves to kind of clarify the centre as quickly as possible. He has studied all these things quite deeply, so even if he gets a small disadvantage in these early stages, he knows how to navigate those waters. And Black just trying to break forward before white castles. Notice white's king is still in the middle. That being said, both sides, they're experts on this type of position.
And they faced each other as well in this exact variation, not necessarily with that pawn move that white has just made, but with this bishop variation. They faced each other countless of times. I can remember commenting on a game where Magnus beat Hikaru in Croatia, and it was a super sharp. There was like so many variations going on. Our eyes were just popping out of our heads. We just couldn't keep up.
Do you think we'll see a repeat of that? Another mind-blowing game?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, they're great calculators. I mean, Hikaru is famous for that. You know, you can just see how adept he is at highlighting those arrows.
Yeah. I saw a video of him online I think it was last night, and he saw 15 moves ahead in some variation. He put all the arrows on the board, and it was the best.
You kind of have to watch him on pause and kind of like, okay, this arrow is this is what he's saying, because otherwise it's just way too fast. But
I just look in the bottom of the screen. 2 games finished already in the last round. I guess Wesley So, Anish Giri, Levon Aronian and Alexander Grishuk are feeling a little bit tired. They still have to prepare for that last decisive day in the preliminaries. So they all finished, 2 of games finished with draws here. I wouldn't imagine Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura playing quick draws ever.
No. No, but Anish Giri did actually tweet before.
Oh, already?
Yeah, on round 9. After round 9, he said, in a good position, and he had the hands emoji. Yeah. I think he'd be happy with a good day 2. It's kind of what he wants to, he just wants to go in fresh with into day 3.
Yeah, and a draw with black against Wesley So is never a bad result. So Anish Giri ending the day on a high for sure. Meanwhile, one thing I do notice on the cameras is that Hikaru Nakamura, he's been looking right, he's been looking left, he had his head in his hands for a moment. He's trying to recall something. Yeah. That being said, I've noticed when he looks to the right, it means he's not fully sure. I don't think he's... well, he's probably seen this position before, but I don't think he's gone into too much depth. So he's just surprised by Magnus Carlsen's choice. And I'm very surprised as well. Magnus ignoring all of his development. Look at that white king in the middle. It's still at least 3 moves away from castling. Instead, Magnus expanding on the other side of the board, pushing his pawn forward, kicking back the black bishop. But Magnus, it's now a race against time. Can he get the white king to safety before the position starts to open up? Because actually, things will start to open up very, very soon. I'm not sure I'm a fan of what Magnus Carlsen's done at this early stage.
Yeah. And actually, we are right now joined by Anish Giri, who finished day 2 in the preliminaries. Hi, Anish.
Hi, Kaya. How are you?
We are very good, and so much fun to follow your games. We've seen a lot of your games today, Anish. This last one, very quick draw here. Are you feeling tired now after a very long day 2?
No, well, the thing is, I was playing with the black pieces, and me and Wesley were both doing very well in the tournament. So I was not too surprised. I thought it might be that he is fine with the draw because we are in a very good position to qualify. And white usually the one who plays with the white pieces, he has a choice either to play it safe or to play it ambitious. And of course, black also has a choice, but black has to take a giant risk. And in my position, there is no point. So yeah, I was not too surprised. But it was a very good day for me. I scored 2 wins, I think. And no losses. Very nice. It was a very difficult lineup. I had to play, the top 5 players of the standing, and all of them are basically top 5 of the world, pretty much. So
and I mean, especially against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I mean, we're talking so much about the candidates today. We had FIDE president here announcing that it will be taking place sometime very soon. And of course, big matchup with you and Maxime. Does it feel particularly nice to get a win in that game?
Yes, I do. I'm doing very well against Maxime last 3 games, I believe. I won all of them. But the thing is very different because I play with the white pieces against Maxime in the last 3 games. But in the candidates, I play only with the black pieces. And as I already explained to you, the dynamic is very different with the black games and the white games because of so much importance that the opening has. So it definitely gives me confidence and it's definitely very good. But black game is going to be completely different, from the start.
Well, you also had the black pieces against Magnus Carlsen, and I saw you tweeted after the game, actually. What about that first move by Magnus? Was it a blunder by him or a mouse slip?
No, I don't think so. My tweet was a joke, of course. I said, come on, play something offbeat, get a game. Obviously, that's what he did. He played something very offbeat. Yeah. But as fate had it, it ended up being a very quick perpetual. So, he might have been better off playing some dull theoretical line. Maybe the game would have lasted longer. But so that was basically the joke. But the thing is, I don't think it was a mouse slip. I mean, I had the worst mouse slips against me. Somebody misplaced his king, Grishuk. So this is nothing. The C3, and we got one of the theoretical positions anyway, where white is fighting for advantage. So I don't think it was a mouse slip. It's a decent move. It's a little bit strange to start with this move. Usually you start maybe with the knight first or some other pawn, but eventually we got to an relatively ordinary position. So no, but we have to ask him. Could be mouse slip, but if it's mouse slip, it could be worse. Not the worst mouse slip in the world.
All right. Well, Anish, 1 day left in the preliminaries, and it's looking very good for you. But it's so tight on the table. What's your expectation for the last day of preliminaries?
Yeah, I had an experience once, right? Of leading and then doing everything I can not to qualify. Finally, I qualified. But now I have a slightly different approach. Also today, I don't know if it was noticeable or not, but basically I am playing. I'm just playing, and I don't look at the standings at all anymore because there is no point to look. You are looking. I was strategizing and planning. And everything you're doing according to the plan, and then suddenly one game slips out, and then the whole strategizing is wrong. So I think I'm a fine player. I'm good at playing chess, so I decided to just play chess. And I'll do the same tomorrow and see what happens. But of course, I am very close to qualify, obviously.
Sounds good, Anish. We're wishing you all the best tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. Anish Giri, I have to say, he seems so confident.
Yes,
fantastic.
And I like that he changed the approach as well, because, you know, they do say that if you keep doing the same thing again and getting the same results, then change something. So I like the fact that he's not planning everything. He's not trying to control this situation. Just, trust in himself that he's a good player. He's had the results to back up, you know, especially in Tata Steel, where he came so close to winning. And he has really good mindset. You know, I've seen a few interviews with him where he talks about how he dealt with this setback. And he was just like, it's fine, I just move forward.
Perfect. It is, the way to motivate yourself and keep mentally in balance when playing all these games. Now, Magnus has been thinking for 2.5 minutes. We have had a few moves. What is he thinking about now?
Yeah, that's right. There's a big decision ahead for Magnus Carlsen. If we bring up the analysis board, we can see Black, with his last move, really challenging Magnus's setup at this early stage. Black has pushed a pawn forward in the corner there. He's trying to attack one of White's pawns, one of White's furthest advanced pawns, the black pawn pushing forward here. And this pawn for White is under attack right now. It's under attack twice. And remember, White's king is still in the middle. He can't allow the position to open up. Personally, someone like me, I would be very quick to just block things as quickly as possible. I don't want to open up any lines. I don't want to open up this black rook. I don't want to allow the black queen to jump out. So I would block this. But Magnus, he's considering whether to capture this pawn in the middle. We might then see some chaos. For example, if Black takes this pawn, White will push forward in the middle, sacrificing his knight, but trapping this black bishop. And we could see a flurry of trades here, all kinds of stuff going on. White's pawn very far advanced, Black's pawn very far advanced. So this is what Magnus Carlsen is trying to work out, whether this is good for him. But that's very risky. The safe approach would be to push a pawn forward. I'm still very worried about this White king, though. Two or three moves away from casting.
Wow. He has played it. He has taken that pawn in the centre. And now it's up to Hikaru whether he actually wants to capture that pawn, because now he has a choice.
Yes,
he can capture that pawn that David showed and go into the line, or he can actually just recapture back in the centre and say, hey, you still have problems with development. And you're still going to have issues with that pawn because you've overextended on the left side. So,
which one would you be more attracted to? Jovanka capturing in the middle, or going for the sharper stuff?
I think I would be more attracted to keeping the position flexible and capturing in the centre.
With a knight, with a pawn?
With a pawn, it's a choice. I think perhaps with a pawn. And just to keep the pieces on the board, I kind of... If I have a pawn by itself in the centre, I call that an isolated queen's pawn. I really don't want to be swapping off all my minor pieces, which are my bishops and my knights. I kind of want to keep them on the board. I want to maximise the tension as much as possible. So that's why I would take with a pawn.
Yeah. I'm inclined to agree. I quite like my isolated queen's pawns, and I've been playing them since I was a kid with both colours. But somehow here I'm slightly tempted to take with a knight for Black, because that would open up a very nice square for the black bishop. So I think, a big choice ahead here for Nakamura. He will be contemplating that, but he knows it's quite a pleasant choice for Black. I don't think there's any right or wrong answer here. There's 3 decent moves, and they would lead to 3 different types of position.
We can have a little thing here where Kaya takes the pawn on the left, I take with a pawn in the centre, and David captures that pawn with a knight.
You generally want to avoid trades when you have an isolated pawn, but here there's a specific reason for trading, maybe. You're getting rid of one of White's developed pieces. I don't know. I'm attracted to the knight the knight takes pawn. Move here. It looks like Nakamura is about to.
And he took with the knight.
He did take with the knight. So a bit of a change in pawn structure here. Black's pawn is isolated long term. That pawn in the middle, but Black has opened up a square for the bishop. I expect to see that bishop now land on the square that the knight was previously sitting on. There is yeah, I do think it's a bit of a race. If White can get the king castled, I think Magnus, he'll be very happy with his position. He'll try and target that isolated pawn in the middle a bit later on. So Nakamura, he needs to make use of the next 2 moves before White's king runs away to safety.
He is thinking now in last round, round 9, it eventually finished. 2 players, Daniil Dubov and Sam Shanklin, were playing for a long time. But we can finally see the results from that round. And we did see Anish Giri win his game. We also saw then Hikaru Nakamura win his game against Ding Liren. And then we did see eventually Daniil Dubov getting a very important win for him against Sam Shanklin. And the other games ending in draws. But it's time also then to look at the standings before this last round today that we are in. And we do now, right now, have Wesley So and Anish Giri. Actually, this is with 2 games finished in this round. Wesley So and Anish Giri on 6.5 points in the top there. Magnus Carlsen with a win here will be in sole lead before the last day of preliminaries. With a draw, he will be in shared lead with these 2 players. And then we have Levon Aronian and Jan Nepomniachtchi on 5.5 points. A lot of players on 5 points. It is so tight. Nothing decided here yet. I mean, everyone still has all to play for tomorrow.
Nobody out of it. Nobody safe home and dry quite yet.
And if Magnus Carlsen wins, then he's the one who's leading in the competition. And the same goes if Levon Aronian, he's on 5.5. He's just finished.
Yep.
But it's Nepomniachtchi. If he wins, then he can also join the lead. So, yeah,
exactly.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Very, very exciting. Oh, the last day of preliminary is going to be super exciting. Hikaru Nakamura has been, struggling a little bit because he played a lot of draws in a field where a lot of players got wins. But after beating Ding Liren in that last game, he is definitely one of the favorites to qualify for the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and Magnus Carlsen, maybe the reason he's fighting so hard in this game is he wants to try and knock Nakamura down before those knockout stages. Maybe he thinks that he'll be a bit of a rival later on, and he wants to take the opportunity to damage his chances of qualifying. Yeah, this is a very tense game. White's king, though, has managed to escape to safety. White's king has castled, and therefore I'm starting to like White's position. Black's... in the meantime, Black's position is very healthy. I like the fact that the Black Knight is now on an outpost. Black's Knight can't be challenged. So both sides have improved over the last 3 or 4 turns. This one's still everything to play for.
Yes. The thing that concerns me a little bit is that, that answers my question a little bit. So the Knight has jumped in to attack the Rook. Magnus moves the Rook. It's not the ideal square for that Rook, I have to say. And the Bishop then develops. The thing that I'm afraid of is that, when you have this pawn structure where there's one weak pawn in the center, you kind of want to be controlling lines. And Hikaru's done a few things. He's traded a set of knights that plays into White's hands. And I'm just slightly concerned that we could see some liquidation going on, and that it will be all in Magnus's favour.
Yeah, and talking of liquidation, Nakamura is now offering a trade of bishops. It does look like it might be in Carlsen's favour long-term, but maybe short-term, Black's just about surviving. What do you think here, Jovanka? Should White go for all these trades? Actually, maybe we can bring up the board as well. Is White obliged to capture here with the bishop? It does look that way, maybe.
It does look that way. I mean, Magnus could even go knight takes bishop, and then start the...
Maybe you can run away with this bishop, keep this bishop on the board, keep the bishop pair.
Yeah. But I still need to do a bit of manoeuvring to kind of activate the rook. Actually, that rook is really badly placed. I was in my head, I was visualizing it going to some pleasant pastures on moving to an open line, but it can't do that very easily.
Yeah, it's tied down to this pawn, right? This rook is stuck defending this this measly pawn in the corner. And if we do see a trade of bishops, I should also mention for those at home who are wondering why White can't just win a pawn right now, White could just capture the knights, but there's a nasty trick at the end. And again, it's all to do with this badly placed White rook. At the very end here, White is a pawn up, but there's a discovered attack, and with this, black starts to fight back. Black suddenly got this discovered attack against the queen and against the rook. White would be forced to block this with the bishop, and we'd suddenly see lots and lots of pieces leave the board. Everything would leave the board. White's still a pawn up, but at the very end, a weak pawn drops off. And this one, everything getting hoovered up here, this one should lead to a draw. So we might see Magnus Carlsen go for this if he's in the mood to just kind of sign the peace treaty and escape from today at the top of the leaderboard. But if he's kind of itching for that fight, if he's trying to keep the tension and take advantage of the fact Nakamura's maybe played a few strange moves over the last few turns, then we might see knight takes bishop and keeping the white bishops on the board.
All right, Nakamura looking very sporty today. And we mentioned it, probably getting ready for the Super Bowl in America today. After playing chess today, watching some Super Bowl.
Yeah, and Magnus Carlsen frowning there, but he has gone for the most aggressive, the most ambitious approach. We did highlight, actually, Jovanka suggested this knight takes bishop move. White is now able to keep the bishop pair. Both of White's bishops survive. Black, meanwhile, has a bishop and knight, but everything's perfect about White's position, apart from that rook in the corner.
Yeah, that rook is not happy.
It's now hemmed in by its own bishop. It's trapped. The black knight controls the only retreat square for that rook.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so that looks quite depressing. But, okay, you know, that knight is on a light square. We do have a light square bishop. One fine day, could we chase that knight away?
I think that's White's only plan, is to try and get rid of that pesky black knight, to try and kick it back or at least trade it off. Okay, meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen just putting pawns on dark squares, trying to blunt the effect of the black bishop. I think over White's next few moves, he'll try and maneuver his light square bishop around to attack that knight. So let's just see whether Nakamura, in the meantime, has a productive plan of his own. Maybe the problem with black is that, again, his position is just too perfect. He just doesn't want to move anything. That black knight is nice and stable. The black bishop, very well placed. One of black's rooks now, actually both of black's rooks on pretty much open lines. It's hard to improve black's position. It's easier to improve white's, but maybe there's just no time to do that.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. It was kind of interesting that he put the queen on the light square. I was expecting it to move to a dark square to keep putting pressure on that pawn. That is a little bit vulnerable, but okay. How to continue, because one of the things about chess is that you do need that cunning plan. you really do need that kind of method of progress. It's very, very difficult to play chess with no thought whatsoever. Now, this is interesting because Magnus is making very clear with that moving that bishop up a notch. It now has designs on a square that is especially close to the black king. And you can see it pointing all the way. And bishops just love open diagonals. So this is a beautiful kind of diagonal for that piece. And I can just see a scenario where the queen and the two bishops, because it is the bishop that is on the dark squares, it is a little bit of a sleeping giant. So yeah, if you can highlight those long diagonals, look at that. And the other one, that is razor sharp. And often these two bishops, when they're placed in this formation, it's often linked to mating attacks. So if a queen can come up the board,
you want to checkmate on this square?
Yeah, that is the square that I have my eyes on, and it is quite dangerous, actually, especially with the sleeping giant. That is looks like it's doing nothing. In fact, it's very easy to forget that it's there.
This one, yeah. 100% I agree. White has two ideas, I think. Not just bring the queen up and trying to checkmate the black king, but also with his last move, White has edged closer to kicking away this black knight. Later on, we might see the bishop just retreat one square, try to evict this kind of intruder in the white half of the board. So, yeah, I very much like that last move by Magnus Carlsen. Hikaru Nakamura as well. I saw him shaking his head as soon as Magnus Carlsen played that one. He's a bit out of picture right now, but I think Hikaru Nakamura maybe underestimated the strength of that last move by Magnus Carlsen. White's bishops, I mean, I'm very biased. I prefer my bishops over knights. I love them. Yeah, they're doing a great job right now. Hikaru Nakamura, he's brought his queen across. He's actually stopping the intrusion of White's queen. So that move that we wanted to make with White, bring that queen over to the right side, it's not possible anymore. So very sensible play by Nakamura as well.
But we also have the second plan, because this was the beauty of Magnus's last move. There were two plans. One was like, go forward, don't surrender, you know. And the other one was actually, well, the knight is there in my half of the board, kick it out.
Yep. I think he should go for it.
Just kick the knight out and then live happily ever after with those razor-sharp bishops. Now, I'm really loving Magnus's position. It's actually incredibly instructive, what he's just done.
Yeah, exactly. And there's still one downside to White's position, that rook on that left side. It is pretty much trapped right now, and it still will be for a few more moves. But the rest of his position is very harmonious. Two bishops, decent pawn structure, all connected. It will come down to whether those bishops can kind of remain a strength.
And if we were to flip the coin and just say, OK, right, you're playing black now, how would you be thinking? So you know that the time is coming where that knight is going to get kicked away. And so you have to plan to do something now because you have to have a plan.
Yep, you have to have a plan.
And what's the method of improvement?
Well, normally as black, especially when you're facing the bishop pair, you want to accelerate the play. So I would already be considering pushing my pawns in the center, actually. Maybe pushing that pawn on the E-line. So both of the central pawns pushing forward. If black pushes a pawn forward, he might be able to blunt the effect of that sleeping giant, the dark squared bishop of White's. Also, I would actually be preparing to sacrifice a pawn. For example, if White's bishop did drop back to attack the black knight, rather than retreat, rather than run away, I would just say to White, OK, you take that pawn if you want. I'm going to try and distract you maybe on that right side. I'm going to try and get some play going because, OK, I'm going to give up a pawn, but it still takes you 3 or 4 moves to get your rook active. So it might become... I mean, sometimes giving up a pawn for 2 or 3 tempi to give up, to get 2 or 3 moves in return is a decent... And so your kind of idea would be just, OK, fine, you have that pawn, I don't care, and in return I'm perhaps going to pile up all my rooks on an open line and come down and get my rook into, it's not 7th rank heaven because they're black rooks, so they're going to be 2nd rank heaven. And yes, well, there you go. That's, I think, in an ideal scenario. I think that might be Hikaru Nakamura's plan. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen, he's having a long think for this early in the game. He's spending 3 minutes now. He's down under 5 minutes. That's significant, especially against Hikaru Nakamura, who's so good at pressing home advantages when he's up on the clock. He's very good at that psychology of when to kind of break the opponent's rhythm, when to get in a flow of moves himself. And meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen pushing forward in the centre there. He's trying to open things up for his bishops, essentially. He's trying to break open the 2 black central pawns there. Black has an extra central pawn, 2 versus 1 in the middle. So Magnus Carlsen trying to get rid of one of those. But I think that's a very risky strategy. I would be very tempted now as black to push forward a pawn in the middle there just to block out White's dark squared bishop. And I just don't see how that dark squared bishop will get back in the game pretty much ever if that happens. So
yeah, it goes against Howell's how-to. You know, you clearly said it. When you're facing the bishop, you accelerate the play. This is something I've never known before, so now I know what to do. So accelerate the play, push the pawns in the centre, and then Magnus has just gifted this, according to Howell's
exactly.
Bible.
So Howell's how-to, made for beginners to chess, but can actually work quite well also for experts to chess then.
Maybe I should send a link to Magnus. But no, on a serious note, though, I do think that the reason you have to accelerate the play is because bishops, long-term, they become monsters. Once rooks and queens leave the board, bishops have much more influence. They can control lines. They can, on both sides of the board, they can dart to both sides much quicker. But if you have major pieces on the board, if you speed things up, especially with the knights, if you can create threats before those bishops become strong, then it becomes much more difficult to kind of take advantage of that long-term.
I see Hikaru sort of nodding his head a little bit, and I wish he would just shift his webcam a little bit so we could see his face, because he's usually giving away a little bit. And you say, whoa.
Yeah, he didn't play the move that David played, but he actually utilised another concept that we've actually spoken about before, which is like the consequences. So every move that you make has a consequence. And in White's case, well, they weakened one diagonal by moving that pawn forward. And Hikaru immediately put a bishop there and is now pointing towards a square perilously close to the White king. But okay, I don't know how he resisted that temptation to push the pawn forward.
Yeah, so, I mean, just going back a couple of moves, I think Black should have taken advantage of the fact White's pushed the pawn forward, just push his pawn forward. Suddenly, this dark square bishop is completely blocked. This pawn protected by Black's knight. Suddenly, White's bishop is blocked in as well by its own pawn. And here, I just don't see how either of these White bishops can actually rejoin the action and get back into the game. Instead, Hikaru decided to try and target the White king. And, OK, we've seen a trade of a couple of pawns. And this bishop is extremely strong. It's also targeting this pawn as well, along with the queen and the black rook. So his move is very logical, but White's bishops are much more free than they would have been in the other position. And I don't think Magnus needs to worry too much about this pawn. One move I would be looking out for is to try and activate this rook finally. So maybe bring the bishop forward, defending across this line with the white rook. The white rook maybe going to end up on a much better square, a more central square later on. Magnus, though, getting quite low on the clock, so he needs to come up with a way to defend that pawn very quickly.
Yeah, 3.5 minutes on the clock for the world champion. Hikaru Nakamura got almost twice that time on his clock. Do you think that's going to be a big factor eventually in this game?
It might well be. Yeah, I mean, I very rarely see Hikaru blunder in general, and especially when he has more time on the clock, he's just very good at kind of making the opponent aware of that time advantage. Every time I play Hikaru online, as soon as I go 30 seconds behind on the clock, I know it's trouble. So being 3 minutes lower than him in such a tense position with everything to play for, it can't be too pleasant for Magnus.
No. But having said that, Magnus has an amazing score against Hikaru. We were like 61 wins versus Hikaru's 30. That's insane.
Yeah. And over the board in classical chess as well, I think it's something like 14 or 15 wins to 1 win. So Magnus, he's definitely Hikaru's nemesis. But
Sauron. Hikaru is Sauron, yes.
So Hikaru tweeted that once. Is that Magnus Carlsen is the Sauron?
Yeah, he said, I think he was going to play. How did the tweet go? It's a quite historic tweet. I will be facing Sauron or something. And I think Magnus at the time, he didn't consider Hikaru a serious rival. So he just went, yeah, OK.
But yeah, he's still Sauron for not just for Nakamura, for the rest of the world. I mean, he's the big bad that they all have to get past in order to win tournaments these days. And OK, Magnus, meanwhile, he did play the move that I think it's also the most natural move, improving the bishop, also improving that rook in the corner. So OK, 3 minutes against Hikaru's 5. Hikaru now needs to find a way to increase the pressure to keep accelerating the play before White's bishops start to take over. Also, long term, if you imagine all the queens and the rooks leave the board, both sides have weak pawns, so it's not clear who that would favour.
So by accelerate, so if we were to kind of put into practice Howell's advice that, you know, accelerate the play, would it be something like, OK, well, I'm going to use my rook and shift it 2 squares and attack the bishop. So therefore, White has to do something. Yeah,
accelerating the play is normally opening things up or just creating threats on every move, trying to really either force the opponent's pieces back or simply to improve your pieces, set them up ready for some kind of attack. I definitely recommend Black using that rook on the left there. As you mentioned, just shift it 2 squares across to that E line to attack White's bishop in the middle there. White's bishop, the one that's just moved, it is a bit loose temporarily. I'm always looking out for undefended pieces in the opponent's army, and currently that's the only one that we can really get at. So Hikaru is spending an uncharacteristic amount of time here, I think, just 2 minutes on this move. He's happy to play very quick moves that are kind of 70, 80% accurate. He's normally happy to kind of stay in that rhythm, but it feels like both players so far are a bit nervous. Everything in the balance.
Yeah.
And he does play your move, Jovanka, bring that rook across, attack the bishop.
And Magnus then consolidates. So we do actually have the accurate tweet that Hikaru made where he referenced Magnus as Sauron. He wrote this in November 19, 2013. So it was
a long time ago.
Yeah. Is it starting to realise that I'm the only person who's going to be able to stop Sauron in the context of chess history? To which Giri replied, great put down, the danger is to end up like Smeagol.
I'm trying to remember everything from Lord of the Rings now.
Smeagol is Gollum.
Ah, OK. Yep.
I think Hikaru's done rather better than Gollum did.
Oh, they are funny on Twitter, these players. All right, another game just ended in a draw. Daniil Dubov against Teimour Radjabov. But 4 games still going on in this last round, and they've been playing for many, many hours now, these players. Ding still playing, actually, early in the morning for the Chinese player.
Yeah. Yeah, he won't need to set an alarm in the morning. He needs to go straight to bed after this. But yeah, meanwhile, Hikaru Nakamura bringing his rook forward there. White's queen, I mean, I just love the placement of White's queen and bishops right now. White just needs to somehow activate his rooks. White's rooks just aren't playing. They aren't taking part in the action. It does feel like it could go either way. I think if the queens come off, Magnus, he'll start to take control. Nakamura, in the meantime, just keeping the tension. All of Black's pieces are very actively placed. It's just it's not clear what to do next. It's not clear what they can target. There's no real weaknesses in White's camp.
Yeah, it's very difficult to come up with a suggestion. And what is the target? And there you can see like Magnus is making the move that I was dying to play with the white pieces.
Simon would be proud as well, pushing Harry the H-pawn.
Yes, and not just Simon. AlphaZero, the neural network engine. So, yeah, what to do? All White's weaknesses are on light squares. I mean, if you look at the air around the White King, their 2 squares are on light squares.
But Black doesn't have a light squared bishop. So.
No, and look at that knight, which is sitting pretty there on the left side of the board, whilst the action is red hot on the right.
Yeah, that knight, it looks so good for so long, but maybe it's offside now.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just a kind of superfluous outpost where you like it there, but you don't really need the knight there. maybe it's time to start rerouting that knight over to the other side of the board.
Otherwise, it becomes like the elephant in the room, like because the Russians call the knights elephants, don't they?
Is it the Indians who call it elephants? Maybe both. But yeah, either way, though, Magnus Carlsen gaining space on that right side, stopping Black from advancing. Okay, I was going to say stopping from advancing 1 pawn, but Magnus now frowning at that move.
Yeah, the bar also, well, it's back.
Yeah, it's back, but still, it's a very committal move by Nakamura.
Bishops.
Oh, it is bishops.
The bishops, they call it elephants, not the knights.
Okay, so if you look at Hikaru Nakamura's pieces now, the rooks and the queen, they're all lined up on the same file. That F line now.
Wow.
Everything is ganging up against that white bishop. That white bishop is basically holding the fort.
That is usually what I go for when I play chess, because I just, I can't attack. I have no idea how to sort of get to that checkmate. So I think like, okay, I'm just going to focus on this line.
If it's good enough for you, Kai, if it's good enough for Nakamura, then sometimes if you have a target, then it makes sense. If you line up all your pieces, but there's nothing to really attack, then they maybe just get in each other's way. But here, the 2 rooks, the queen, they're eyeing up, maybe sacrificing for that white bishop just to open up White's king protection. Wow, that's very brave from Magnus, allowing rook takes bishop, opening things up. That bishop, though, is doing a good job on its own. But if somehow Black can remove that the white dark squared bishop from that line, then the floodgates will open and Black's pieces will pour forward.
Yeah, definitely is a choice for Hikaru. Does he get tempted and take the bishop, or will he perhaps play it a little bit calmer and start rerouting the knight that is doing absolutely nothing except sitting pretty on the left side? I would be tempted to if I move the knight, does this allow...
You want to bring it to the centre?
Yeah, but does this allow all White to consolidate? I think it does.
Maybe...
because it gets in the way of my bishop.
Yep, it gets in the way of this bishop. I actually like a bit of a mix of the 2 plans you suggested. So this knight at the move at the moment, it's nice, it's centralised, but it's not really going anywhere. I would actually prefer to sacrifice first and then bring my knight round, maybe, with the idea of bringing the knight back and taking this pawn, and this would be dangerous attack.
That's dangerous, yeah.
Why does the bar react to this move, though?
Wow, so Hikaru just pushing a pawn forward. It's not clear immediately why that might be a mistake. Maybe this bishop, just the fact that he didn't take it last move, maybe this bishop will step forward and maybe he's just calling Nakamura's bluff. If Black finally takes this pawn, which is the whole point of Black's play, lining everything up on this line, suddenly, with a simple move, such as queen here, suddenly Black is the one in trouble along this line. Black's queen is now, well, Black's bishop is now pinned to the queen. If Black doesn't move this bishop, he'll lose it. If he moves it, he'll lose his queen behind. So maybe, okay, we've seen a very similar move in this position, Magnus attacking the back rook rather than the front one. This looks very strong for Magnus. Suddenly, black's pieces have to move away. He's losing pressure against this pawn, and suddenly these pieces just look a bit clumsy.
And now that bishop can do a simultaneous attack.
He's kicked away both of the rooks.
Exactly. And now Hikaru has been forced to realign the rooks onto a different line, and the situation is getting critical.
Yeah, and Magnus now is down to 30 seconds. Is it super hard to find those right moves in this position?
It's not easy for sure. He's done, I mean, his last two moves, kicking away the black rooks from that F line, from the same line as the black queen. They've been fantastic, those last two moves. They've been easy moves, though, quite straightforward. Now it's down to those white rooks. How do you improve them?
And 10 seconds for Magnus Carlsen against Hikaru Nakamura. There it is, the move.
Okay, well, he took a retreat and he tried to... he's attacking the knight, so he wants the knight away. I did wonder whether he would fall into the idea of, when you're in trouble, you kind of tend to... Well, one tends to simplify and maybe offer a trade of rooks. That's what I was...
The bar's not liking this last move by Magnus.
No, because it doesn't make a good impression. The bishop was perfectly fine on its square, and now it's just attacking the knight, but it interferes with the rook. That was doing such a nice... Well, it had the potential to come in and improve itself.
Yeah, I would have even maybe dropped the bishop back the whole way, dropped it back one square further along that diagonal, just to keep white's rook there on the left, just to keep its access to the second line open. Somehow, white's bishop blocking the rook, it just looks a bit clumsy. That being said, there is a threat. White is trying to take that knight and win a pawn. As black here, I would say, OK, you're going to win a pawn. I'm just going to retreat my knight, and you decide whether to use your bishop and capture a pawn in the corner. But Nakamura... He does. Whoa! He goes for.
Oh! Is it a blunder?
A huge blunder, and you see it on his face immediately. Magnus Carlsen, he bluffed. He tricked Nakamura. He saw it immediately. Nakamura's just lost a rook, and.
Trojan horse.
Yeah, he lulled into a false sense of security. That bishop move, it looked like he was blocking his rook. We'll go into detail a bit later on, but Nakamura, he's just blundered. He's lost immediately. He's going to lose a rook now, and.
He lost.
That was a sneaky shot. He did the classic thing. When you know your opponent is impatient, you offer them a shortcut. And it's just a trick.
So basically Magnus forced this blunder?
Well, he didn't force it. He just kind of... It looked clumsy, this bishop retreating to the square. I didn't like it. David didn't like it. I didn't even dream about Hikaru's move. I didn't look that deeply into the position. And I didn't see it at all.
Hikaru thought Magnus blundered, but Magnus was setting this trap. He was saying, OK, you go for this. It looks like I'm losing, but no.
But it looks like, so Magnus is shaking his head. It looks like he's disappointed. Is he just shocked that that move actually happened?
He's shocked that Nakamura fell into his trap, I think. Yeah, and Nakamura resigns.
He resigns immediately here.
Yeah, we'll have to go into more detail than that one. It was a huge shock. Just the fact that Nakamura blundered, but also Magnus, he'd seen it and replied immediately.
Yeah,
wow.
The winning move.
Trickery at its finest. Nicely done.
And we, unfortunately, we can't see Hikaru Nakamura's face, but we can see on his body language that he was just so disappointed about making that move. But why was it that he made that move and then immediately saw it was a mistake? I mean, why didn't he see it before? Is it because you just see it on the chessboard and then, oh, wow?
Yeah, he was so fixated on one part of the board, he just forgot to look for his opponent's forcing moves. We say in every position, look for checks and captures. He just forgot to go back to basics. And he was so fixated on attacking his opponent's queen, he forgot his own queen could be attacked.
Yeah. Is this the worst way to lose the game? Making
it doesn't feel good. No, it totally doesn't feel, because but it's because you're entirely to blame, and you can see it.
Look at that. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. You can even see him say, I can't believe this. I don't know what I'm doing here. It's ridiculous.
Saying a few words there.
Yeah.
Very disappointed, Hikaru Nakamura. He had a good day, and what a crappy way to end it, basically.
Yeah, totally.
And he took a long time here before he resigned as well. He didn't make any moves. He just annoyed with himself.
He realised immediately he'd blundered,
Yeah.
but yeah, sometimes it just takes a while to come to terms with that.
It's just, you get overexcited. He thought Magnus had blundered. He calculated the line. One response worked. If Magnus had taken the rook, then he would have been absolutely fine, probably winning. And yeah, he didn't. He just totally forgot that you have to be calm and that you have to consider all your opponent's captures.
And obviously, we're hoping to get a reaction from the players. Hikaru obviously very disappointed, but while we wait for hopefully to get the reaction, maybe we can just take a look at what happened there. What was the blunder?
Yeah, so in this position, we were maybe expecting a different move from Magnus Carlsen, but he did set this cunning trap. In this position, Magnus retreated his bishop. It does look like this cuts the connection with White's rook here. It no longer protects this very important pawn. And therefore, Nakamura thought, OK, this is the moment. White's only protector of this pawn right now is the rook. Let's distract this rook, deflect it away. Let's bring the rook down, attack this one, and if White captures now, Magnus would have been losing. This is what Hikaru had assumed would happen. He would capture this pawn with check, the queen protected by its bishop, and suddenly, once the king moves, Black's rook would drop down, and Black attacking the queen and soon ready to give checkmate as well. Instead, though, he had forgotten that Magnus had a move of his own, and this amazing bishop move which Nakamura had missed. Bishop takes pawn, sacrificing this bishop, suddenly opens up the protection of this guy here. And, OK, Nakamura has just simply nothing to do. He resigned because if he takes this bishop, suddenly White can just take this rook. This pawn is protected. White has won a rook. Well, a rook and a pawn for a bishop, and just simply a winning material advantage. And if Black doesn't do this, rook takes queen. Suddenly, bishop takes queen is check. He doesn't have time to capture this rook. And after king takes bishop, rook takes rook again. Magnus comes out with a rook and pawn versus knight advantage. Nakamura just missing this bishop capture. Yeah, it just... The game went from balanced to lost here, just like that.
Yeah, and we are right now joined by Magnus Carlsen, the winner of that last game. And Magnus, we're just looking over that final position here. I mean, you looked surprised as well. What's your reaction to the end of this game against Nakamura?
No, obviously, didn't quite think that he would go for rookie one, since. When you spot such a move, especially when you have a couple of minutes like he actually had, you sort of want to you want to check that it actually works, right? Because it's a pretty big chance to take if it doesn't work. So yeah, I'm a bit surprised that he went for it, but obviously massive relief for me.
Yeah, and David used the word setting out a trap, saying that was what you did. But so you set out a trap, but you didn't actually expect him to fall into it. Is that what you're saying?
No. I mean, before I played bishop c2, I was looking at a number of different moves, but my time was just running out. And actually, I saw that bishop c2, he could go knight d4, and then I would go probably bishop d3 back, because not to allow any counterplay. So basically, I decided just to repeat the position once, and we'll see what happens. Probably I would have made a draw at that point, because I couldn't really find the way forward. So yeah, it was probably a bit naive from him, but I've missed tactics before, so I'm not shocked that he thought I'd done it again, but not this time, fortunately.
And then how nice is it for you, though, after a day of draws, to end with a win here in the 10th round?
Obviously, feels good. I have to say that I haven't played so well today. I started with the game against Duda, where I couldn't get anything, and then I guess in the other games, like my position against Nepomniachtchi was just so unbelievably lost. Like I made a number of, I thought, natural moves in the opening, and then he played this move Queen D3, and I started thinking, and I realized that my position is probably just lost already. Just which speaks to me not understanding the position before. And after that, I think he just played too quickly, because if he'd taken a bit of care there, he should have managed to secure the win quite easily. But fortunately, it didn't. So overall, I'm a little bit lucky today.
The game against Anish, Magnus, that first move, we were wondering, was it a mouse slip or something super surprising you had prepared? What was that first move all about?
No, I mean, I thought, why not? Let's play something normal and get a game. And then at the first opportunity, I give him a chance to give a perpetual check. Like, that really bugged me, because I wanted to win that game, obviously, but wasn't to be.
And David.
Yeah, so Magnus, the games start quite late. It's 5 p.m. for you. What's your routine like in the mornings, in the build-up?
Try to get outside, get just a little bit of fresh air, and then try and prepare as normal, I would say. I wouldn't say 5 is late. It's pretty normal, but it also means that I'm probably going to wake up a little bit later than usual.
In your first game against Duda, we saw that you were in very cheerful spirits. We have to ask, what made you so happy?
I don't remember that.
There was actually a few moments there, Magnus. You started laughing and smiling, and we were so curious what you were thinking about. You don't remember, maybe?
I think it was just before you allowed Bishop takes h4. It was a few moments before this.
Yeah. It was prior to the blunder.
I have no idea, because after that I was laughing more in disgust than anything else. No, I really have no idea.
All right, but Magnus, ending day 2 again in Seoul lead here with 7 points. It seems that you're really enjoying, and we've seen that in the earlier tournaments as well, this round robin format. You're really thriving in the round robin.
Yeah, frankly, the first 2 times I've gotten the first seed, but it's been a bit of a bumpy ride, and then I just nick it at the end. Obviously, this time the score is better. As for enjoying, I most certainly do. I feel like pretty much every game has been exciting. It's been fun. Not always correct, but fun to play and hopefully fun to watch.
Magnus, are you superstitious because you finished top of the preliminaries in the first 2 tournaments and hasn't gone so well in the knockouts? But, third time lucky, or?
Yeah, I'm gonna mess up tomorrow. And we'll see.
All right, Magnus, best of luck tomorrow. Looking forward to a lot more entertaining chess from you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank
you. Superstitious, the chess fairies.
Always.
We all are.
All right. Magnus Carlsen, he is in Seoul lead. One game is still going on, though, in this 10th round. It is the game between Matthias Bluebaum and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the 2 young guys. Feeling energetic, only in their early 20s. So exciting to go into this game. And we're going into it while the bar is shifting. Few pieces on the board.
Yeah, that's right. Not too many pieces, and rook endgames, they do have this notoriously drawish tendency. That being said, black does have 2 pawns, and one of them, black has 2 pawns, white has 1, and those 2 pawns are connected. Those pawns are running down the board. Matthias Bluebaum went down to only 6 seconds there on the clock, and we saw the panic on his face, retreating the white rook. It does look like a good move. White needs to stop those black pawns. Okay, Duda, he doesn't care. Pass pawns are there to be pushed, and he's pushing those pawns. Right now. It will be a race. Can white stop those pawns before they become too dangerous?
Yeah, he's chosen to advance the pawn.
Yeah, and
tricky decision there, because I mean, it would have been perhaps a little bit more natural to move the rook over.
But what happened on the bar?
The bar suddenly suddenly is all in favor of black.
I think that's that was a losing mistake by Bluebaum. He did miscalculate there. It was a race, but every move matters in that race. And he took a timeout to push his pawn on the right side, but he should have been stopping black's pawn. He should have been bringing the white king back as well. So now white's pawn is going on a forlorn. It's just, there's no chance that pawn will get past the black king. Meanwhile, black's pawns are just going to start rolling. It needs a bit of backup, but
exactly, this is going to be the true caterpillar. The pawn is the final pawn that is all the way in the black side of the board is suddenly going to start marching up the board, and until it protects its sibling, and then the rook will come and.
Two connected pass pawns. If two pawns are separated, it's very hard to win. With two connected pass pawns, it is going to be enough. And both players know now what is about to happen. Bluebaum shaking his head. He knows there's no way the white king can sneak back and stop the pawns.
Duda's smiling. Look at that.
And you can see it there. That pawn has made us comfortably up the board, and it's going to be game over.
It's inevitable, and black has a very simple plan. Black's just going to push that pawn. I was going to say, if white's king comes back towards the pawns, black was just going to push his pawn forward and then drop his rook down, exchange rooks, and the king and pawn endgame would have been winning. Black's two pawns support themselves, while black's king would simply capture white's pawn, then walk its way over to help the black pawns promote. Instead, Bluebaum going on the offensive with his king, going on the attack, but there's not much to do. Simply, I think, Duda blocks the white pawn, cutting out
any danger whatsoever. This is banking it, and now
Bluebaum looking a little bit devastated.
Yes. Because it was a draw. That's the thing. You know, we don't quite know the computer assessments, but you get feelings, and you're like, okay, well, the king is advanced enough. I should be able to hold the momentum here for it to be a draw, and.
Even if he didn't know he was going to make a draw, he made it very easy for black. Black's plan was very simple there: just push the pawns, push one pawn, then push the other one to support it. He made his opponent's job very straightforward. He could have definitely put up a lot more resistance there.
Yeah, so then there's one tiny danger in this position. Black has to be slightly tricky as to where to go and cannot go forward, because then the king will have no squares, and this will be checkmated by the white rook. So the king is forced to step back, but it's not enough.
Yeah, white is just one move too slow. If he could move his king forward and then give check with his rook, white would be winning the race. But at the moment, the problem is black's rook will just come over now and give check, and then black will promote and make a new queen.
Yes. And the square that the king really wants to go to isn't possible, because the pawn will promote with a check.
Yeah, and therefore Bluebaum resigns just as Duda's about to make a new queen.
What a rollercoaster day for Bluebaum. He started out with a win over super strong Levon Aronian, but then losing to Sam Shanklin, and also here then to Jan-Krzysztof Duda. So he is quite close to the bottom of the table. Duda, though, he's fighting his way, climbing a little bit on the table. So he's definitely going to have an interesting day tomorrow, fighting for the knockout phase.
Yeah.
Yes.
He must have taken confidence from that easy draw against Magnus Carlsen, where if anyone could have won, maybe it was him. Duda looking good.
All right, let's take a look at the results from the last round of day 2 in the preliminaries. Yesterday we had a lot of winning games. Today it's been a little bit more draws, but Magnus Carlsen able to get that win in the last round against Hikaru Nakamura after a devastating blunder for the American. Liren, he got a win. That's so impressive early in the morning, although playing FIDE, who is in India. So it's also not the best time of day for FIDE to play. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, as we know, got the win against Matthias Bluebaum. The other games ending in draws. Rollercoaster day again today, I think. All players. Did anyone today sort of have a really good day?
I mean, Magnus is going to say that was a really good day, cemented his place. He only got the win at the end, but he was never really, never really looked in too much danger. In terms of really good days, I think everyone was a bit up and down. Maybe I would say Anish Giri was the one who really profited today. A few draws and a couple of wins there.
Yeah, he had a few victories. Wesley also had a reasonable day. Again, they're doing very comfortably with 6.5 points out of 10. So, yeah, they're in good positions.
And we're definitely seeing the best chess players in the world fighting here. So much good chess. It is so tight on the table, but it is Magnus Carlsen now in the lead with 7 points. He is the world champion. Some would maybe say the president of chess. He is the leader on the table as well. And being president, that was the quiz of the day.
That was the quiz of the day. We asked, what would you do if you were president for one day? So we had lots of cool suggestions, and here are a few that we particularly liked.
I love this part of the day.
Yeah, this is great. So we had a tweet from Elvin. He said, if I were the president, I would like to end the monarchy in chess and change the king and queen to president and vice president. Now the question is, who gets who?
Right.
My vote is on the queen getting president, please.
Right, because she's the most powerful.
Exactly. And then we have a tweet that we liked from Nathan, who said, if I were president for a day, I would allow queens to jump like knights. Imagine the strategy changes. I love it. Just imagine if threw that one there.
That's too much power. That's
But basically that would mean that the queen could move like all the other pieces. The knight is actually the only one she's missing right now, isn't it? Yeah.
Exactly. So why not have the whole range? I agree, Nathan.
Yeah.
Great idea. And then we have a tweet from Dmitry Stanislav, who said, I would personally send every leader from all over the world a letter by post with my greeting and a first move. E2, E4. And I wonder whether he'll get the response, je doob, back. There's a famous joke like that. And then our winner of 1 year's membership of Chess 24 Premium is Lonely Furrow, who says, if I were president for a day, I would initiate steps to reduce the gender gap in chess and explore how the game can be popularized among girls at the elementary school levels.
Yes.
So that's a very worthwhile initiative. And congratulations, Lonely Furrow. Someone will be in touch with your prize. It's an awesome prize.
And actually talking about this, later in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour or the Opera Euro Rapid, we will have a visitor of Judith Polgar. And talking about, you know, gender differences in chess and how girls can excel more. That's going to be super interesting.
I know she's a legend, and I just love hearing her talk and hearing her ideas on things. She's doing so much for the game.
Yeah.
So, absolutely. It was so exciting that she's partnered as an ambassador.
Exactly.
For the Play Magnus group. Yeah. Amazing.
Judith Polgar. So that's later in this tournament. Right now, we're going to look forward to the last day of preliminaries tomorrow, and it's going to be intense because if we take a look at the standings after 10 rounds, it is super tight. Magnus Carlsen is in sole lead with those 7 points, and we have 2 players on 6.5 points. That is Wesley So and Anish Giri. Last one had a very good day today. And then we have on 6 points alone Jan Nepomniachtchi, also having a good tournament so far. Levon Aronian, maybe the one who's bounced the most on the table today. He's now in 5th place with 5.5 points, the same amount as Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Teimour Radjabov. Hikaru Nakamura, he is right now in 8th place with those 5 points, but he needs to fight tomorrow because there's 2 other players, Jan-Krzysztof Duda with a win here, also on 5 points. I mean, who should feel nervous for tomorrow, David?
Yeah, I think those guys on 5 points, they're in the danger zone right now. Nakamura, Duda, Grisha.
As well.
Even the guys on 5.5, Aronian and Vachier-Lagrave, they can't relax yet because there's a big group, just 1 point behind them. Even players like Sam Shankland on 4 points right now in 13th place. Just a win or 2 and he'll be up there. Anything can happen tomorrow.
And obviously Daniil Dubo as well on 4.5 points. They're able to knock Magnus Carlsen out in the quarterfinals in the last tournament. We're going to be looking for those kinds of games from him again tomorrow, I guess.
Yeah, he has to bring on his aim game tomorrow, and we'll see what happens. It's not how you start, it's how you finish.
There we have it. So we have a great day of chess again tomorrow. The ending of the preliminaries. It's always a very intense day of chess. 5 rounds and only 8 spots to qualify for the quarterfinals. So a lot of great chess again tomorrow. Thank you for joining us today. We hope to see you again tomorrow. Goodbye.